Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni boke as a party and when I'm better min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni boke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jammo bale sim min nyalla fije nange jammo lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti nammo ala chifti ala ind idi now
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Okay now. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's we mo. No, but I got up to mo. Yeah, Okitara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gbo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayanda ba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old.
We suffice. I seek to become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria because I know the way. And there it is right there. So let me. Yes, let me actually flash this up before the session kicks off. That's Dups's session for Sunday, and let me send the let me send the link to Dups's session for Sunday as well, so you can bookmark it. So I'll remove that banner in a moment, so you can see the fullness of it. So that's Dups's session on Sunday. Let me post the link. So that's Dups's session on Sunday. She's asking that Tony question. Can a married black man be friends with his ex? So that's the question that Dupse is putting forward. The answers to be provided on Sunday. So go bookmark that. It's going to be an explosive session on Sunday. So an explosive session on Sunday. The usual protocol. Click on the like button. Just Jide jump on so that the studio can be populated somewhat. if you're anywhere that you can jump on, jump on. Let me send the let me send the link. You know, bear with me one moment. So that's the link right there. Actually, let me send the link to Twitter as well. We've not yet had anyone join us from Twitter space, even though we have a bit of a following in that space as well. So let me send the link to Twitter as well. So the Twitter watchers, if you want to hop on, come introduce yourself to the platform, do that. So yes, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join me on the screen, as I said, that hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to be an active combatant in the Joust and Parry, that is the One Man Went to More platform, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Up it pops you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. That's if you can contend with the funky way that I speak. But so that click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then follow the example of Adex Legacy as well. That $ at the bottom of the YouTube stream, click on that and use that to super chat towards the stream. That's what he has done. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats in any session. So he's kicked it off, so 4 more to go. So well done, Adex Legacy. So well done, Adex Legacy. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, the $ at the bottom of the screen to super chat towards the stream. So do all those nice and cozy things. Do that funky dance. So do the funky dance. So now actually, before I bring this on, Tinubu is reshaping the country in a way that will restructure the country. There's a quiet revolution taking place somewhat. So as I said, Tinubu is reshaping the country in a way that will restructure the country. So we saw the reversion to the old national anthem, and we saw the rebel without a cause, Aisha Yesufu, trying to be. I don't quite know what she was trying to do, but you saw her sitting down whilst the anthem was being played. So that to her is an act of rebellion. Oh, I thought I sent the link already. There's the link again, Jide. Hopefully that is the right link. Yes, that is the right link. Yeah, so you saw Aisha Yesufu sitting down during the recitation of the now. It's not we can't call it a new national anthem, of course, because it's the independence anthem. But we saw her sitting down. But as I said, the restructuring of the Nigerian state is a quiet revolution that is taking place in bite-sized chunks, as we're seeing. So we've reverted back to the independence national anthem, but that is not the last reversal we are going to experience under this Tinubu administration. Let me bring you this piece. This is unverified, but this is coming from Senator Shehu Sani. So let's kick it off with what Senator Shehu Sani has to say. It says a bill for an act to change the name of Nigeria too. And then he goes on to give us the list of possible names. This is somewhat of a jocular sort of thing, but I'm not quite sure if that bill is in the workings, but certainly a lot of bills are in the workings. National Assembly consider bill proposing return of Nigeria to regional government. So what does that mean? This is restructuring, by the way, with the reversal of the national anthem, but especially this now, if this is true, and there's a lot to suggest that it is true, because we've seen the draft bill of what this is looking like. We've seen the draft bill. So there's a lot to suggest that it is true. So if it is true, and every possibility that it is, then this is restructuring right here. National Assembly considers bill proposing return of Nigeria to regional government. So there it is right there. It's not even taking him a minute, and already everything turned upside down. Right, a bill proposing a return to regional government in Nigeria is before the National Assembly and is expected to be passed into law before October the 1st, 2024. So, I mean, it's a it's a heavy lift, and I'm not sure if that can pass because that is a fundamental change to the country, a fundamental change to the country. So I'm not quite sure if that bill can pass at that rapid a speed. And if they revert to regional government, what are the composing regions of that regional government? Because the composition of the region changed from the independence three-way split to now a six-way split. So what will be the composition of that regional government? A bill proposing a return to regional government in Nigeria is before the National Assembly and is expected to be passed into law before October the 1st, 2024. I suspect that might not be possible to be passed to law. Part of the draft bill circulating on social media, seen by correspondents, titled "A Bill for an Act to Substitute the Annexure of Decree 24 of 1999 with a new governance model for the Federal Republic of Nigeria." Although the identities of the sponsors of the bill were yet to be ascertained, the bill, when passed, will be cited as the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria New Governance Model for Nigeria Act 2024. The sponsors of the bill explained that the current Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, as amended, is not autochanos. I'm not quite sure. I have to look up that word. It's not autochanos, as it does not evolve from the deliberations and consensus of Nigerians. According to the advocate, the Constitution amendment would be subject to a yes-no vote in a referendum by the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Part of the draft bill seen by correspondents are partly read. Part 1, preliminaries. Whereas Nigeria, its people and government have been governed under, let me take that from the top again. I don't quite like the flow. I'll speed through it. A bill proposing a return to regional government in Nigeria is before the National Assembly and is expected to pass into law before October 2024. That will be what in about we're in June, July, August, September, October, within 5 months. Part of the draft bill circulating on social media, seen by correspondents, is titled "A Bill for an Act to Substitute the Annexure to Decree 24 of 1999 with a new governance model for the Federal Republic of Nigeria." Although the identities of the sponsors of the bill were yet to be ascertained, the bill, when passed, would be cited as the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria New Governance Model for Nigeria Act 2024. The sponsors of the bill explained that the current Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, as amended, is not autochanos, as it does not evolve from the deliberations and consensus of the Nigerian people. According to the advocates, the Constitution amendment will be subject to a yes-no vote in a referendum of the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Part of the draft bill, as seen by correspondents on Friday, partly read. Part 1, preliminary. Whereas Nigeria, its people and government have been governed under Decree 24 of 1999 that was handed down by the then military government without the express consent of the people, despite the preamble of "We the People." Whereas the said Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, as amended, is not autochanos, as it does not evolve from the deliberations and consensus of the Nigerian people, whereas the people of Nigeria now desire and effectively demand for a change to a constitution based on federal/regional system of government, whereas the federal and regional governments are to operate within the provisions of this constitution, it is within the discretion of the ethnic blocs within the states that constitute a given region to aggregate or disaggregate as provinces, divisions, and districts, whilst being in control of their affairs without let or hindrance at whatever level of governance. Whereas the 1999 Constitution, as amended, is a schedule of a military decree now deemed to be an act of the National Assembly, for which the National Assembly have power to amend and or abrogate as expedient. Whereas the National Assembly, where so necessary and expedient, can invoke the doctrine of necessity to resolve any point of law for the good governance of the country, Nigeria. Part 2, substitution clause. The drafters proposed that the National Assembly shall evoke its inherent powers to expunge the schedule attached to Decree 24 of 1999, often referred to as 1999 Constitution as amended from the decree, which is now deemed to be an act of the National Assembly, to which the National Assembly have power to so do and replace, and on it goes. So, do you want the full? I might as well give you the fullness of it. On the governance structure under Part 3, stipulations for the federal administration, the sponsors proposed that 1, Nigeria shall be a federation comprising of regional territories and a federal capital territory, and shall be a republic to be known by the name the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that is the pertinent paragraph right there. On governance structures under Part 3, stipulations for federation administration, sponsors proposed that 1, Nigeria shall be a federation comprising of regional territories and a federal capital territory. So there it is. 2, the territorial jurisdiction of Nigeria shall comprise the territory of the regional members of the federation, and its boundaries shall be determined by international agreement. 3.2, basis of the federation, every ethnic nationality and people in Nigeria has an unconditional right to self-determination within here delineated, within, that should be there, delineated territories. Number 2, the sovereignty, power, and authority to formulate the articles of association towards any reform of the central federal government of Nigeria at any other time shall lie jointly and severally with all the ethnic nationalities occupying their respective territories. Number 3, every ethnic nationality and people in Nigeria has the right to a full measure of self-government, which includes the right to establish institutions of government in the territory that it inhabits, and to equitable representation in the federal regional government. And number 4, ethnic nationalities or people, for the purpose of this constitution, is a group of people who have or share large measures of a common culture or similar customs, mutual intelligibility of language, belief in a common or related identity, a common psychological makeup, and who inhabit. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The yeah, some people are telling me that this is fake news, and I'm inclined to lean towards concluding that it is fake news, because it's just too big a leap for it not to be fake news. It's too big a news for it not to be fake news. So that's Jide, the link is there. So come join me in the studio. No one here so far. So it's too big a lift for it not to be fake news. But it's still worth reflecting on because it's been widely circulated. Let me actually let me see if I can let me bring something up to show you. It's been widely circulated. So if you look on your screen right there, that's what's being circulated. This is right from so close to 20 people sent me this. So and that is the bill now that's been that's what I just read to you essentially. But there it is. Yay or nay. So yay or nay. So we go on from there to another one. What do you think of, so this is a vox pop on Tinubu along regional lines. So there's somewhat of a predictability to what you may hear from this one. This is from 30 cents. I've already told you about 30 cents. They go on raw data and raw data only. What do you think of President Tinubu's performance in 1 year? So the color red is very poor. The color, and then as these colors, that's poor. That brownish sort of color is that's very poor. That's poor. That's fair. That's good. And blue is excellent. So green is blue, and the varying shades of red are from very poor to etc. So this is what the South think of President Tinubu. So this is what the South think of President Tinubu. 78% of them think is very poor, his performance within the first year. The 18% of them think is poor and 4% think is fair. So in the South, 78% think is very poor, 18% think he's poor, and 4% think is fair. So now you'd have expected those figures from the Southeast, but the figures from the Southeast are not too far behind. In the Southeast, 62% think it's very poor, 37% think it's poor, and 1% thinks it's fair. So now we go to the Northeast, 58% think it's very poor, 27% think it's poor, 12% think is fair, and 3% think is good. So that's the Northeast. 58% think is very poor, 27% think is poor, 12% think is fair, and 3% think is good. So we now go to its territory, which is the Southwest, of course, and the figure starts to change somewhat. In the Southwest, 43% think is very poor, 27% think he is poor, 21% think is fair, 8% think is good, and 1% think is excellent. In the North Central, 35% think is very poor, 39% think is poor, 24% fair, and 2% good. In the Northwest, 35% are very poor, 29% poor, 32%. So I think his best performance is in the Northwest. Because 32% in the Northwest think is fair and 4% think is good. So you'd have expected those figures for the Southwest, but his best performance is in the Northwest, and I think that is where the body of the population is. So that's somewhat of a snapshot of the Tinubu administration. It looks as though Reno Omokri has bullied Peter Obi out of hiding. Identify and punish the culprits. Peter Obi fumes over the killing of soldiers in Abia State. So he was bullied to doing this. So remember that Reno Omokri put a clock on him, and every 4 hours he was saying he's still not spoken. So he was bullied out of but what is the repercussion of this, by the way? Because if the Ipobians turn against him, he's toast. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate in the February 2023 presidential election, Peter Obi, has condemned the gruesome killing of 5 soldiers in Abia State. Correspondents reported that the soldiers were pied during the sit-at-home on Thursday with many vehicles and tricycles also set ablaze by the rampaging IPOB terrorist. In a statement via his Instagram handle on Friday, Obi mourned the dead soldiers and demanded a thorough investigation to fish out the perpetrators of the heinous crime. The former governor of Anambra State added that the country's failure to protect its citizens and security personnel shows a sign of deficiency. So it's palming this on to Tinubu. This guy, man, is an unbelievable fella. Unbelievable. He said, I am appalled and saddened by the attack on our brave soldiers in Abia State yesterday, resulting in the death of 5 soldiers. This dastardly act remains condemnable as it is a stark reminder of the escalating insecurity and violence that has continued to plague our nation under our collective watch. My heart goes out in solidarity and sincere condolences to my brother, Dr. Alex Oti, governor of Abia State, and the good people of the state. I suspect that your heart should go to the soldiers first. Nothing happened to Alex Oti or his family, but brave Nigerian soldiers were killed at their duty post by your clansmen. More directly, my condolences go to the families of the fallen heroes who have paid the ultimate price in the service of our country. Their sacrifice shall never be forgotten, and we owe it to them to demand accountability and justice. Our failure as a nation to protect our citizens and security personnel is a clear dereliction of duty and sign of deficiency of the Nigerian state. The continued brutality and bloodshed in our nation must be met with swift and decisive action, not empty words and hollow promises. I condemn this atrocity in strong terms and demand an immediate and thorough investigation into this crime in order to identify and punish the perpetrators. We must not stand idly. We must not stand idly by while our nation is torn apart by violence and fear. There's no condemnation of IPOB, by the way, in this. We have to call it a diatribe. There's no condemnation of IPOB. I condemn this atrocity, and there's no condemnation of the sit at home either. I condemn this atrocity in strong terms and demand an immediate and thorough investigation into this crime in order to identify and punish the perpetrators, the culprits. We must not stand idly by whilst our nation is torn apart by violence and fear. We will continue to push for a better future where our citizens and security forces are protected and valued. So that is Peter be somewhat vague and ambiguous response to the goings on in the southeast. Tension as soldiers lay siege on Aba market short. Olomo kilo fomore e niaro. That's what we say in Yoruba land. Olomo kilo fomore e niaro. Tension is increasing in Abia State. Tension is increasing in Abia State as soldiers have taken over the city following the killing of 5 of their colleagues at a military checkpoint located in XYZ, wherever. Gunmen suspected to be enforcers of the sit-at-home order directed by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB had attacked the checkpoint and killed 5 soldiers and burnt 2 patrol vans as well as their checkpoint. The tension over the killing has increased, with 2 military helicopters still hovering over Ogbo Hill area and environ. Correspondents gathered that the residents have resorted to scampering for safety whenever they sighted the several patrol team of soldiers who moved on top speed. We all know where that is headed. So there's that. Let me go from there to another one. Killing of soldiers in Abia State. Don't be fierce in your reprisal. Igbo elders beg soldiers. So yes, I think bloods will be shed there without a doubt. Tax Committee proposes reduction in personal income tax for Nigerians earning less than 2 million naira a month. So yes, more monies in the pockets of Nigerians. This goes somewhat to insulating that narrative of the minimum wage. So that goes, and this again is that proposed bill that I just read you, like I said, is rife all over social media. Somebody is describing it as a fake news. Supreme Court grants accelerated hearing in federal government suit seeking local government autonomy. So this is part of the restructuring that I'm telling you is taking place at a rapid pace. So all of the heavy liftings that all previous administrations that they docked, Tinubu seems to be taking them head on. The Supreme Court on Thursday ordered accelerated. I'm only going to give you about 3-4 paragraphs of this. The Supreme Court on Thursday ordered accelerated hearing in the suit filed by the federal government seeking the autonomy of local government councils in the country. Consequently, the Apex Court ordered the 36 state governors to file their respective defense in the suit within 7 days and fixed June the 13th for hearing. The Supreme Court had last week scheduled the matter for hearing for Thursday, May the 30th. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, had on behalf of the federal government sued the 36 states over the manner the governors are running the local government. In the suit marked XYZ, the AGF prayed the Apex Court for an order prohibiting state governors from unilaterally, arbitrarily, that should be arbitrarily anyway, so let me read it as it should read. The suit marked XYZ, in the suit marked XYZ, the AGF prayed the Apex Court for an order prohibiting state governors from unilateral, arbitrary, and unlawful dissolution of democratically elected local government executives. So that law has still not it's still halfway house, because the local government elections should be it should be the purview of INEC and not the state governor. So that needs to be addressed as well. When the matter came up on Thursday, the AGF brought an application for the abridgment of time for the hearing of the suit. Fagbemi, whilst arguing the application, requested the court to order the defendants to file their defense within 5 days in view of the urgency of the matter. The chairman body of Attorney General of the States of the Federation, Ben Odur, who is also the Attorney General of Ebonyi State, did not object to the request for the abridgment of time. He, however, prayed to the Apex Court to give them 15 days as against the 5 days proposed by the AGF. I think they are going to fight this tooth and nail, because that's half their AWOF money that is just being taken away from them right there. So that's half their AWOF. But I want that to go through at record speed. This is the carryover from yesterday. I wanted to bring you this, but the website that was I wanted to read it from kept crashing. Justin, 40 directors failed permanent secretary qualifying exams. So this is it, isn't it? Incompetence Central, which is the another name for Nigeria, Incompetence Central. No fewer than 40 directors failed the qualifying examination for appointment to the position of permanent secretary, correspondence length. Out of the 92 directors who took the examination on May the 27th, 2024, 40 scored below 50%, indicating failure, according to the result obtained by correspondents in Abuja. It was also gathered that 3 directors were absent. One was unable to complete the exam. So there it is. They probably still retain them anyway. So Folashade Yemi Eson, the head of civil service of the Federation, relayed pertinent details in a circular addressed to key government figures such as the chief of staff and the Secretary to the Federation. Yemi Eston's circular, dated April the 19th, 2024, and personally signed, outlined eligibility criteria, stressing that only directors who attained substantive director status by January the 1st, 2022 qualify for consideration. So there it is right there. The country is being run by a bunch of incompetent buffoons. So tell us what we don't already know. So tell us, there's only one person in the studio at the moment. So if anybody wants to hop on, hop on. So let's go on to this next one now. Nigerian court grants tomato paste reviewer Chioma Okoli 5 million naira bail. So that's that girl then. So that's the latest installment in her narrative. I am doing my best. State governors must also be sympathetic to Nigerians and meet their needs. So this is Tinubu now saying that he cannot carry the lift alone. I'll just give you about 3 paragraphs from this. President Bola Tinubu has urged state governments to focus on the needs of rural areas for speedy economic development in Nigeria. Tinubu said the call was made to ensure accountability and effectiveness in the administration of local governments. The president made the appeal on Thursday at a meeting with the leadership of Arewa Consultative Forum at the presidential villa. He said, "We are running a constitutional democracy. I appeal to you to summon the governors. I am doing my very best to enhance the revenue base of the country. They must equally be sympathetic and they must urgently consider the needs of the local people. People reside in the local communities. That is where they work, farm, and live. If the local governments are not effective in delivering services, as leaders, we must not hang on to the numbers. We have 774 local government areas, but are they truly? So this is another language of restructuring, by the way. I think he wants to condense the numbers, is what he's saying. People reside in the local communities. That is where they work, farm, and live. If the local governments are not effective in delivering services, as leaders, we must not hang on to the numbers. We have 774 local government areas, but are they truly effective? Do they solve problems for Nigerians? Do they coordinate development programming with the state and federal government? Who is being held accountable for the performance of the 774 local governments? Maybe we should look at recalibrating. What was good 4 years ago may not be good today. When we want to vote, we go to the locals. When we get the vote, we move to and focus on Abuja, highlighting the significance of education in nation building. The president described the situation of out-of-school children in parts of Nigeria as unacceptable. So I think he's speaking frontally to the northerners there. So 2 more, and then we do the K guys, and then we see where we land. Nigerian lawmakers seek to strip Central Bank of Nigeria of crucial powers. So we may not be able to read much of this because this is behind the paywall. This is from Bloomberg, and I'm not playing Bloomberg to read anything. It says Nigerian lawmakers want to strip the Central Bank of Nigerian lawmakers want to strip the Central Bank of the final decision in setting interest rates, instead proposing a new team to be headed by the Minister of Finance. So this looks like internal squabblings between Wale Edun and Yemi Cardoso. They're very faint, the next line. A trio of legislative proposals are making their way through. And that's the most I can see from there. So I think we get the gist of that. The last one is from Bloomberg as well. So the headline will probably tell you the most you get out of it. Nigerian panel seeks to slash number of taxes by 87%. So I think we got this already in a press briefing from is it Tunji Ojo or somebody like that? Whoever is it was Ayodele, whatever his name is, the guy from the tax committee. Nigeria plans to reduce the number of levies in Africa's most populous nation by more than 87% in a bid to make it easier for residents to pay tax and boost revenue. The Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee is seeking approval from lawmakers and the president to keep the income tax, value added tax, property tax, custom duties, excise taxes, and that is the most I can read from that. But I think you get the gist of that as well. So, yes, you get the gist of that. I played the Kegite music. We kicked the session off. Like I said, the room is barely populated, so it is a participatory sport. So if you want the session, then you have to be an active participant. But first, the Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amepo. So Ikuko Niru Agweshe, Ogweni joins us. Good to see you, Ogweni. The majestic King Emeka after a period away. Ekene joins us from Alaba. Jide joins us from somewhere, probably from Banana Island. So there it is. That's the assembled so far. More spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Super chatter so far. Alexander Gomez and Ayo. So we want to see that space going up, and Adex Legacy. So we want to see that space going up as we listen. And now to let's kick it off with Ogweni. Ogweni, you're up first.
Wama, good evening.
Now, wow, this Nigeria matter. I read through this very laborious thing to read through, but people hinting that it's fake news. National Assembly consider bill proposing return of Nigeria to regional government. So I'm sure you've seen it. It's like wildfire. It's gone around social media.
I've seen Wama, but I'm skeptical about believing anything I see on social media now. Although I still believe Sarah reporter to a great extent, and that's why I'll be holding at least a big credibility to the news. But I don't see how the government wants to achieve this one, if at all there's any bill like that. But let me first say that, do you know there are some numbers, or let me say several bills before the National Assembly that are just sleeping there? So there could be there are a lot of backlog of bills. Some you just hear the noise and they abandon it. Some inherited from the last session and nobody is pushing it further. Probably the senator that sponsored it gone, not returned to the house, and then nobody is pushing. What they do in developed countries is that they filter out bills like that, and then you try to look for senators that want to push it. If you don't push it, then it becomes part of your there's something they call it in legislative terms, and then you trash it. It's not. But what we do in Nigeria, we just keep it there in limbo. For instance, if you look at our what we call anti-gay act, which is actually the law against homosexualities and others in Nigeria, you realize that Senator Domingo, that if I can recall, that proposed that act was referring to or referred to a bill that has been there like about I think about 8 years before he dusted it and then promoted it again. So we have a lot of backlogs of bills before the National Assembly. I won't be surprised if this one is just one of it. Maybe somebody just proposed it maybe years back and it's still lying there, and Shore just wants to prove a point and they're dusting this thing out and bringing it out. Because now that what is in the air now is that, Nigeria, we hate D is back, 1960, this thing, this is what is going to sell in the media now. Okay, let's push this. Let's remind them that there's a bill, before the National Assembly and all that.
If you look at your screen, this is actually what's really circulating on social media. The draft of that bill, it's everywhere you go. It's everywhere.
So, one man, like I told you, this thing you see, anybody can draft it and just post it. There are so many idiots online these days. So it makes me to be skeptical when I see things. And then another thing is that anybody can propose. Any members of the Senate or rep can propose a bill. A bill can be executive bill coming from the executive, and it can be private coming within them. So anybody can promote. So who is the Senate? Who is the senator or the member of House of Representatives that is proposing this or that have submitted it to the House or Senate?
Yeah, that's the curious thing. There's no name attached to it. There's no. The sponsors remain anonymous.
That's the issue. Like the one of Nigerian we AD, I know is the man from my state, Michael.
Do you think it's a kite? Do you know what a kite is? They are flying it out there to see what the public response is. Do you think
possible? But if they're going to fly, it won't come first through Sahara Reporter. I'm not sure Sahara Reporter is one of their guys.
No, Sahara Reporter just picked that bill up. Everybody's reported it now. So it's not. What Sahara Reporter is reporting is this actual. They came across this and then they built. They built an article around it. Yes.
Oh man, don't be surprised by tomorrow that you just said that this bill was probably one of the bills somebody proposed in maybe fifth or sixth legislative session, and they've killed it immediately. It didn't even go to second reading or blah blah blah. So I don't necessarily believe all this, but and let me tell you, the legality of it is even what I'm interested in. You can't propose to return the regional system without amending the constitution. It won't come through the act of the National Assembly. It will not. So I don't see this flying. Why? Because you see, our what do I call it now? Our political structure, or we call it system of government that we're running in Nigeria, is constitutionally prescribed, is constitutionally structured. Let me say Nigeria is constitutionally structured. If you have to restructure Nigeria, then you have to go back to the constitution and you have to propose an amendment to the constitution. Don't forget, we use a rigid written constitution. You can't use an act of the National Assembly to restructure Nigeria. Let me put it another way. every political structure you see in Nigeria, be it at the federal, states, and then at the local government level, they are all established by the Constitution of Nigeria. You remember the 774 local government that we have in Nigeria. You remember Tinubu wanted to add more in his time, 1999 to 2007. What the Supreme Court heard in the decision that the federal government took state government to court, Lagos state government to court, was that you cannot restructure the political structure of Nigeria without amending the constitution. So you can't add to it, you can't subtract from it unless you amend the constitution. And they said, okay, the best Tinubu can do is what he's doing. He now converted all those things to what they have now. So as it stands, if you are now proposing an act of the National Assembly to restructure what the Constitution proposed, it will just take people like Femi Falana just one motion before the court, and they will nullify all these things. So I don't think a serious government would actually want to go this way. But I want to believe that it's just one of those bills, like which one? That man from, was it Gombe, that proposed the other time, that anti-social media bills. There are a lot of bills they proposed in the past and you won't see the light of the day. And you won't even see too much noise on it. So I want to believe it's a fake news. I want to believe probably somebody just sat somewhere, drafted something, and they wanted to promote it through his senator, and it didn't fly, or a senator or House of Rep member tried to put it in and it didn't fly sometimes ago, or they still have it in cooler now, they thought it's something they should push and others. But if they still have it in mind, my message to them is that it cannot fly, because we are running a written constitution, and you just have to amend your constitution before you can restructure Nigerian government political structure. That is my take on that, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this one. This is somewhat of a vox pop, a snapshot of our sentiments across the geopolitical regions. So scorecard for Tinubu after a year. The people in the South, they have no truck with him. But surprisingly, his highest approval rating is from the Northwest. Does that surprise you?
Not at all, Oma. Not at all. And I will tell you the reason.
Because actually, its lowest ranking is in the South. 78% of them think it's useless, very poor, and 4% think it's doing a fair job. 62% Southeast are very poor. 1% think it's doing a fair job. 58% Northeast are very poor. 3% actually thinks it's doing a good job. 43% Southwest are very poor. Actually, 1% thinks it's doing excellent, 8% thinks it's doing good. But the North Central and the Northwest seems to be where his highest ratings are.
This statistic, is it the one coming from StatiSense, right?
Yes, coming from StatiSense, yes.
Okay. You know, in most cases, all these statistics, if you look at the numbers of sampling they're using, you realize there are just few sampling. At most, maybe 500 people voted in all these things, and then make their this thing known. Then if you break it down, also, for instance, South, you say 78%. No, sorry, Southeast. Where's Northeast? Northeast, you say 58%. So you may want to ask, okay, what are the parameters? What are the indices? What are the indicators? What did they look at? Is it in terms of security? Is it in terms of food security? Is it in terms of electricity provision? Or is it in terms of consistency? Or, you know, a lot of things you really want to look at. So, and that's why for me, I said when I rate government, I don't like particular personalities, leaders. I don't like doing this, this general, how do I put it now? This using one brush, to just describe maybe somebody's 4 years, or like Tinubu now, maybe somebody's 1 year. I will just use one paragraph to describe what my understanding of what is happening is. I'm not that type because I'm a researcher. I know I should narrow things on parameter or indicators, indices. What are the fundamentals I'm looking at? So, like Northeast now, if you look at if it's issue of security you want to talk about in Northeast, there's an improvement, very visible one, improvement. Yes, I know it has started from towards the tail end of Buhari time. Zulum is trying so much in that axis, but there is not too much noise you hear about Boko Haram these days. That is being taken care of. So if you look at our indices or indicator, I expect Tinubu to score very well in the Northeast in terms of that. If you look at in terms of resettling IDP camps, he's doing fine in that area. They are resettling them gradually, even though there are pushback. You see Boko Haram still going to, in some cases, still going to attack IDP camp, and you see mistake happening even within the Nigerian military on IDP camp. But they are restructuring, they are returning them, they are trying to bring life back, reintegrating them back, and bring back life to them, and try to, put them back to their native land. If in terms of food insecurity, for me, Tinubu should score very low in the Northeast. The reason is the people he has been able to resettled are yet not going back to their farm fully because of insecurity. So, and because of that, that is telling on food security around us. So, I'm just giving you an example of what I'll be looking at. So, I won't just bring one big brush and just say, oh, Tinubu is not performing, or Tinubu is performing, or oh, kudos to Tinubu. I won't do that. I rather want to look at what is static sense saying. What are their indices? What are the indicators? This is what you do when you are running data analysis, and not somebody just brings summary or something else and then they post it on Twitter and then people cache it. Yeah, people can cache it, but I don't see somebody who is intellectually sound in terms of statistic to just cache things and go with it. So that's my take on that. Kudos to static sense. Next time they should do better in showing us the indicators they are considering, and then how many people, what's their sampling population about. So Omar, this Supreme Court, yes.
Yes, go on.
I've mentioned this thing before, and it's one of my, apart from electricity and healthcare and education too, this is one of my major focus or expectation in this government. I've mentioned it severally on this platform. Until and unless we grant local government autonomy in Nigeria, we are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. On this platform before, I've suggested that if I were the president or I happen to be Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, I would take agriculture to the locals. I will take agriculture to the locals. And I'm not talking about subsistence farming. I will take commercialized, big industrialized farming down to the locals. Meaning that my target will be 774 local governments in Nigeria. Simple. So whatever policy I want to do, I've mentioned it here before. I think somebody canvassed an argument against it when I said that Tinubu should summon or have meeting with all the chairmen of 774 local governments in Nigeria. Said it here before, that he should have a meeting the same way he's having meeting with governor, the same way he's having meeting with his cabinet, the ministers. He should have meeting with 774. It's not too much for Nigeria to gather them and engage them. It could be retreat of a whole week retreat. Then you have those ones that are coming, okay, you're the one representing South, and then they should all come with their proposals. What is the strength of your local government? That's what they do here in the United Kingdom. They have they take things back to the local level. Many of the things we do, they achieve here, they run it through the local government, even including election. The way they conduct their election, they run it down to the local government. Your election registration, your everything, they takes it back to the local level. The tar roads here, you still see local government involved in it. your council tax, no government collect it, and the garbage, they are the one that will come and pack it. Many of the council flats you see around are not owned by state government or federal government in terms of accommodation, in terms of shelter. They provide shelter more to the people. And when you want to get benefit and all these things, are the Westminster don't just set up one humanitarian ministry the way we do, and then humanitarian ministry will start distributing or gathering data right from Abuja. They don't do that. Here, what they do is each local government has the data of who are the people around them, who are the people that want to be given benefit, allowances, and all these things. So if they want to get information or data about what is going on, birth rate, death rate, all those things, they run it through local government. And there are some basic maternity centers that are run by the local government. So that even primary school here, if they have to get a slot for your child to be enrolled into primary school, you run it through local government. You go to the local government website to go and apply. And then they know capacity of each primary school in your local government level. So they know where to enroll your child. They know where you are staying. They know the next primary school to where you are staying, the closest. And if you are not, if they realize that the closest is too is filled up, they know the next one they must get for you. They are the one regulating earth visitors, which in Nigeria we call shoes. They no longer function like earth visitors. All those environmental janitors in those days of environmental sanitation, local government run all those things. And today we still have them in Nigeria. But unfortunately, they are there just collecting salary without doing anything. If you go to my own local government, for instance, now, you go to the back of my own local government council, you see a lot of tractors that are wasting there. Rotting tractors that are wasting there. Why? Because the local governments are not functioning and people are not, you can't put them on their toes. Why? Because when their finances comes, when their monies come from the federal government, it enters what all these charlatans call themselves governors, called Jack. And when I say charlatans, don't exempt any governor in Nigeria. Maybe perhaps for Sanwo-Olu to an extent, because there's a law already that regulates how money for local government should be distributed in Lagos. Maybe to an extent. Or many of them, they will refuse to conduct election to local governments, those governors. When PMB, Muhammadu Buhari, the former president, made an executive order to get this autonomy, they kicked against it. I remember later Keredolu was the major force against this autonomy, including my home governor back then, Fayemi. They all kicked against it. They fought it to a standstill, including judicial autonomy in this country. But they will never tell you, why are you fighting this thing? Why? Because the bulk of the money that comes to state government, they know that is those money in Jack. So they give peanuts to the state government. And so what do you want? The local government cannot function again. Do you know your market space, your marketplace you have in in any local government? They are owned by local government. They should be run by local government. Many market places we have today now, you will see governor. For instance, I think Governor Oti recently visited one of a major market in Aba also. And I was wondering, I said, this is the function of a local government chairman in UK. It's not your function. Market stores, marketplace, car park, bus park, all those things belong to the local government. It's not your function. But because we have a very warped system in Nigeria, we don't even know what is right again. If you tell some people that's not the function of government, they even curse you, they talk to you anyhow, because they don't even understand the basis for all these things. Because an average Nigerian don't even study their constitution. They don't even know what is there. So I'm happy that the Attorney General of the Federation, Mr. Fagbe, Mr. Advocate of Nigeria, has taken that discretion. We're a very good one. I'm supporting this one. Back to the Supreme Court. Share those governors, they fought Buhari back then through executive order. Then let the Supreme Court come and tell us, and now it becomes a public record. Let each governor comes and tell us why local government should not have autonomy in Nigeria. And once there is a judgment of Supreme Court there, all of them will have their name written in the sand of history. The ones that are against, we will all know. The ones that are support, we will all know. And justices that will rule against this thing, we will all know. Justices that will rule in favor, we will all know. If the majority decision of the Supreme Court says they must have autonomy, then I expect the federal government to start effecting it immediately. Start with finances. Demolish all those jack accounts, nonsense accounts that they are flying around. Let their money move from the federal government directly to the local government. That is how that's how the system functions in advanced countries. And then the election to local government, mandate every governor, there must be election to local government, free and fair. I learned that the one in Abia now has appointed what they call mayor to local government, which is not known to the constitution. You're appointing mayor. Where do you find mayor in the constitution? How are you different from Aregbesola that changes state to state of Osun and they are doing what they just like in the state? So that's my take on this. I'm supporting the federal government. I think it's part of where our restructuring should be starting from. Local government should be granted autonomy if we're going to make things work in Nigeria. Thank you, Woma. What else do you want me to talk on?
All right, to the goings on in Abia State, I'll take you to two more topics, and then we're going from you to Ekene. We were going to go to Ebeka, but I think it dropped for a moment. Let me take you to the goings on in Abia State. 5 soldiers now killed, and of course, we know I don't know why they do these things. We know what will happen next, and it looks as though what will happen next is already about to happen.
Woma, I don't like how people politicize these soldiers that were killed in Aba. The reason is this: they kill soldiers regularly in Nigeria. They kill police. Don't let me say they pie these people regularly in Nigeria. Unfortunately, the Nigerians that they work for find a way to glut, to grin, and even subtly happy when all this calamity happen to all these people. They transfer their aggression to their aggression that not really should be against their political leaders or leadership. Some Nigerians would decide to transfer it to the military officers. Okay? And so it is a dysfunctional system and mentality too, that you see a soldier that is fighting for your country, a soldier that is defending your country. Yes, there are bad eggs among them, but collectively, you see them as bad. It's an institution. So when you now turn a soldier to people that you can buy anyhow in the street, then, and there's no security, same Nigerians will still come and complain about insecurity. You see the irony in our life. We will come back and complain about insecurity. And there's something I want to note. You see, I was privileged to be around them, to stay around them, Yobe, all those Damaturu Potiskum, to Mubi, Ubaskira, Michika, all those areas, Hong Song, Numa. I was staying around that side. I was staying particularly in Mubi and Yola when Boko Haram started in Nigeria. Started relatively 2006, 2007, that hit, till I left there around 2011, 12. And I handled some cases that related to all these Boko Haram guys' cases. I remember back then, when you criticize, particularly then I used to attend this Equa church. That was this Equa church. I won't mention it. This is one of those Equa church back then in Yola. So on Sunday, when you leave the church and probably all those Meru and Co, you're engaging them. You see, they started like this, those guys back then. You see soldiers leaving their camp. When soldiers and police leave their camp, they off their uniform. When they are coming out from the bar, they off their uniform. Why? Because they started attacking soldiers, they started attacking police, they started attacking custom officers and any officer of the law in the country. And when you engage those Meruwa guys and Co, you will see a subtle support from the populace. Okay, you see them. They have this way of justifying what people were doing back then in all those UB houses. I'm talking about 2006 and 2007. In fact, in 2008, I attended one program in the University of Maiduguri. It was this Christian Corpus Fellowship program where we attended. And do you know what? The last day of a particular program was when we were starting that program. I saw people burning, crying, wailing, and burning their certificates. Why? Because I think they don't buy that man now. One professor, the professor from the northern part of Nigeria, from that Maiduguri, the professor is one of those, one of the Pantami guys, one of those professors in the Middle East, came around to preach to them why Western education is bad, why it is an ram to our Western education, and all certificate that you have obtained from that knowledge that you have gained, you have to purge yourself and burn them. People were bringing out their certificate. I'm telling you why I witnessed bringing out certificate, they were burning it. Why? Because they had the support of their people. A university even gave them platform to hold what you can call retreats, open ground retreat. I'm telling you, 2008. But we can all see the product of that small baby that the communities and the societies were tendering, pampering, thinking they were against the federal government back then. And this is what is happening in the Southeast. I've never been shy to talk about it. Many of these things that happen in the Southeast have the support of the people, of the locals. And when you start like this, and you are giving subtle support because you think, oh, it's federal government. Okay, soldiers are federal government agents. So you think, oh, whatever happened to them, after all, it demarcates the federal government, demarcates the government. At the end of the day, they become a monster that you will be calling this federal government to come and help you to fight in your region. So my heart goes to the family of these soldiers, and I don't think that they should. And I see the way they are politicizing is also to demarcate Alex Oti. For what? What has Alex Oti done? He's just the governor of his state. He has no control on what is happening there. So whatever has happened there, what I don't want to hear is that by the time the soldiers now enter to fish out those guys, don't start crying or shouting or wailing. If you have rejoiced and you are happy that this happened to them, they must also get justice for their officials. And that is why if I see somebody like Femfana still coming out to come and make noise on this, he's an hypocrite. I will always say it. You're an hypocrite. You can't say they kill lawyers in Abuja, and we see Femfana and others talking about getting trial, getting justice. They will put NBA on their toes and co. So how is the life of a lawyer being killed different from a soldier? Not killed in war, but some civilians just laid siege and they killed them. You know? So for me, I wish Alex Oti well. I don't know how he's going to manage this situation. There have been every Monday sit at home. I don't know. I've not really heard him talk about it. I think in most cases he will just tell them it's not too good for the economy and others. I don't know the action he's taking. I know Enugu governor has taken action. There was a time like that, but I can remember what most of my brothers in the Southeast was talking about Enugu governor back then. Not all of them, but many of them are my friends.
Do you, Peter, be asked to make commentaries on this as well? Bullied by Reno Mokri. You saw how Reno Mokri was tracking him on social media.
I've seen.
Yeah, but just ambiguous, non-committal.
I've seen it now. There's nothing definite in what Obi has said now, and I don't expect Obi to really say much too. That's Obi. I don't know. I don't know why people have this.
Do you think it's afraid of criticizing that space?
It's Obi now. It's Obi. We all, if we start with where Obi has shined away from being categorical on things that may jeopardize his political goal or ambition, we won't end it today. I've mentioned some before. We won't end it today. There are a lot of areas Obi would just not be definite. Look at Abure matter. What's Obi doing on that matter? Obi told us there will be forensic audit. How many months down the line now? Do you see any forensic audit? The only thing we are now seeing now is that he's padding again with Abure. probably having gone to Atiku and he couldn't get what he's getting in Atiku, now back. Kenneth Okonkwo resigned from Labour Party. I've not seen Obi talking about it. Kenneth Okonkwo is saying that Abure is a gunner. Obi is still paddling Abure. And so is Obi. So why are people really so concerned? And then Reno mockery too. Why are you politicizing this? Why are you calling Obi out? What will Obi's comment do? Will it bring them back alive? It won't. Will it change anything? It's not going to change anything. Will it change the mind of the soldier? It's not going to change the mind of the soldier. So why is it calling Obi out? You're just politicizing this thing. If they lay seed and killed soldiers in a place in Nigeria, let's police investigate. If the Police Act allows police to invite military, and that's another point I like to make on this platform, which many people don't know. I say, why are you calling? But no, you can stay in that your USA or Australia or where you are staying. Stay by the laws that operate in your state. Understand the laws that operate in Nigeria first before you start making comments. And that's what they call informed opinion, so that you know that your opinion has a basis. The Police Act in Nigeria allow police to even invite soldiers when they realize that they are overwhelmed or the security situation may escalate more than what they can handle. So it's the difference. So if you don't see soldiers tomorrow now entering Aba, probably to be fishing out all those guys and others, I know what will be coming out from different quarters in Nigeria. Some will tell you that, oh, it's against LSOT. I've already been seeing different comments saying it's a distraction. They did that for purpose. And I wonder, so who is distracting who now? Is it federal government that killed its own officer to distract Nigerians from focusing on federal government? Or IPOB is now the agent of federal government that, So you see a lot of things outside there. I don't bother myself too much about them any longer because there are so many people online. Just type. You don't know who is sitting on the other hand. Anybody can just type and post anything. So it doesn't change anything. One man, that's okay. I've not seen anything in the world. Obi even didn't condemn IPOB. And I'm not surprised.
Yes, that's what disappointed, but like you, not surprised because if it condemns IPOB, then I think it loses 40% of its followership.
Obi couched his comments in what in English language you call third person narrative. If you notice, it's third person narrative. So it's more of it's neither there nor there. He's not active. He's in what they call passive voice. so, but I expect that Obi is a politician. Obi need votes in 2027. Obi still need his base. Obi, as far as the last election result shows, Obi is a regional candidate. He's a sectional candidate. Why? Because Obi had 90% plus of vote from a particular region or section. And Obi will always want to keep that region. If you're also a politician, you really want to keep that region. So you don't want to ruffle, you don't want to offend, the stakeholders and interest. And whether you like it or not, IPOB has a very strong base in the Southeast Nigeria. Whether I like it or not, they've been doing sit-at-home all this while, nothing has happened. When the governor came and tried to dislodge sit-at-home, they fought it back to a standstill and they revert back to their sit-at-home. So IPOB is a very strong distance, has a very strong followership there. So the best thing for Obi is to be very careful and tread with caution in that area. So as a politician, I'm not surprised. And I don't know why. I don't see any reason why Reno should politicize that issue. Thank you, one more for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Ogbeni. I wanted to sound you on the change of a national anthem and whatnot.
That's fine.
All right. Yes, the change of national anthem. Give us a brief commentary on that. But before you give us your commentary, listen to Aisha Yesufu's commentary on it. taking this no grief for anybody thing too far? Is that a disrespect to the government or the sovereignty of the nation, the anthem of the nation being played, and this rascal from the creeks are showing defiance by sitting down?
One man, you see, why do we like? I don't. You see, yeah, it is important to recognize, and respect that not everyone can stand when the national anthem is played. I hope you know that people with disability may face physical limitations.
Yeah, no, she has no physical impediment, so she's not
school.
impaired. Yeah, Aisha Yesufu.
Let her husband say
that she's always jumping up and down and making noise everywhere.
Let her husband says that one man. There are many people with physical disabilities everywhere around that may not tell you, and this does not mean they lack respect or patriotism. So rather, it just highlights the diversity of experiences and our ability within our communities. So for me, standing for the national anthem is a traditional way to show respect and unity. However, don't forget, respect and patriotism are not solely demonstrated through standing. So, like I said, those with disability can express their reference in other ways, such as probably through respectful silence, singing along, or placing their hand over their heart. That's what the convention, that's the general convention, even in developed nations. You don't have to stand all the time. And in a society that values inclusivity again and understanding, it's essential to acknowledge and accommodate different ways individuals can participate in, communal heart of respect. So true patriotism for me involves recognizing and valuing the contributions and presence of all citizens, including those with disabilities. And when I say disability, it's not only physical. There are mental disabilities. There are many disabilities around. And my exposure so far and my journey through different countries so far makes me to realize now that there are people we think that are normal in Nigeria. In fact, there are many activists who think they are normal in Nigeria. They are not really normal in the real sense. If they stay in the developed nation, they will be visiting their GP probably almost every month, okay? And be visiting inclusive center to take care of their mental health. In fact, I think statistics even show that many Nigerians have mental health issues that they don't treat them. Okay.
Yeah, so, in the high percentages, yes.
Yes, that's what statistics shows. So for me, Aisha Yesufu is just 1 out of 200 million Nigeria. The fact that she didn't stand doesn't mean she's not patriotic. After all, she's been shouting she's patriotic everywhere around, and she's been putting our government on toes, talking about government, talking about governance. That's another way you can show your patriotism, that you're sincere. We've seen her crying about Nigeria. We don't know. They said it's crocodile tears, but whether crocodile or dog tears, she has cried before about Nigeria and all these people, all these things around. So I don't think we should emphasize too much on what Aisha Yesufu is doing. After all, it was with Obi Ezekwesili and all of them fighting, bring back our guests and push Jonathan away from government. Where are they today? The Buhari, she helped them to bring to power. What did Buhari give us in power? She's sponsoring another Obi to come and take over power, having failed with Buhari. So I don't, except for emergency political analysts that are just new in that space, that don't know his past activities, then they may be honoring whatever she's doing. If she likes, let them set exam for our children in school about Nigeria we hate, and let them say they don't want Nigeria if they won't fail their exam. So that's what that for me. But about the national anthem itself, first and foremost, I don't see any reason why. First and foremost, it's not an executive bill. I'm happy about that. It's not coming from the presidency. It's a bill that came within the National Assembly. Senator,
it's a Tinubu initiative.
Was it an executive bill?
Yeah, but it was his initiative.
And I asked you, was it an executive bill?
Listen to this. This was from 2 years ago.
I saw.
All right, you said it already. All right.
Does that thing translate to the bill? Who sponsored the bill? Was it executive? The answer is simple. The answer is no. It was a bill sponsored by my senator. It's a private bill sponsored by a senator from my state, not my constituency anyway. Michael Okoyemi Bamidele MOB. He sponsored the bill. and it got to the House. It passed through first, second reading and all those stages. There was a public hearing. I saw, what do you call this, Labour man, Michael Zekume, supporting it. The Attorney General of the Federation, who was there to represent the executive, that is the federal government of Nigeria, told them to do more wider consultation before passing such a law. If I have to say, if I have to say what was the mind of the presidency, I think the Attorney General of the Federation should be the mind of the presidency, and told them clearly, make more wider consultation before passing it. So, as far as I'm concerned, legislature doing their own. If you now ask me, is it to please the presidency? Maybe to please the president. Now, were oppositions in the National Assembly, where were they? Were they sleeping? I saw Senator Victor Hume, who I think is in Labour, right? Hume, former chairman of ABGA, defending this most inconsequential bill before Arise TV. And they asked him whether did he consult the people from his constituency before accepting the bill, and he said there is no need. You could imagine a Nigerian legislator say there is no need. Why will he need to consult the people from his country? In a developed country, that thing alone can recall you from the house. That you don't need to talk to your people before you're supporting or you're going against a particular legislation. So if anybody now put all the rally point on Tinubu, I wonder where did you get it from? Is it that you are not well informed, or is it you just like insinuations, or you just believe in people picking rumors around and say, it's the president? Yeah, I believe strongly that the presidency would actually be in support of it. Why? Because Tinubu also has been dreaming this all this while, and that is why that video showed up. But did he sponsor it? The answer is no. So did he pass through those guys? Yes. Now, another thing I want to talk about, let me talk about the bill itself. As far as I'm concerned, is the most inconsequential and I think most useless bill I've seen Nigerian National Assembly ever passed. For me, I thought the Public Health Act, or what did they, that one that passed during coronavirus, that Gbajami and sponsor, I used to see it as the most useless one. I've seen another one and I saw the most useless under APA bill. Now, people will ask me, why don't you say under Tinubu? Why should I say? We practice a representative democracy in Nigeria, and there are 2-3 tiers of government or organs. So is the National Assembly doing their playing naked in the market here, or dancing naked in the market? So should that be what should take their priority, or what should take their time in Nigeria, where people are crying of hunger, people are crying of electricity, poor supply, insecurity, health system is near collapse. In fact, it's collapsed. Medical doctors are leaving the country. Labor is shouting, increase our minimum wage. You increase it, they are saying it's not enough, add more. We've not said all those things. And National Assembly, the only thing they can think of is now national anthem. As far as I'm concerned, is a very useless bill. I don't see any. But if you now ask me, what about the anthem itself? I don't have a problem with the anthem itself. If they like, let them change the Nigerian anthem to whatever they like. Who cares about what are the wordings of your anthem? We really even care about all those things. People don't really care. People just care more about what are you bringing home at the end of the day. Is government get you secured? Are you secured? Is your future certain in the country? The future of your children, is it certain in the country? Do you have quality health care and all those things? These are the things Nigerians care really much about, and all these national assembly. So that's my take on that one, man. Thank you. Let me see the space for people to
all right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Ogwene. So thank you, Ogwene. So we whiz round a bit quicker. Ogwene had that length of time only because the room had not populated sufficiently. But the room populating now.
Can I ask Ogwene something, please?
Yeah, go on.
Let me interject a minute, one man.
Yeah, go on. There's a bit of bounce back from
Yeah,
you.
what he said, Tinubu has no part to this. I mean, why did he sign it? If he doesn't want it, he wouldn't have signed it. So can you answer that? You can't make that kind of statement when Tinubu signed it. So he's part of it, whether you like it or not.
So my answer is this: is Tinubu's constitutional duty to give assent to bills passed by the National Assembly. Now he has discretion to decide not to give assent. If you refuse to give assent, what your constitution states is that
No, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to accept it. He doesn't have to accept it.
What section of the constitution are you quoting? What section are you relying on to make that assertion?
Prestige, you have to mute YouTube. We are hearing ourselves back from you.
What do you mean? I mean, a bill was brought to his desk.
Yeah, so what section are you talking about that he shouldn't accept it or assent it? Okay, I'm not getting anything from him again.
Can you hear me now?
What section are you citing that he shouldn't accept it?
All right. Can you hear me now? One man.
We can hear you. Man of Prestige.
I mean, is it not three branch of government? I mean, when the Congress propose a bill and they sign it, they bring it to the president desk. He has the option to reject it or to sign it. So I mean, you know how the Congress work and the three branch of government. So that is done already, the president. Whether he initiated the bill or not, I'm not privy to that. But we know where the bill came from the House or the Senate. Well, he signed it.
Prestige, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I think there's somewhat of a delay with Man of Prestige. But just respond to that.
Let me get out and come back, one man.
All right. All right. As we do that, let's go on to Emeka. We're going to go to Ekene, but just build right there and then. Let's go on to Emeka. Mekos. All right. Let's go to Jide.
Woman, good morning. Yes, sir. Monique, take it off there. But today do we program all the time. I couldn't program 31st something.
No, that's the way it goes now. We have to accommodate everybody, so yes, everybody welcome.
I just feel that
yeah, go on.
I just feel that the program is basically for intellectuals. Okay. And
no, we can't be exclusive to the exclusion of us. We have to accommodate every, if we make it too highbrow, then it will go above a lot of. We need to reach people now. If we make it too highbrow, then it will exclude too many people.
Yes, I understand you, woman, but I feel that there's a limit to which where we have to say, okay, this is where it should stop. You understand? When you come and you are given 20, 30, it's just like Ogbeni went first now. It's not the 8 minutes usual thing. And most times you give this opportunity to some set of people, and all you hear from when they start till the end is just bri. Rice is expensive. How much is petrol? These things are facts that we know. What we are here for is to discuss and give advice, solutions, dissect whatever policies so that we can all learn, take opportunities, share links to opportunities with ourselves. I think that's what this platform is for. It's more for learning rather than just coming to will. There's no difference. I can just go and sit down and listen to Arise TV from morning till night if that's what I want to listen to. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to say, right? um that you need to start interjecting some of these people and calling them to order. You understand? Now Benny was speaking since morning. I didn't even want to interject him because
So,
I was
I should cut off the opinions you don't like, but leave the ones that you
no,
do
no,
like.
no. I'm not saying opinions I don't like. But okay, for what I'm saying is Ogbeni was talking this morning. He moved from one topic to the other, gave legal insight to them, gave reasons, gave even forecasting what will happen if they do this, if they do that. That is what we are talking about. It's not that okay, you give me the platform and what I start with is there's no petrol, we are hungry, and that is what I keep saying till 25. It makes it boring to people listening. And
Oh,
sincerely,
oh,
I just want to say this because I said it on the platform sometimes ago. Some people too that I recommended the show to also complain of the same thing. When they are listening to the playback, they just scroll past those areas and try to see if somebody.
that happens on every platform. There are certain voices that you just don't want to hear, and especially when you're watching it on playback, you just skip them. So I think we have to accommodate every voice. We cannot
No, 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 no problem. One man, it's your show.
all
Let's
right,
go
take
on
us
to
to
the
the
topic.
politics of it. Take us to more exciting spaces. Tell us what's occupying your mind in the Nigerian politics today.
Well, one man, I think the major thing that is occupying my mind is how possible it is for us to split in peace and have our peace. Because I want to say this is the issue in the southeast is becoming a menace and is becoming something else. I say this not because Boko Haram did whatever they did in the north, and we condemned it. Everybody condemned it, but it was like a state of war where those guys were really against the government, and they know the areas they are occupying in the forest and things like that. But these case where you don't even know who is who. Um, Personally, I lost three colleagues to this issue. Three drivers from my company drove into Enugu uh, on a Sunday, and they were thinking of beating the seat at home wherever early in the morning. I'm talking about around 4 5 a.m. And these drivers were 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 were, were cornered, pied, the truck burned down, and the content of the truck was looted as well. And I begin to see it like when some people come on the platform and praise these people and are happy for what they are doing just because of this singular incident.
To be fair, I've never heard anybody come on the platform and praise IPOB. I think there's somewhat of a universe.
No,
People want. I think you are conflating people's desire for Biafra with the support for IPOB. There are different spaces now.
okay, woman, who is fighting for Biafra? If you talk of
No.
Nnamdi,
Everybody
if
is
you
fighting for.
speak,
No. A lot of people don't actually like IPOB. But
no,
they want Biafra,
no,
but
but
not
I
in the
was
manner that IPOB is pursuing it.
for at least, for instance, I was listening to a show one day and somebody was calling for war.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's
I
Pansat
listen.
now. Yeah, Pansat
I listened to
is
the show. No, that is this.
it's
So
not of this world now.
when I speak, I'm actually speaking to those spaces. I'm not talking as in general. That singular incident now has made the company lost its safety. There's this safety award that we keep. We've been having it for the past 4 years, no fatality, and Now it has been rubbished because it has been counted as fatality to us, and means that I'm losing big bonus due to that now. You know, just it's, but it's not even the money per se, but it's just the people. How would you just take somebody that is trying to feed his own family? If you say, okay, today is sit at home, sit at this place, and you must not move an inch until it ends, it is sensible. But because they drove into the state at that time, and you now buy them, it is annoying. For me, I
But
just feel
you can't attribute that to the Southeast. You have to attribute
no.
that to criminality.
One man, I'm not attributing it to the South. I'm only saying what is happening in the Southeast because it happened in the Southeast. I'm not saying the people in the Southeast. I know that some people in the Southeast are also tired of this. You understand? But the problem is, the voices speaking against these things, they are not even heard. They are not heard. The governor was saying,
They are not tired.
no, that's what I'm trying to say. The governor was saying that it doesn't have anything to do with separatist movement.
They are tired because there were students protesting against it at home yesterday because it was conflicting.
You can imagine a girl came on the internet
and I
that was
suspect that people not able to run their business would be fed up with it.
one man. A girl came on the internet and was crying that she lost she lost the opportunity to sit for her wife, meaning that she's carrying a whole year. And I know, in fact, if I'm the federal government, I would not plan for a receipt for that exam. I'm saying this because the governors have not shown any sense of responsibility. Their silence for me is like it's a complete yes.
I wouldn't say they are silent because in Enugu State, the government actually provided adequate security to or is it even Abia State, to ensure that the examinations did take place. And the security that they are providing is what consequenced these soldiers being killed. So it's not as though
you know one man, even still in that situation, some children still missed their exams because some parents will not risk it. Some parents will not risk it in such a tense environment. Release your child to go and do one exam just because, and you knew that something can happen. Most people will say their children should stay at home. So what I'm trying to say is, this thing is going out of hand. It's becoming like it's becoming self-suicide mission. You are destroying yourself. Yes, it's none of my business because when you say it on the internet, they will say, is it your business?
And by the way, Ohaneze and Nnamdi Kanu, they distance themselves from this latest. So all of these things actually goes to Finland and the cross-dresser there.
Finland and the cross-dresser there.
Yes, Simon Ekpa, yeah.
But as Ohaneze gone against the Finland guy publicly? These are the questions now. These are the questions now.
There was a time that Ohaneze actually put a bounty on him.
Oh man, I agree with you. I agree with you. But what you see on the internet does not comply with what is happening. That girl that came out crying, when I went to the comment section to see what was happening, come and see the way people were telling her, is your exam more important than the lives of our heroes that are dead? You can imagine series of comments. What I'm just trying to say is this: you cannot help somebody that doesn't want to help himself. Do you understand? So for me, the best solution now is carve out that 5 states and let them be. Let the remaining
that's impossible
Nigeria.
now. That's impossible now because they rest within the sovereignty of this.
One man. Why is it not possible? Don't we have it in South Africa? Don't we have a country in a country? We are just saying it's impossible. Carve this thing out and give them their 5 states. Let every Igbo man that
you know, there is no universality. You know, if you did a referendum in the Southeast now, you'll be surprised by the results. That I will tell you that there's no universality in the desire for. I will tell you that you know what we're hearing is a vocal minority. They say empty drums make the loudest noise. I will bet anything that the abundance in the Southeast don't want anything to do with our secession.
Woman, I
one man.
disagree with you. Right
One
here
man, I
on this
disagree.
platform and other platforms, you see there's either the silent or the vocal acceptance of IPOB. When I speak about the issues in the Southeast, this is one of the issues, and I'm being criticized. I'm being said, I'm being told, oh, I'm not Igbo. When I'm talking about these people are killing the Southeast economically, socially, spiritually, and physically. How can you not allow young kids to go to school and write their WAEC? Now they have to wait for another 1 year?
Do you think there's universal support for that?
Yes, in my view.
No,
there's 90% support.
No.
There is 90%.
For them
If
to
there's
lock down the
hold on, one man. If
these
there's
are the
no
children of
support,
the
one man,
people
wait now, let me land.
Okay, all right.
This is my region. If there's no support, the people will hit the streets. These people who are carrying arms, they would have one man, please wait, don't be angry. I'm a bit passionate about this. These people carrying arms, the people who they will form vigilante group and carry their own arms and face them. There is support. As they support the Enugu governor when there was a stay at home, he went to the market and said, "You people should come out." What happened the next day? They protested against him. They protested against the governor. Woman, how can you tell me there's no support? This thing has been going on for years. For years. And you say there's no support? If something is wrong and people are saying they are suffering, at some point, then they should know what to do. They should hit the streets. There's support. They want it. They want the lockdown. They want the shutdown. They want the economic stagnation. They want the backwardness. They don't want to move forward. All because of what? Anyway, Jide, please go ahead.
Backward, Mackie. How you go backward? No, I'm how you go backward? Mackie,
woman.
You know what? Hold on, Emeka. Hold on, Emeka. I mean, this is the problem I have with you. When you come here, you make a very generalized statement. Like you put everybody in the same box. Like the whole South is as a criminal. Everything that is wrong with the South. This is the problem I have with you. I don't really care where you come from. You can come from Umuahia. It doesn't matter.
It didn't call them criminal now. It didn't say they are criminal. It didn't say they are criminal. He only said he only said that they are in support of the Biafra. He didn't call them criminal. He didn't call them criminal. He only said they are in support of Biafra.
Don't be defending the indefensible. I know what I had.
He's saying the fact. If they don't support the Biafran cause, why would they comply to stay at home all the time?
Are you telling me the whole South is one Biafra? Is that what you're telling me?
The majority of people in that side of the country, not you. Hold on. People that reside there, majority of them, they want Biafra.
What are you talking about?
Oh.
Don't tell me to hold on.
I'll not touch some call you back on.
We don't need to argue about it. If they don't want it, why would they comply with sit at home for a long time? Why?
Out of fear. They comply out of fear.
You think like Emeka just said, if they want to confront and resist those criminals, you think they cannot receive them?
You don't know what is going on in that part of the country.
Oh, God, you are not saying the truth.
You are not realistic.
You are not saying the truth. You are not saying the truth. We are seeing the minority of people may not support, but the majority of them support the stay at home.
Majority support.
Emeka, please. Let me answer the person that is talking. To the person that is talking, I don't know your name, but see, policing is local, and criminality is also local. I'm telling you that people in each community know members of this unknown government. But would they come out to say, call them out and say, government, these are the people causing problem in our community. We are tired. This person is part of them. This person is part of them. When the Yoruba Nation guys did what they did, remember that the what happened in the is it Oyiseyin abi okay, where was it? Woman.
Ibadan.
Those ones that they went and picked in the bush. Those ones that they went and picked in the bush somewhere in this
Igangan or something.
Igangan, very good.
Oh, Igangan. Oh,
It was the local.
Yeah.
Ibarapa, it was the local people there, the residents there that said, no, so these people are not here for good. And they went and reported to the police, and they team up with the police, with vigilante, and they got those guys. They tracked them down and they got them. And that is it. But the one we are saying is, you see, if you don't want this thing in your society, you go against it. But now you want federal government to come and do this thing. See, if I'm the federal government, I will be planting train everywhere in every. When you are ready for progress in your zone, then we will come to you. Because I will not come and put maybe an airport there, and you go there and start killing people and kidnapping people. It doesn't make any sense. You guys are going against yourself. It is not painful to me that you are going against yourself. It is your brothers and your sister. But the life of people.
I think you may be misreading it. I think you are can I come in? But let me just say this. I think a lot of people actually assess that situation of the news and of the headlines. I think that what is going on in the Southeast is no more than acts of criminality. Nnamdi Kanu has distanced himself from it. The Ohanese distances themselves from it. The state governors tried their best to curb it, but the excesses of particularly that chap in Finland is what is manifesting there. Are you saying the people are complicit? I'm saying no. I'm saying the people are in fear. That's what I think. Yeah.
When did sit at home start? Or did he start under Nnamdi Kanu?
It started under Nnamdi Kanu, but Nnamdi Kanu
one man wait, please. Do you know that one day sit at home, locking down a whole city, a whole state, sit at home? Do you know how many people will die? People that need emergency health facility will not be able to leave their house. We are just looking at this thing from the basic view. This man cannot come and dissociate himself from it now. He started it. And everybody supporting him, they are accomplices. And that's why I said the Ohanese, they are part of them. Nobody can come and say I'm not part of them now, because they want Nnamdi Kanu out now.
Ohanese doesn't support it at all.
No, what I'm saying is Nnamdi Kanu now can now say he's not part of them because he wants his way out of where he is. He can now say he's condemning it. Did he not start it?
No, he started it to be as a form of a political protest. But then the debilitation
of political protest.
One man. I don't know why.
Can I hear? Come in.
You know, so a lot of things happened that day. But for me, I'm not happy that soldiers were killed. I'm not happy that civilians were also killed, not only soldiers. But why is it that whenever there is a declaration about maybe to honor heroes that fall in the Biafran war, why is it a problem to other Nigerians? I think
that wasn't the declaration. That wasn't the declaration, Ekene. Yeah,
No, the declaration was to honor fallen heroes during the Biafran War.
No, it wasn't. Let me tell you why it wasn't. The declaration was to commemorate the declaration of Biafra. So that was, if they wanted to commemorate fallen heroes, then they would have made a declaration for when the war ended, because that would then be after the
No,
events of the killing.
I am not speaking, and I'm speaking from what I know, what I was being told, because when I called in the village, I had something they would have done for me that day. They said no, that they are not going out. That there is a declaration in the southeast to honor foreign heroes during the Biafran War.
Who made the declaration, by the way? Who made it?
Yeah, people have the right to honor.
No, who made
whatever
the
they want to
declaration?
honor.
Yeah, who made the declaration? Which space did they?
If Nigerians, other Nigerians,
are you hearing me, Ekene?
I'm hearing you.
Who made the declaration? Who declared it Biafra Commemoration Day?
The Southeast.
Not the Southeast.
The Biafran, even everybody you know in the Southeast, you cannot deny the spirit of Biafra.
It was IPOB, wasn't it?
Whether IPOB or whatever, nobody can deny the spirit of Biafra. So if Jide here is shouting and talking about without knowing that there is a Biafra or a Biafra war that have ever existed, then you are deceiving yourself also.
Did are you hearing?
One man.
So,
You can hear. What
the only thing I know is that the only thing I
guys,
know. Let me finish now. I will.
You can hear what Ekene is telling you now.
This thing, if I don't want me to talk, I will just go.
One man,
and he's telling the truth. Ekene is telling the truth. Every people that what do you call it? The Biafran issue is so dear to their heart. It doesn't mean that maybe they are violent people or they want to commemorate it in a violent way. But when you are talking about Biafran issue is an identity, like I said yesterday, that is so dear to average Igbo man. It's so dear to their heart when they are talking of Biafra. Some people can say, but it's look, go and take the poll on the street among the Igbo. They will tell you that yes, Biafra is an issue that they cannot wish away. They can never wish away Biafra. And it doesn't mean that they are not Nigerian, but for the fact that, look, the history is attached to it. They went through war. Thousands or millions were killed. It's an issue that is so dear to their heart. Very, very, very important.
But Ajanle Koko, you know, there are different sort of Biafras. That's what we have to understand. There's a Biafra for secession, which is the Nnamdi Kanu Simon Ekpa Biafra. There is a Biafra for self-identity, and then there is a Biafra as a push against marginalization. So that's self-identity push against marginalization.
Woman, I don't know. Woman, I honestly maybe you are playing the devil's advocate.
I will not finish making my submission.
Woman, it's not your turn. So don't start to play that nonsense here. It's not your turn. It's not your turn. It's Jide's turn. Don't play that nonsense.
It's not my turn.
It's not your turn. Don't come here. Come and start that nonsense with this.
What are you talking about?
It's not your turn.
Everybody, please.
What are you talking about, Emeka?
Everybody, please. Emeka, can you hear me, please? Everybody, please hold on. One man, please.
That was yeah.
I don't even care who is speaking, please. One man, please. One voice at a time. We are sounding like barbarians. Please. Thank you.
All right, that voice, Jide. So Jide, back to you.
So
but my argument still, the Biafran space is not one directional, and I will insist that. I cannot insist though, but I'm of the firm view that Biafra is a multi-layered narrative that means different things to different people. And I think a lot of it is a narrative against marginalization and exclusion, rather than a narrative for secession. That's just how I see that space.
One man, thank you very much. For me, and I believe every Nigerian knows that there are only two set of factions. It's either you are Biafra leaning or you are not Biafra leaning. Once you are Biafra leaning, it will be difficult for you to condemn IPOB. If you condemn IPOB, you do it stylishly, just like Ekene has just done now. And Ekene is saying something about Biafra. I'm not saying don't commiserate your fallen heroes, but I'm telling you, I lost 3 colleagues because of these shenanigans. And you are telling me the lives of, do you know what their families are going through now? Do you know what those one of them, the wife is even pregnant. What is this?
That problem would have been averted. That problem would have been averted if Nigerian government is intentional about it. You don't just force yourself into something.
Listen.
That problem, that death would have been averted. You understand? When they say this is what we want to honor, what happens if government should just allow them for that day? Is it a crime?
Please, Ekene, please.
It should have been averted.
Can I speak, please?
Yeah, but Ekene, it wasn't a call from the southeast. There was a call from IPOB. That's why I was trying to.
The governor of the state says it. I cannot stop these people from saying that I want to commiserate or make this day to remember them, our foreign heroes. I cannot stop them. So what happens if the government or if the federal government say okay, or even keep calm without making a statement?
Are you saying that the federal government should accede to IPOB?
Whether they don't want to accede or whether, you cannot tell me. Let me tell you, we're not telling ourselves the truth in this country. You cannot tell me that there is nothing like that. The Nigerian space cannot continue to deny themselves, to continue to live in denial, to mean as if there was nothing like a war that happened that claimed the life of millions of the Southeasterners. What are we saying here?
Slow down. This is what you do. You don't stay within the narrowness of the conversation. So stay within the narrowness of the conversation. I'm saying IPOB has been declared a terror organization, which you know, and that terror organization makes a declaration. Are you then saying that the government should accede? Because it wasn't the commemoration of Biafra Day wasn't requested from a legitimate space in the Southeast. It was a fiat by a terror organization. So are you saying that the federal government should accede to a terror organization? So stay within the narrowness of that, not that people.
You made it terror organization. A war that my father was involved in, that I know that existed, is never a terror organization. That's a word made by the federal government, and the government cannot continue to live in denial. You cannot continue to say this didn't exist or we don't have anything to say about this because you want to cage people to believe in your narrative. It never happened. You understand? If my father can say today I remember the people that went to war with me that fall on that day, then what happens if federal government can keep calm? There is also June 12th. So all these things are done just for a purpose.
All right.
That purpose would have been averted. Just that we have clueless government. I'm sorry for the loss of the life of soldiers, but that's because of the recklessness of how we think in this nation. You respect other people's view. That's how we live.
All right, thank you, Ekene. Let Jide take the floor back and make after him, and then we come to Ekene. Jide, back to you.
Okay, woman, you see, the sensitivity of this matter is this. The government understands this thing. The government knows. The government, acknowledges that there is Biafra. If not, Buhari will not pay the pension of all the soldiers that went into that war. Even from the other side. Was it not documented that he paid it? No, but now it is not all the Southeast governors coming together or senators coming together to say, okay, let us use this day to celebrate our people that died during this war. It is one useless guy in Finland that is not partaking in the war, that doesn't know how people get fight on a daily basis, that declared this thing, and everybody in the Southeast follows suit. And Ekene wants the government to bow to the authority of this prime minister of Biafra. And we need to understand some things. There are legality in everything we do. It's not, everything is not by emotions or by the way it sounds. When the government was paying those soldiers, even the ones that fought against the Nigerian government, why didn't the Southeast say, okay, don't pay us, we are not part of you? It shows that the government understands and recognizes them. Even we that we are talking, we know there was a war. And we know that there are Biafran soldiers that died. And if you say, okay, the Southeast says, okay, today is the day we want to celebrate, let it be legal. You don't just wake up in the morning and say tomorrow is the day you want to do it, and therefore everything has to be grounded. Now, okay, even if there is a seat at home. If people that planned themselves coming down before get to your borders, you tell them to stay there. Stay there until the seat at home is over. Then you go, they go and do their businesses.
It's not that. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, Baba.
Can I ask you a question? Do we have Memorable Day in Nigeria as one of our holidays? Memorable Day, the day for to commemorate our fallen heroes. Do we have it?
Yes, we have day for our fallen. Yes.
We have day for our fallen heroes. Okay.
Yes.
Why can't we on that same day allow the Biafran too, to have the same day for a fallen hero in that part of the country?
Okay, Babajale Koko.
Sorry, Jide. That fallen hero day is a catch-all fallen hero now. So if the Biafrans want to commemorate the Biafran fallen heroes, they can commemorate it on that day too.
I think
January the 15th.
I think we should be able to work out something in that respect.
What about the Kanuris that lost their lives in the Civil War? Should they get a day?
Which Civil War? The
Nigerian Civil War now.
Are they not on the side of, hold on now, are those people not on the side of Nigeria? We are talking about fallen hero on the side.
Now.
Eh?
They are Kanuris now.
What is Kanuri? What of Yorubas?
Exactly.
So those one are on the side of Nigeria now. We are talking on the side of Biafra. Can we allow them on that side of the country to commemorate, that same day, use that same day, to commemorate their fallen hero, Biafran soldiers?
Babajale Koko.
Because they are, whether we like it or not, this thing is part of our history. You can say, yes, no vanquish, no victor. But this thing, we have to be very, very careful the way we handle this thing and let them be happy. Let them, millions of people lost their father, their mother, their uncle, their parent and stuff like that. So they should be able to have a day to commemorate their those fallen heroes on their side too.
Babajale Koko. For me, I said
because like I said yesterday, in America first Civil War, the Confederate flag is still legal in the United States. If you hang up from Confederate flag in your house, they're not going to come after you. Police will not come and kill you. Nobody will arrest you. It's not an offense. But in Nigeria, when anybody put on anything that is that is identified with Biafran flag or Biafran district, they will pick you up and go and put you in jail. It's wrong.
Babajale Koko. You see, your argument is right, and at the same time, I can't say it is wrong, but there is two sides to it. This thing is simple. I don't have issues with when they want to commemorate their day. There's no issue with that. Okay? And I don't think the government...
Can you hear me?
Sorry. Let me land my point, please. Let me land my point. And I don't think the government itself has any issue with it. Because if the government can pay soldiers and their pensions, I don't think they have issues with it. The two sides of it is this. Did you come legally to the government through the proper arms of government to say, okay, on so day, we at this end want to celebrate our fallen heroes? That's number one. Number two, for the day you picked, Babajan Lekoko, January, would they agree to celebrate it on that day, or it is this day, which was the day the war was declared, that they want to celebrate it? Fine, I don't have issues with the two, but they have to come to the table with the government. If it is their governors and their senators that have moved this motion and it has been agreed and it has been signed into law that this particular day is or declared by the federal government that this particular, nobody will fight. Nobody, even they will do their commemoration. It will be televised. All of us will even watch it. But the problem is that is not what happened. An illegal instruction from one prime minister from somewhere, and they started buying people. That is what we are saying. It is not about what the day or not the day. I don't care. I don't even think any Nigerian bloody cares. Even the flag, you can wear the flag anywhere you want to go, as long as, okay, you have agreed to say, okay, now we are Nigerians. This is just a part of our memory. It's just a part of our history. We will not forget them. We will honor them. We'll continue to remember them. Fine. But it's not that you have a gang of or a group of people that are constantly disturbing the nation and flying this flag.
Wait, can we allow Jide to finish it, or else we will be here 1 hour?
Yes, Jide, bring that Biafran topic
So for me, what is painful to me is the fact that I lost 3 colleagues and the ripple effect on everybody. Even the wives of those people. Now I don't even know how they want to survive. These are just, if they are even contract staff, they're not even earning big. So we need to tell ourselves the truth. These things have to stop. If they have declared a sit at home, anybody coming into your area during that sit at home, lock them outside your gate and say, we are having a sit at home. Leave them. They will stay there. When you are done, they will go and do their business. It's not that because they are at your borders, you now take all of them and you buy them and destroy their properties. It's not done. We are no longer behaving like humans, and anybody that defends it is not human. How will you defend such a thing? If it was the federal government that declared, okay, a curfew, and now you leave your house and you traveled and you are coming in during curfew, then it's now reported that the person was spied. What would we say? We would say that the soldiers are this, the soldiers are that. Normally, what you should do is just tell those people to wait until the curfew time is over, or find somewhere to put them. That is how you should behave in a humane system. That's my own point on the whole issue. I'm just pained that I had to lose those guys. So woman, I think I better rest my case on the other topic, because anytime I remember this matter, it throws me off.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Jide. So stay with us, Jide. Let's go on to Emeka.
No, please. Let me. I don't have the time. Sorry, don't be angry. It's not that I don't want you to. I don't have the time. I need to.
All right, good to have you, Emeka. Yeah, Emeka, you can speak to the Biafran, but I don't want it to be
a Biafran. Of course, that is what I want to speak about. Jide, right. Thank you very much.
I didn't want it to be a Biafran session.
Please, thank you very much. No, I have to. Why should I not speak about what is affecting my region? Jide, well spoken. Please, I don't want any interjection. I just want to wrap up my 8 minutes and I bounce. You see, we're making a mockery of ourselves, and it's quite an irony when I say 90% of the Southeast really support what's going on in the Southeast. And one man, just accept my criticism. I think you were just maybe you were trying to play the devil's advocate, so that more opinions can come in. But with what you're saying, I got a little bit pissed. You can do your remembrance. Remember if you like, remember your dog's name, remember your dog's ass, remember anything you want to remember. But when you begin to infringe on the fundamental human rights of others and infringe on their movement, now that's where it's wrong. If they like, pass it through the bill. If they like, do it, call it any way they want to call the movement or whatever. I don't give a damn. But for you to stop activities, not allowing young children to go and do their exams, not allowing people to go and conduct business activities or to move around freely like humans, then I think it's wrong. Whoever is supporting this situation, calling it any name, is a disgusting human being and is a disgusting behavior. You can remember, you can go dance around, but allow people to do what they want to do. Let people observe what they want to observe. This is how communists are. This is communism. When you are holding people based on your own opinions and your own frame of mind, and you don't want others to express themselves freely. Why do I not want, if I say, okay, I want to move out on a Monday, somebody will tell me I can't move out because you are doing a sit at home, and then you kill me? Is that the way we want to behave? Is that right? Can somebody who has a brain say it is right? Can somebody who is human say it is right? Can somebody who has conscience agree that it is right? May the gods strike that person down. People don't need to agree with you. Do what you want to do. I don't agree. The government, we can observe that the federal government does not even give a damn. Do what you want to do. When the federal government gave a damn was they went to kill soldiers. For what purpose? Why? I don't care if they're labor terrorists. I don't care if they're not labor terrorists. I don't care if they're freedom fighters. I don't care if they are not fighting any freedom. I don't care if they have a cause. I don't care if they are not observing one. But let people do what they want to do. Don't shut down that place because you are saying you want to do something. People may not agree with you. Then when I say the Southeast supports what is going on, one man, you are saying it's not true. Woman, it's not. I'm pissed. That is why that situation is going on now. And I will say, let the Southeast go. The federal government should let them go. To hell with these people, let them go. They are disturbing others. Let them go.
Are you not going with them?
To go.
Are you not going to go with them?
You, shut up. No, let me talk myself. Please keep quiet. Let the Southeast.
You will go with them now. That is the point I want to tell you. Are you not going to go with them?
My friend, please keep quiet. I am not going with the Southeast because that's ridiculous.
I cannot enjoy Nigeria. I cannot no one go. I beg.
I'm not going because it's stupid. Please, one man, can you tell these people to stop? One man, please, can you tell these people? Can you tell these people to stop?
Emeka said he didn't want interjections. Carry on, Emeka.
Now let them go. Let them go. I'm not joining them. Let them go. Where you have people with arms controlling activities, I want to see how they will prosper.
Hypocrites in this your listening. The other day I was forced to stop
one man, please, can you mute this guy? One man, can you mute him, please? One man, please, can you mute him?
Today you now give him that room. Nobody's interjecting.
One man, can you mute him?
Let me just be watching.
Hold on, Ekene. You come after him, but sometimes you have to read the mood. Emeka is not in the mood to be interjecting.
I'm not in that mood. I am not in that mood. I am pissed. I'm upset. Let them go. Let me see how they will prosper. When people are controlling your economy and shutting down shop with their guns, let them go. Let's see. We give them 10 years. We'll compare notes. Those who don't want to go with them are free to go and join Nigeria. Those who want to go, leave them to be. I think it's about that time. Let them go. If I would tell the president, sign it, let them go. There's no need for war. There's no need for anything. Go. Leave Nigeria and get out. Go and set yourself up. Go and do whatever you want to do. This nonsense is ridiculous.
So we convert Ekene to Yoruba because Ekene no one leave Nigeria.
No, Ekene has to join them. Ekene has to join them. He has to join them and go. He has to leave Ojo where he's staying and go back to the southeast. Let him go and join them. Let them go. Let's see how they prosper. Let them move. Do what you want to do. Nobody. It's about that time. You know, you understand. You know, you are making a mess out of yourself, and people are saying, "Calm down, and you're still going about it. Then let them be. Let them go. I think that's what the president will say. If I'm the president, I will come out and I'll say, "Come, this is nonsense. We are looking for what we want to do. If you have wanted to be creating a menace in the society, then go. Get out. We are not. Nobody is fighting you. So just leave that place. Put a border. You want to come to Nigeria? You have a visa. You go to an embassy. If you allow Nigeria to have an embassy in your place, but we put the border. Don't come. Don't step your foot. Go and sort your problem. Let's see how they prosper. This nonsense just needs to stop. They've allowed madmen to control the situation in the southeast. Madmen are now controlling the situation in the southeast. Let's see how the things will move. You want sovereignty? Go and get it. Take it and move. You want to be on your own? You want to be a country of your own self-determination? No problem. Go. Get out. Move. But to stop people from doing what they want to do is equally wrong. Go. They are trying to tell the South to follow them. No, the South said, no, we don't know you people. You people carry your wala and go. Equatorial people are saying, no, we are not Igbos. You carry your wala and go. Let them go. Let them go. Worst case, I sell my property there. Sell my property to join. Sell the land, carry the profit, go where I want to go. Let them go. They are stupid. They are useless. They are foolish. Let them go and do. Even if they want to prosper, let them be prospering on their own. Even if the milk and honey is dropping there, let the milk and honey drop on there. Let them just go. Leave them to go. Leave them to go. Please, enough is enough. School children cannot go to school. They can't write their WAEC because of stupidity. You have to remember what is wrong with you allowing people to do what they want to do. You can dance around and remember people you want to remember. Dance around and move around and protest the way you want to protest. But to shut down shop, shut down the states, and when people are trying to move, you kill them. This is the height of it. Let them just go. Instantly, once they allow, I don't denounce instantly. I don't go waste time because this is stupidity in the highest order. I denounce straight. I don't give a damn. I don't care. You are supporting terrorists. You are supporting misbehavior. You are supporting idiots. Then go away. Thank you, one man. I think enough is enough. Let's let these idiots go and let them go and sort their problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Is there any point asking you about any other topics, Emeka, or are you just too angry?
No, I don't get. I'm not in the mood to talk about anything. I'm not in the mood to talk about anything. I don't want to talk about anything. He must leave Alaba shop. He must leave Alaba shop and go and join them and get out of Nigeria and go to the southeast. Morris is also talking. Morris, go to Owerri, go to the southeast, leave Nigeria alone. Go and form your own country. Form Biafra, stay Biafra, enjoy your money there, enjoy your wealth there, enjoy your money, enjoy your water, enjoy everything. Do what you want to do. Just go.
We get this fancy title for you for Alaba.
All right, Ekene, you are up next.
One man. What I want to say is that I still not support the killing that happened in the southeast, especially the soldiers that lost their life.
You don't support. Go and listen to what you said. You did not support.
I didn't interject you now. Organ now. You don't start again. What is your problem?
Listen to what you said. Listen to the nonsense.
What is your problem now? You don't start again.
My problem is you are supporting criminality. You are supporting people who are killing people, who are making the Southeast to be bad, who are making the Southeast to not move forward. You are supporting stupidity. Close that shop in Alabama. You are in Nigeria. You are benefiting from Nigeria. Close that shop in Nigeria.
Tell this boy to shut up. Let me speak. Tell this boy to shut up. Let me speak. I didn't
Close your shop
interject him.
in Nigeria and go to the southeast.
All right.
One man,
Close
tell
your
this
shop.
boy to shut up. Let me speak.
Hold on, Ekene. Emeka, extend him the same courtesy he extended you.
Let him. What I want to tell him is all the nonsense he's saying. Let him close the
One
shop
man,
and
tell
go to
this
the
boy to let
southeast.
me speak.
Or
Tell
else
this boy
he's
to
a
let me
stupid man.
speak.
Or else he's a hypocrite. Or else he's a useless man. Or else he's supporting criminality. Close your shop down and go to the southeast and go and stay there.
One man,
And
tell
stop
this
this
boy to
nonsense you
let
are
me
doing.
speak.
All right, thank you. Ekene, you're up next.
So, but what I want to say is that Nigeria are living in denial. They don't want to tell themselves the truth. You know what these guys are feeling about? Why not give them that opportunity to express themselves on that day? It's nothing too much to ask, especially for the peace of the nation. So whatever is saying, the only thing I know is that whoever that calls his husband a madman, when people call him or her a madman, let him not be angry. You understand? When you say that your husband is a madman, and people also call you a madman, don't be angry. Some people claim to be Igbo, say they are Igbo, and all that and all that. And when you call yourself a madman, you are saying that we are stupid, we are this, we don't know anything, we do this and we do that. So when you come out on the street and all people call you a madman or you are stupid, as somebody that come from that region also that you are calling stupid, don't be angry. That is it. It's my region, it's my state, it's my country. I know the criminality that happens there, but why won't the federal government do what is right? Don't just live as if nothing existed. That's what the government is doing. You live as if nothing existed. You live as if there was never a war. You live as if people never lost their life. 3 million people, more than, never lost their life in that region. You live as if nothing happened. Tell me which day that the government has ever called a round table and say, for this purpose, for this reason, what are we going to do? At least for the peace, or to just say what happened on the Biafra war, let's know how to sort it out. It never happened. You want to enforce rules, this and this, just to make people believe that nothing happened. There was never a war. It's a lie. People fought for the war. My father fought for it. A lot of them fought for it. You can't just come and tell him, man, go and see that you never fought any war. It never happened like that. So let us tell ourselves the truth. It's not because of it's happening to this region today. Yeah, we know that Igbo people fought. They came out brutally, faced that war. Maybe I don't know how it happened, but it's a war. Should Nigeria not recognize it? Is that too much difficult? In the space we are today, even in this our small space that we do business, if we lost there is people will come found us in that space. We also have a day to remember them. Just in this our small space, that day you don't open market. You go to your house, then come for the ceremony. We do it here. And if any of these founders die, that day it's not a market day.
Ekene, you are a terrorist.
The past administration in that our space, the past administration in our space came out and said, we are going to be honoring. Let me finish. We are going to be honoring our founders in this market on this day, and we are doing it. So if the whole Southeast say, and this is not the first time they are honoring this thing, no, it's just that this one turned out to be like this. This is not the first time. So why, if they really want it to honor their foreign heroes on that date, why not give it to them? It's a war. It's not a fight. It's a war. You don't just because you want people to know that and there is nothing like Biafra, nothing like this and this, nothing like you don't. It's no matter how you want to paint it, there is a Biafra, there is a war. Every Nigerian must recognize that there is a Biafra and there is a war. It is not a hidden war. It's not a hidden war. So stop living in denial. Stop saying nothing happened. Stop saying no constitution to back it up. Stop saying people never fought. Stop saying don't discuss this in our constitution. Don't discuss this in our history. That's what we are doing as Nigerians. And you cannot just wave it away. You do the right thing and people follow. You understand? So whoever wants to call his husband a bad name because he don't want to be identified, let him continue. One day other people will also call you a bad name coming from that husband region.
Go now. People who want to go. Me, I'm not going to be. I know join you now.
Don't go. Nobody is forcing anybody to go.
Prince, don't worry. When they are leaving, I will sell the land to you.
Nobody. I don't even know whether this one. I don't even know whether the people.
I go sell and give you.
I don't even know whether the people.
Let them go. Make them go. I don't support criminals.
Talking
Go.
like this just to please,
I don't support criminals. Just go.
Just to please other people. The only thing I know is that
see, you don't know me. I am not saying this to please anybody. I'm not a people pleaser. I don't give a damn about criminals. I am talking about the progress of the Southeast, and you are perpetuating criminals here. You are perpetuating crime. Then go. Please go. Stop complaining. Go.
Nobody. Whether you want to, however you want to put it, is still a fact. You remove history
I said go. I'm not saying don't tell me history. We know the history. Just go.
You just go all those things just to catch the history of Biafra.
You know what? Blow up the two bridges so that people cannot come, people cannot leave. Just blow those two. Let them go and blow it up. So that is even a very good boundary that they can create. Blow up the bridges. The Yorubas can come. The Hausas can come. Blow it up. Then the parts, the Kogi part, put a boundary there. Put a wall there so that nobody can come. Create the partition. Border everywhere. If the army, at least the army, if they want to come through the River Niger, they will not see anywhere to go now, except they want to swim, right? Then probably now tell them, please stay your way. We want to be on our own way. Make una go. Make una just go. Stop complaining.
No worry. The only thing I know is that the only thing I know is that even the people telling us to go, I don't even know whether they have a land in the place they are claiming to be.
No, I know get.
So,
just go.
If you see people that don't have land in that place, they say they come from.
I be Hausa man.
That's how they talk.
I be Hausa man. Go away. You people, you are nuisance. Go away.
Emeka is a prince, so he has a lot.
You want to tell me nothing?
Let us tell us the name of his kingdom.
I know get property. I know get anything. Just go. Ekene, stop making noise. Take your sell your shop. Sell your property. Sell your place and go. Ekene, go. Ekene, just go.
Let us go and visit your palace. We want to visit your palace.
We live
where you want Ekene to go. Where you want Ekene to go.
Let him go. Let him go.
Even if
don't log in from Lagos again. Log in from Biafra. Use the internet from Biafra.
All right. Emeka, let Ekene carry on because he.
I don't know what he's saying. No, a woman. I don't understand what he's saying. I don't get what he's trying to say. All I want, the end thing is, you want Biafra? I don't want Biafra. You want Biafra? Just go. The same thing, just go. Go away.
Emeka, let me say this. Ekene holds he holds an opposing view to yours, but with the same passion. So let him express it with that passion. Ekene, back to you.
So what I'm saying, thank you, man. People will not allow me to interject in their own talk. But they will also want to interject in my own. I don't know the reason why, but anyway, yeah, that's a Nigerians for you. But the only thing I know is that one Nigeria, Biafra living in it. So that Biafra living in it must be recognized. And any day it happens that Biafra will go,
sorry,
I'll still come to.
what? No, recognized as what? Recognized as what?
There is a Biafra war. That's a recognition. That is a fact. Let us not play high. Let us not play as if it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that I cannot live. I cannot come to Babaja and tell him, Babaja, give me space to live with you.
Yes,
you understand?
Hold on. You still have the floor, but when you say Biafra should be recognized as what? Yeah. So answer that question, but don't go on a tangent. Answer that. Recognized as what?
As what?
Yeah, you said Biafra should be recognized, but recognized as what?
I mean the Biafra war that was fought.
Yes.
To be recognized.
It is recognized. It is documented.
No.
Recognized by who? By who?
Who recognized it?
Who doesn't recognize it?
Tell us, how did they recognize it?
What is January? What is January 15? What's the Remembrance Day for?
January 15.
You said what? January what?
January 15.
Is it on holiday in Nigeria? Is it on holiday in Nigeria?
It doesn't need to be a holiday. It's a Remembrance Day.
Come on, guys, you guys, can you please stop all this your abuse of people's mental?
Rational mind. Follow them and go too. Rational mind, follow them and go. Rational mind, I beg. Just follow them and go. You too, follow them, go. Rational mind, I beg. Pack your load, follow them and go. Please. All these users. Go. Go and join them.
Emeka, what is your problem this night, man? Emeka, what is your problem?
I don't want to hear nonsense. I don't want to hear nonsense.
If you don't want to hear nonsense,
Go.
Get off. If you don't want to hear.
Rational mind, no one.
If you don't want to hear it, leave it.
Rational mind, now Yoruba mind.
We have been questioning your Yoruba-ness. Now, they've been saying that you are not a Yoruba man. Follow them and go. Go now.
Yoruba man, no, I beg you.
Hold on. We're bouncing back from you, Rational Mind. Yes. Adaleboko, are you saying we should substitute Rational Mind for Emeka? Is that what you're saying? We hand it over to Ekene and then we give
I don't mind though, as long as those people are misbehaving. I don't claim Nigeria straight one time. Let them go. Their problem is too much. I'm tired. Let them just go. Choma was saying that I don't recognize the people who lost their life. Of course I do. But you don't stop progress from happening. You don't stop young children from going to school. You don't stop people from conducting their businesses. You don't stop people from writing their exams just because you want. You don't kill people. You don't kill people.
So Emeka, you are trying to shugaba Rational Mind to Igbo land.
Yes, let him go. He's an Igbo man. Let him go. Let him join them. He's not a Yoruba man. Let him go.
Come on, don't stop.
Rational mind is phobia.
Always Yoruba, questioning people's Yoruba-ness or whatever.
No, I'm beginning to question it now.
He's an IPOB.
Little thing. This Jide and everybody with people like Ipobian. What do you mean? Ipobian is what? Indigenous people of Biafra. What do you mean?
Yes, now we agree. But you don't agree with you. We agree.
Who built that sense of attacking you? You call people like
no big preachers.
Yeah, if you are attacking that person or what?
You are saying don't take it personal. You think I'm joking?
No,
you think Ekene is joking with you?
I'm talking to Ekene.
I know. You think Ekene is also joking with you? You think he's joking with you about being an IPOB member or an IPOB lover?
IPOB now. Ekene is IPOB.
Let them. That's why we say let them go.
If you want to come IPOB, it doesn't make any. It doesn't mean anything.
It's not we want to call you. You are IPOB. You are IPOB. It's not we want to call you.
I cannot deny the existence of my region because I want to please somebody like Emeka. It will never happen.
You don't need to please me. I just say just
something happened in my region.
Go. More than 3 years. The war has happened. Can I pack your load?
Even if it has happened. A war happened in my region for more than 3 years, and a lot of life were claimed. You want me to deny it? Because I want to please you, Emeka and Chide. What do you mean?
Can you pack your load from Lagos and go back? Go.
Oh, God, stop up. I can live wherever I want to live. Doesn't mean that I will
really?
My people.
Really?
You understand? Doesn't mean I have to deny that. Wherever I am, I know my identity.
Oh, you can live wherever. Okay, now you they talk like this. So you can live anywhere you want.
Your voice, so I'm trying to get one voice.
So you can live wherever you want, Sabi.
Emeka, allow me to speak. You never interject. I never interjected in your talk, too.
All right, Emeka, you must let him speak. Can I back to you?
So I can live wherever I want to live. If that pains you a lot, then come and bring your caterpillar and chase me away. You understand? Bring your caterpillar, come and chase me away.
One man is calling me, so I have to speak. He go reach. Just go.
So
carry your eyes.
The only thing I know is that the only thing I know is that
don't call him out, because if you call him out, then
I never called his name. I never called his name. I never called Emeka when I'm talking. I don't call Emeka. Even whenever he hears that I call Emeka, I don't call Emeka. If he hears Emeka from my mouth, then let him say whatever he wants to say. But my point is that I can live wherever I want to live as a Nigerian, not denying my region, that I know what happens there for almost 3 years. People lost their life, and they wake up one day and say, we want to recognize this day as the day of our foreign heroes, and Nigerian state rose against it. It happens every time. Whenever you see an actor that wears a flag of Biafra, you arrest him. You see somebody sing say Biafra, you arrest him. You see this Biafra, you arrest him. You see this Biafra, you arrest that person. What is all this? And upon that, these people don't want to give up in this matter. They still know that there was a day, there was a time, a period of time that there are people who were killed. Millions of them were killed. But you still want to deny them that, just to remember that day. Anything that looks like Biafra, you call it a terrorist. Anything this, somebody, you an IPOB, this and this. Then what happened? IPOB, what's the meaning of IPOB? It is not people of Biafra. If you come here an IPOB member, I will go and hit my head in the wall.
Ekene, please, can I ask you, one man, please, indulge me, please. Just to ask the question in just 5 seconds, please. Ekene, is the only Igbo that died in Biafra war?
Did you participate in that war?
I'm just asking a question. Don't rigmarole. Is it only Igbo people that died in the Biafra war?
I said, did you participate in that war? How many other regions? I said it is Igbo against Nigerian. It is the Southeasters against Nigerian. If you know how the war happened, it is South Igbo against Nigerians. You understand? So if you cannot accord me my respect of whatever idea I wear because of the experience I have in Nigeria, then you don't expect respect from other people. It's Nigerians against the Igbos. A war happened. It's a fact. So don't really think, is it only Igbo that died in the Biafra? Is it this and this? A former head of state come and told you that I have to force this war. I was pressurized to force this war, which he did. And he was happy that he did it just to keep Nigeria one. Every one of us knows that Nigeria is never a one nation. Today, we are talking about regional government. I was even happy when I heard that news, only to come out to see that it's a fake news. Because we are not existing very well as a one nation. We need that regionalism and all those separation of power, so that people will be able to recognize their identity very well. You cannot continue to deceive ourselves in this country.
Can I ask you a question?
Don't ask me.
Do you know that you can actually
don't ask me. I said don't ask me. Don't force yourself in my talk. I don't want to accept your talk.
Do you know?
I don't know. Don't force yourself in my talk.
No, you don't need to complain. If those cowards
I don't want to accept anything that comes from you.
Cowards in the southeast perpetrating those crimes, if they are man enough, if they have balls,
I never denied it.
If they have balls, they will leave. If those cowards have balls, they will leave. You two, rational mind, follow them and go too. Rational mind, you can follow them and go.
Stop this your crap. I mean, I don't want this your crap.
It's not crap. Rational mind, rational mind. Please, with due respect, with due respect, you don't know how pained I am. With due respect, I know you are not a Yoruba man. But with due respect, you don't know how pained I am. So when you come into this matter, it gets me a bit upset. But I know you are not a Yoruba man. But if you want to be an Igbo man too, you want to be an IPOP man, then grow your balls and join them and go. Declare yourself a country. Go. I don't think anybody would. I think the rest of Nigerians are pissed off with the nonsense with IPOP and IPOP loving individuals. Let them just go. Rational mind, follow them and go. Thank you.
All right, bring it on, Mekene, and then we're going to man up prestige.
So one man, what I say is that I continue to say it. The people that say that we should go, I don't think they even have land in Igbo land. So if they have land, they won't be sounding like that. And you can continue to call your husband a madman. So if you call your husband a madman, you should also say, you should also know that you also any woman that calls his I don't even know why this guy will not allow me to speak. I don't even know why this guy. I think this guy is educated. Why can't he respect the Tinubu?
Strong men.
I thought he was a country. I thought he had a first class in degree.
Please, can you bring this guy?
Yeah? I think this guy was. I thought this guy said he had a first class. Yeah?
Just go. Wait now, one man, please. One man, what I am saying.
This guy couldn't even allow me to organize my thoughts.
All I am saying is simple. All I am saying is simple. If these people are not cowards, if they have it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All I am saying, if you people are not cowards, if you are not cowards, if you have balls, if you call yourself a man, if you are truly a man,
they don't even have manners. They don't even have manners. With the long certificate they carry about, they don't even have manners. With all the documents and everything, they don't even have manners.
Ekene, this is simple. Tomorrow, this is very simple. Tomorrow, wake up, go to the southeast, go and declare the southeast as Biafra. If you people have balls and you are not cowards, declare that place as Biafra. Let the Nigerian army leave that place alone and let you people be. Biafra loving people and IPOP. Go away. Leave Nigeria.
Emeka, let me just say this. You fervently disagree with Ekene. I think that's clear. But I think the audience, just judging by the comment section, they want to hear from him. So let them hear from him, whether you agree or not. Ekene, back to you.
So one man, I still maintain the fact that the federal government should do something about it. Iron out some, because ever since all this issue has been going on in the southeast, I never had the day that the government came together and said, what are we going to do about this? It just wave it off. You cannot continue to behave like that as a nation. There must be a day to come together and say, what are we going to do to solve this problem? Instead of fighting, using military, using police and all this stuff. That's what I think the federal government that really want the unity of this country should do. But if you continue to tell people this never happened, kill them. Don't stop them from celebrating anything. Don't allow them to talk about Biafra. It's a wrong approach to me. I'm not saying that everything in that narrative is very good, Biafra, whatever. I'm not saying it's very. I know there is some criminalities in it, but at least let the federal government have a round table, discuss it, make a proper conclusion. If it's just giving them that one day or two, they give it to them. It will not stop the existence of Nigeria. Calling them IPOP or whatever name you want to call them will not. It doesn't make any sense. You create that narrative. They are IPOP. They are terrorists. They are this. They are that. As if no war ever happened. It's a wrong approach. So let's really build a united nation if we really want one. Recognize everyone's diversity. What happened in this environment Recognize it. What happened in this environment? Recognize it. Respect each other. Don't try to the military or whatever force you want to use because you know you can do that, or you think they cannot fight back. It's a wrong approach to me. One more, thank you.
All right, brilliant. And we weren't even having we were even having a session around this now fake restructuring, and it's turned into I didn't think we were going to end up in the Southeast today, but we often too often end up in the Southeast. But before I go on to Man of Prestige, let me flash up our Dupsy session for Sunday. So the show on Sunday, that's the title right there. Can a married black man be friends with his ex? So Dupsy is going to talk us through that. The link to that session in the comment section now. Go and bookmark it. It's always an epic. Anybody that's been there, Man of Prestige will be there. He's excited for already. So can a married black man be friends with his ex? So that's the question. The answers to be provided by the Queen Bee of the platform, Dupsy. So Dupsy session on Sunday. Go bookmark it. Man of Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Do you still want to stay with Biafra, or you want to take us away from this?
Yeah, let me talk. Well, I don't know if it is Biafra. I just want to narrate what's going on in the South. It's just in a little bit of my opinion. But before I proceed, whenever we have a subject about the southeast of Biafra, it tends to elicit very emotional from both sides, depending on where you're coming from. But anyway, I'm not going to dig into whatever anybody was saying, but I just have to make one comment about Emeka. I think Emeka is a fraud, in my opinion. Okay, if I may use the right word, the metaphor that so what you? I mean, Wole can use Bajio. That's what you are, Emeka. Okay, so
No,
Why?
now.
Why is
You
a
follow
fraud?
them and
Tell
go
us
now.
why is a fraud. Tell us why
No,
is
leave
a
him
fraud.
now. No, he
I'm
doesn't even need to
interested.
explain. All I'm just saying is,
I don't have to
all
explain.
I'm saying
So
is,
I don't.
it is the federal government that is even making
It's
you
my
people to
opinion.
feel.
So
It is the federal government that is making IPOP lovers and Biafrans to feel relevant. Or if I was the president, I would just tell those soldiers, leave that place, let them be. They want to run the shop, they want to be nuisance, let them do whatever they want to do. They want to declare a country for themselves, fine, go away. Then we build the borders. Just put the borders straight up and let them do what they want to do. Enough is enough. You don't want to integrate? Go away. It's
okay,
simple.
Emeka.
Call me whatever you want to call me. That's not my cup of tea. Say whatever you want to say. It's not my cup of tea. Say I'm not Igbo. It's not my cup of tea. You can't define where I'm from, my identity. I'm even more Igbo than you that is speaking. But since you don't want to be useful to the society, then go and be useless where you are from. Stay
Okay,
on your
now
own.
calm down, and make us my turn, please. Don't take my turn away. I'm not here
No,
to.
I can't. You can't tell me. You can't come and call me a fraud and tell me to still calm down. No.
That's my
You know.
opinion. So
You have exceeded your
I'm
rights.
not
You
here.
can't come
I'm
in.
not
No,
here to
Jimmy.
decide.
See,
I'm not.
man of prestige. The mistake you made was to say that. Call me a fraud, then you now say I should calm down. You're not.
Yes,
You're
that's
very
what I
useless. So
said, and I'm not
you're
going to
very
take it
useless.
back.
You are very useless to even say I should calm down when you say you call me a fraud. You are very useless to say that. You can't make
Okay.
that statement. It can't be your first initial statement, and you're telling me to calm down. You're useless. So don't say that again. You join them. You join them. Join Ekene. Join Rational Mind. All of you. But go and meet IPOP. Go and blow up the Niger Bridge. Blow up everywhere. Declare your country. Put the boundaries. And then we even if you don't allow me make I say my prayer, I say, okay, no problem. Make una take them. It's fine. I did where I did. No, all these you people, the sympathy you are looking for is nonsense. The victimhood you are playing is nonsense. Enough is enough. Enough is enough of this stupidity. You just get the way out of Nigeria and let people who want peace and progress move. People who want to move forward, allow them to move forward. If you want to regress, you want to go back, then go to hell. That's my own cup of tea. For those who have loved their life, yes, we agree. But stop this victimhood. That's why I said you are all cowards. You are all cowards. You are all stupid. If you are strong enough, go and declare Biafra. Go and declare Biafra.
Are you done now? You finish ranting? So I will proceed. Okay, Mecca, I already call you what I call. So I'm not gonna come here, get into more detail, but it's a shame that you have to fight so hard to just, to justify where you are from. But anyway, whether you are ashamed of where you're
It
from
doesn't
or
matter.
whatever.
It's not my
But
cup of
that
tea.
that that's
I
a
don't
that's
give
a
a
topic
damn.
for
All
another
I'm
day.
saying to you, you
That's
are in
not
the
my
comfort.
concern.
You are in the comfort of your house in California, and then people who are actually suffering in the southeast or who are suffering from your village, you are busy telling us that you love Biafra, right? You love the crime going on in the southeast. You love the regressive situation going on in the southeast. You love the social infrastructure depletion in the southeast. Oh, God, you're a very wicked man. God will punish you. You are wicked. Join them and go.
Okay. So can I go on now? One man. And please don't interject me anymore. You had you took some of my time, but that's okay. I have no issue.
He will surely interject you if you go after him now. If you make a derogatory statement to him,
Can
he
you
will
go
go
and see
after
that?
you. So
Can you
that's
sit
all.
down somewhere, please? With due
Oh,
respect.
okay. Now, Sender,
Yeah, thank
you
you.
calling somebody a fraud and you are expecting him not to respond. So if you still make a derogatory statement on him, he will come after you too. So
Okay.
don't say this thing. So you have to respect him. You have to,
Well,
make your point.
I'm privileged to call anybody what I want to call. So
Oh, okay, okay,
yeah.
all right.
Thank you.
Go
But
ahead.
anyway, let's go to the this southeastern issue. Like one man, like I said yesterday, I wrote it, and I'm repeating what I'm going to say right now unequivocally. I condemn what transpired in Abia, whether it's 3 or 5, because it has not been an accurate account. It doesn't really matter. One life lost is too much, and particularly the people that serve our country. So my condolence to the family and the foreign hero that died. There's no place for that in any society, in any living society, let alone, we don't have to categorize where you're civilized or in any living society. That's not obtainable. It's completely wrong. But I was looking at some video, that coming out from that part Abia today about, because sometimes news from Nigeria, I don't know if it is fake or real, wherever people just make up something. A lot of people was taking about a video. People are crying, running for their life. They are loading women in the truck. I cannot certain that, if that's true. But what I had coming from the one of the soldier, it seemed like they're going to deal with them, trying to find ascertain exactly what happened. Any means necessary. But what is any means necessary? Is it what just happened in Delta State recently? Is that what they want to do? Of course, they have done it before. So I'm not here to justify the killing and otherwise, but I think LSOT has offered 25 million, to apprehend the perpetrator. Yeah, he did that today, which is the right thing to do. Talking about the commemoration of Biafra or something like that, I'm never a proponent of Biafra. I'm from Nigeria. I happen to come from the southeastern part of the country. Nobody here can, can properly say, where they should be, where they should from. Is wherever God put you, is where you from. But we happen to, be the same country, come one Nigeria, whether it's a right amalgamation or not. That's where we find ourselves right now, one Nigeria. So we need to support and condemn what is evil. But I want the judiciary to take, to be very proper when they are delegating their duty. I mean, not to be so heavy-handed on something. They need to fish out who did it. That's the proper way to do it. But it can't go. I mean, I'm not saying that's already happened right now, but judging by the video that I've seen so far, it seems like it's getting to a different level. Those people need to be caught. Whoever did it, and dealt with them. If you have to kill them or whatever, whatever is the repercussion, let it be. And that's the way it's supposed to be in any part of the country. But I have an issue when it comes to the South. I'm just gonna be. It's not just Southeast. Maybe the heavy-handed of the military. Maybe because they're the one occupying the military. Look at what transpired in the North. The military that was killing the North and something like that. They need to fish out whomever did it. You don't have to, use the heavy-handed just to, put everybody in the trunk or wherever you're going to ship them and you may never see them again. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm praying for that. But those people should be caught, right away. And the governor of Abia State need to play a part and make sure they caught them in that regard. So that's all I have to say when it comes to that regard. Let there not be extrajudiciary in that part, in that part. So speaking about whatever they are commemorating, I don't really know exactly if it is Biafra or the fallen hero. So let's just assume it's the fallen hero. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I believe if the state government don't approve it or whatever, it may not be official. If they don't want it, they would have come and said, okay, we're not going to have this. So they have the right to say, okay, we're going to honor our foreign hero. And that's right. I think we have gone beyond whereby the federal government, has not even let us know what happened during the Biafra War. Nobody, we never thought about the Biafran War, talk to people, people together. I'm not a politician. I'm not in Nigeria. So what I would have advocated is for them to, whatever is, bothering people from the southeast, marginalization or wherever you may be, they need, like the president right now need to talk to people. They need to come and ask them a question. What's going on? Let's have, let's talk. That's definitely a right thing to do. I mean, it pain me. I'm from that part of part of the country, but because I'm here, my life is okay. I'm not going to say I'm not from there. Speaking about 90 something percent or whatever the figure that that guy gave, that everybody support Biafra. I don't know where he get that data. I don't support Biafra. I want to be one Nigeria. But if you happen to be, when has asking for separation become become an offense? When has that been? You have a right to say you want to separate from the country, but and you do a referendum. But in my own opinion, if a referendum is conducted today, I'm gonna, this is what I think from what I, when I go home or interact with people. About 70%, I'm just gonna use that figure, whether it's 70, 80, or 90. I don't know how much, I don't know what's the percentage. They don't want Biafra. This is just my own personal opinion. I mean, I may be wrong, but this is what I'm thinking. They don't want Biafra. They want to be in one Nigeria because it's better for us to be together. Even I thought it might have been a forced amalgamation. That's where we are right now. So the problem with that part of the country, something has to be done. Something has to be given. The government has to, has to take the bull by the horn, talking to people, because what people don't realize, let's assume Nnamdi Kanu die right now. It's going to be another Nnamdi Kanu. That's just the way it is. It's going to be another Nnamdi Kanu that's from somewhere still supporting, because it's not all about Nnamdi Kanu happen to be the piloting of that. But majority of those people which I consider to be minority or whatever, that want the separation, it's not all the Igbos. So don't come here and be telling me like you have a fact. Has there been any data to prove whatever you come up with here, 90 something percent of people over there want a Biafra? You don't have the fact to back up, And for me, yeah.
Can you really talk for Igbo people? You that live all your life in Lagos or traveling.
I think he may be right, John Lekoko. I share.
Never live in Igbo land now.
Yeah, but it's an Igbo man now.
I'm from Owerri to be specific.
You grew up in Lagos. You don't know anything about
That's
Igbo
a long time
land.
ago before I came to this country. What are you talking about?
What are you saying?
I have an Igbo lineage. Regardless of where I grew up, I'm still in America.
You have
I still have an Igbo lineage. Even go ahead.
He left Nigeria as a teenager.
Life in Igbo land before. You are not closer to the people.
From Lagos.
Okay, so what? So what? Do you ever forget your Ajali Coca? Wait a minute. Let's make it a conversation now. Okay, Ajali Coca. I don't mind you interjecting, okay? But we have to be civil about it.
Because what they are saying, you say, oh, Igbo people doesn't want Biafra. This thing. How dare you saying that when you don't even
say how dare. It's my own opinion.
It's an Igbo man.
He never live among them.
Wow. It's from there. It goes there every single year. He goes there.
No, this is guy that grew up among Yoruba people. How can he be talking about Igbo people?
That's the voice of the silent majority. That's the voice of the silent
majority.
So
what do you want me to come here? You want me to come here and say, go kill them? Is that what you want me to do? Like Emeka proposed, go kill all of them.
One man. Let me ask a quick question. This is very so that he can speak to that. But look, from judging by what he just said, if you probably were not paying attention, judging by what he said, and when you look at probably the syllogism of his conversation, you understand that he said, according to him, that 70% of Igbo people do not want Biafra.
I said maybe it's just my personal opinion. It's not that I have the data to prove it.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
Go ahead. No, let the guy speaking. Go ahead and finish.
Hypothetically,
enigmatic.
Hypothetically, going by your own by your concept now, 70% by that number, that's way high margin. Then why are they causing trouble to Nigeria? They don't want to go, but they are killing Nigerians. They are killing Nigerian soldiers, and they are not allowing Nigeria to help them. Because I could remember vividly, Buhari had to basically hands down on their matter, on their case, and he just left them alone to do what they wanted to do. Because you cannot help some people who are not ready to be helped, right? We've had previous administration, they will find a way to try to help them, but they are the one who will sabotage the efforts of the government. Buhari moved in that time, then they changed the narrative on Buhari completely until he left them alone. Now they've killed 5 soldiers when a sitting governor, Alex Oti, was saying he was going to leave IPOB to do their thing, and somebody was saying they should have conversation. Do you know why America does not have interaction, conversation, and negotiation with terrorists? And you guys have not even taken a position on this IPOB.
The last time I checked, the last time I checked, they haven't officially been identified as terrorists in the,
terrorists.
In the world nation. That's in Nigerian context.
But they are in Nigeria. This is the double standard, and this is the confusion that you guys
because
are having.
Because you brought that up, so I need to clarify that. Whether it's double standard, that's your opinion.
Hold on, because
I thought you wanted to interject, not to take my time.
I'm not taking your time, because you guys will not listen to the truth. The thing is that you accuse
who made it the authority about what's truth?
Okay.
So if you're gonna become because I don't really want to interact. I don't really want to interact with you.
That's okay.
I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy for that.
I understand.
So I'm not gonna die in Nigerian shake. Okay. I don't have time for that. I'm only here to make my comment. That's it. I mean, it's my own opinion, whether you like it or not.
Let me talk to the platform then. Listen a second.
How are you gonna talk to it's my turn, and I have the right to subjugate you.
Go ahead.
I have the right to subjugate you from not intercepting.
Go ahead. Bye. Go.
Man of Prestige, can you give me 1 minute?
Man of Prestige, good evening to you. How are you?
Man of Prestige, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Let the guy, rational man, hold on. I don't mind the interjection, but in as far as it's civil, let the guy that say man of Prestige, let him interject, then rational mind.
Yeah, that's
my turn.
Man of Prestige,
I can go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, man of Prestige.
What I want to say is
can I thought it was the guy first. I don't know before rational mind. I don't mind. If one man permit it, I'm okay with it.
No. You said the order. You said I can't go first. So you said the order.
Who's the guy that just said hi, man of Prestige? I want him to.
That was Akin.
Okay, Akin. Go ahead, Akin.
So man of Prestige. I had you call out Emeka earlier on. You called him a fraud, right?
Yes, I did.
But when I listened to you 2 minutes later, you were giving a different perspective of what actually happened in Abia State. However,
hold on. What did I say? How did I say what actually happened? Like I'm there or I know what the fact. I didn't say what happened. I was just talking about what transpired.
Let me land the point real quick. So you condemned the acts of terrorism or act of terror that happened in Abia State. However, you still went ahead and called someone a fraud just because he's condemning IPOP. He's not in tune with what is happening in southeastern Nigeria, right? So my own interpretation of what you just did is like double standard. You get it?
No, it's not a double standard. You don't know the history of Emeka and I. It's dating back to Niger Watch.
No, okay.
That was hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Dating back to Niger Watch.
Are you insinuating that?
No, dating back to Niger Watch and then before
is that what you are insinuting?
Before they exile him from that platform, you know, that's an obedient
Oh,
platform.
definitely
You
not.
know, I mean, I don't, you know. So I mean, if you want to join with the Kumbaya, you can go
He
to that
doesn't
kind of
want the
platform.
truth. He doesn't want it. That's the
Hold on,
problem.
if you want to go to
He's
a
dancing
Kumbaya
back and
platform,
dancing yo-yo back and forth.
can you be quiet and let me land and you know
You
the
be
person.
quiet and talk your mind, man.
Oh my God,
Shut up.
one man, I think
Hold
I
on
may
now.
leave.
Talk to me. I'm listening.
No,
Go
no.
ahead.
I may leave because I don't have time for this shenanigan. Okay,
All
you know.
right.
Talk to me.
I
I'm
can
listening.
just hold on.
You
Just
go.
hold on. All right. Everybody steady down. Manfred has the floor, so let him coordinate the conversation he wants. Manfred, back to you.
Yeah, go ahead. I want Akim to finish what he was saying.
Okay, so
And I will respond.
thanks a lot, man of prestige. So what when you call somebody a fraud
Yeah.
and you turn around and you try to condemn what happened, and of course you kind of support them, I believe about 40%, in a way that you do not want the government to not do this and not do that. If everybody like myself and of course others out there listening to you, they'll have trouble understanding where you are. Where do you stand? Okay, so I want to know, for example, right? I believe when Shoyinka condemns what the obedient were doing, a lot of people from Southeast, they look at it as a ethnic or they look at him as ethnic bigots. Okay, however, if you are calling someone who is, of course, a Southeasterner like you, like yourself, okay, if you're calling me a fraud, that tells me that you are 100% in support of what actually transpired.
So you think I'm in line, you know, align myself with whatever happening in the southeast? Is that's how you interpret, or you're in fear? Of
No,
course, you know,
I'm
you're in fear
confused.
because
No, I'm
I
confused.
never said this.
I'm confused.
That's an inference you just made.
No, hold
So,
on. I'm
but that's
confused.
fine. That's the opinion.
No, hold on, man. I'm confused where you stand because I want to know: are you in support of it or you are condemning it wholeheartedly? That's okay.
Support of
What
what?
they did.
Support of what? You need to be specific. Support of what?
Of what happened? What just transpired in
I
Abia State?
just said it. What is it? Do you have your listening ear on? I just said it and unequivocally condemn the killing of whether it's 1, 2, or 3, or 5. It doesn't matter.
So
That is wrong.
why then did you
We can't
call?
be going around killing our soldiers.
Why
Then I
then did you
went
call?
further.
All right. Hold on, rational mind. Okay, Akin has addressed that. Just to manage the time. Hear from rational mind, prestige, and then start to bring it on.
Thank you, man. Let's go to the BS. A lot of you come here and dish out BS to some of us. I mean, look at Akin. I mean, some of us will do selective listening here. Somebody came here. I jumped on this matter when I found out that this guy was just interjecting. This guy won't allow this guy talk. And the next thing, oh, you are an IPOP, you're an Igbo, you are this, you are doubting your Yorubaness. And then Akin had the guts to be asking somebody because somebody doubted Emeka's Igbo-ness. But you did not see that. You did not hear that. Oh, we are dispensable, right? Right? Then you can come here and spin your narrative here.
What do you mean you are dispensable? Are you an Igbo person now?
George,
It's a harmless question now. Rational mind.
No, this will be your. I'm just trying to say. I don't want to digress.
Oh, sorry. No, sir. Sorry. Go ahead.
I don't want to digress. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't. Let me just finish that thought. Like when I say dispensable is that one doesn't count. I mean, Emeka is the main thing. So somebody attacked my origin. You did not come here and ask the same person who was saying that, and then you had the effort to be asking somebody who was doubting the other person. You see, let's just go through this BS. Enough of this hypocrisy among everybody here. I mean, I don't know. How do we think? Now, because of some group of some ragtags criminals who come under the cloak of IPOB or whatever they call themselves, they killed our patriotic military guys who, unfortunately, they served and they were killed. And some people come here and make it a national thing. I mean, what I mean national thing, the Igbo nation, that they are the people behind it. These are the same people here, the same house leakers here, that will come here and you, please, you will come here, you You heard of what is being done in the northern part of Nigeria. This group of bunch of ragtag Islamists. You did not attack the Fulanis. You did not attack the Hausas as being, oh, it's the agenda to scuttle Nigeria. I mean, to bring down Nigeria. You did not tell me that, sir. And we've been fighting this war with these ragtag Islamists who come under the guise of, oh, we are fighting a jihad. We want to Islamatize the whole of North. We want the whole of North to become Islamatized. We want to create our own separate Islamic state out of Nigeria. You people do not attack these people. You don't call me. I don't see you people come here and jump on them and bounce on them like you bounce on the Igbos. How do we even think, all of us? How do some of us think here on this platform? But when it's an Igbo thing, you will target an Igbo thing. Of course, these people are fighting for the Igbo nation. And the criminals among them are making it look ridiculous by killing our own military guys who are defending our country and the people of that country.
But rational mind, they don't need to fight again now. All they just need to do is to go.
Some of you.
Rational mind, there's no need to fight. There's no need to fight.
When it happens to Southeast, everybody know how to speak English and how to defend federal government.
It's not easy.
We know many soldiers has died in the north.
There's
Nobody
no
talk about it.
Let me take
But
over
by
the
this
floor,
Boko
please.
Haram and all this stuff, none of them come to defend. None of them come to talk about it. But whenever they hear one gunshot in the Southeast, they will know how to defend their degrees and how to come here to tell us that they go to school.
Omar, you are the one causing this trouble because I blame Nigeria, and if I were Tinubu, right, I'll take Buhari's position. Look away as if nothing is happening. Because when you speak to it, they will blame you for speaking about it.
No, no, one man is not causing any trouble. The president it wasn't even a topic. Enigmatic. Is it enigmatic? I would have just signed. Let them just go.
But they are senators who can declare whatever they want.
No, they can ignore the senators. The senators don't want to go. They want to still remain in Nigeria. Just take the hype of them. Let them go. Simple. There's no need to complain.
Nigeria will try to help. They will blame Nigeria. Nigeria will say,
there's no need to complain here. Just go.
When you ask them, they won't tell you where they belong. They will be doing up and down, yo. They don't have a stand.
That's why I say they are cowards now. Let them declare Biafra and go. Leave Nigeria. Just go. Now, if they paint themselves, they say make them go. They call me fraud. They call me this. If they vex them, see, one man. If they vex them, I say make them go. They call me fraud. They call me this. I am not Igbo. I'm not from Umuahia. I'm not this. No wahala. Go. Don't be what you want. I pop lovers and Biafran lovers. Go.
Hold on.
Rational mind, follow them through and go. Rational mind, follow them and go. You are not a Yoruba man. Rational mind, you know you are not a Yoruba man. Go.
Let's have some order. Rational mind, hold on. Rational mind, hold on. Just to manage both the conversation and the people waiting, let Prestige have his floor back. So Prestige, just take us along as we were.
Thank you very much. So the first question I can pose to me, like I'm being interrogated on this platform, but that's fine. We're all here, to talk or give our own personal opinion. I mean, the word, when I use the word fraud or Guardiola, I say it's a metaphor from Wole. So having said that, I mean every word that I say, because not even what he narrated today. I've been following Emeka for how long? Like I said, it's not about 2 years. It's just his narrative. Yeah, he may come from there. That's not my problem.
If you call him out, he will respond.
You can come from the mass or whatever you want to be. It don't make any difference to me. It's not going to put something in my mind. I will still prosper the way I'm prospering. So all those are nonsense. So I stand by my word. It's a broad statement when you want to categorize people. You put them in one basket, forgetting just it's a minor section of the country, minor population of that part of the country that is doing this nonsense. And whether our governor doesn't have the gut to checkmate them, maybe invite federal government, you negotiate and everything. So I still stand by my word. I'm not going to take it back. So if you like, go hit the transformer. The person that I call or somebody defending him. I don't give a deal about that. So I'm going to come here and express my opinion. whether you like it or not, and nobody can stop you. The only person that can stop me from saying what I want to say or remove me is, is one man. He's the owner of the platform. But any other person, we have equal right. So having said that, I think, like I was saying before, there shouldn't be extrajudiciary in that case. Yes, there's a way, when you break the law, there's a way to, to go about it. Go through with the due process. Of course, we don't have due process. Nobody's is above the law. But in Nigeria case, there's a lot of people above the law. America is a typical example. The ex-president being indicted to 34 counts. Although we already talked that, that's how the law is supposed to work. Adjudicated by the the peers of his people, not the judge making that decision. So I don't want to deviate, but let me stick with on that point. So the point I'm trying to make, don't. Sometimes I begin to wonder, do we have two countries? It seems like something happened different in the north. This is my own personal opinion. Something happened different in the north when it comes to the south, which includes south side, southwest. Of course, there has not been too much of something like killing of police going on in the going on in the southwest. Maybe that's their culture, which is good. I don't have any issue with that. But follow the law. Follow the law. And I don't know what soldiers is doing. But when he made a comment, which make some validity to that military and the police, they work together because it's a different space compared to where I'm calling from right now. So if that's what we have, that's what we have. So I condemn it again without missing word. And I hope they catch them, not to waste more time. Let them catch them and deal with them. But don't be playing you know, partial judiciary from different part of the country. Because in the north, I mean, in the last 2 months or 3 months, do you know how many soldiers they have acquired in that part of the country? Undeniable whether it's they call them terrorists or henchman or whatever, but they are part of that country, and nothing nobody's held accountable. Even what happened like a year or 2 years ago, when the terrorists invaded the Kaduna, the military base, up to today, we don't know what happened. That has never been accounted. But if it happened anywhere, in the south, believe me, it's going to be extra, particularly in the southeast. Let's not miss a word about it. You know, there's a different, way different way they treat, the southeast. I'm not, you can't deny that. So that's what I'm not going to talk too much about, right? So that one man for that topic. That's all I have to say. Can I talk about the independent? I mean, can I talk about the national anthem? Just a briefly.
You can talk about the national
Okay.
anthem, or you can open the space on this story that somebody just sent in. Let me present it to you, and then
Okay.
you make the choice. It says, Cross River demolishes historic monolith, replaces it with statue of Jesus. So this is one of the things that really gets my blood boiling. It says that reports indicate the Cross River State government, led by government Basi or Otu, has demolished a historic monolithic structure. Reports indicate that it has been replaced with a statue of Jesus as a shepherd leading his flock. Additionally, the flag of Israel has been hung on the staff of the statue. The monolith, known as Ikom monolith, is part of a series of volcanic stone monoliths from the area of Ikom. The Ejegam people are believed to have engraved the monolith in around 200 CE. So these are the images now. So that's the monolith, and that is the replacement right there. So I'm not sure that. Just give us your immediate response to this, because hopefully this is not true, because it will be quite sad.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've still want to talk about the national anthem, but anyway, I mean, this is very sad. The Nigerian government or whatever they're doing, if they have their priority missed. I mean, why is this so important? Why they're changing it to Jesus Christ? I mean, Nigeria is a secular state. I don't know how many percentage of people there are, Muslim, or I know it's probably more Christians, than Muslim, if there's any Muslim there, you know, in Cross River. because it's there in terms of demarcation between Southeast, between Muslim and the Christians. That's probably what's applicable in the Southeast or that part of the South. So I just thought this is rubbish. I don't know the purpose of that. I mean, did they go through the House of Assembly to approve this or something like that? But that's Nigeria for you. I mean, the governor can pretty much do whatever he wants. So that's what I have to say. I don't have more detail to say or read more, see the historical background, then I can be able to comment. So that's it for that. But let me go back to the national anthem. We already flogged this national anthem problem, how it originated, who sponsored it or something like that. But the issue I have, like when he said, um, Tinubu have no hand to that. That is completely wrong. Whether it's been about different theory that's been coming out, whether it's been dedicated about against Obasanjo or because this is what they want to do. I mean, I don't like the national anthem. I think we should stick with whatever we have right now. Because if we look at where that national anthem originated, which is our colonial master, and we still want to maintain that. Is it not time we emancipate ourselves from this colonial master? The imperialist, ideology they instituted in Nigeria. It's about time we eliminate them. So when you say that Tinubu didn't play part to that or something like that, no, I completely agree with you. I completely disagree with you. That is 100% wrong. I mean, when the Congress pass a bill and the president doesn't like it and he doesn't think it's befitting to Nigeria, he has a veto right, and he could have easily vetoed it. So we can come here and speculate that he's the one that initiated it or not, but we know who sponsored it. It was a rep. I've forgotten his name that sponsored this bill. So either way, the president is part of the people that are behind this. Because he signed it, he has a veto, right, and he never utilized it, so he's okay with it. Um, I don't have that much to say. We're already flogging whether it's good or not good. Maybe the sound is better or something like that, But we are going back to imperialism, in my own opinion, because a lot of people that was born, the Gen Z don't know much about this. They don't know much about this national anthem, that they brought back today. I mean, how's that going to solve the problem of Nigeria? Is it the main priority? I think what is so alarming is the anger way this was accomplished within 2 days or whatever. I mean, nothing like this has ever happened in any bill that was brought up. I mean, the suffering of the people or something like that. In one mind, you just laid out the percentage of people, that is, doesn't agree with this government. I mean, that's pretty high. I mean, everything is so wrong in Nigeria right now. You don't even know what to do. So that's my problem. I just need to, counter the narrative that Tinubu is not aware of it. I mean, the person that spoke earlier, whether being a lawyer, you suppose, you know that unless, for your own sentiment, because you say you are not a PC person, you after Tinubu. So you are being very sentimental about that. So let's come here and speak the truth. That's all I have to
So
say about
somebody
that.
really said that Tinubu is not aware of the new national anthem.
Well, I don't know if that. I don't want to put word in his mouth, and he's here.
I wouldn't say he wasn't aware. It was his idea. It was his
I
idea.
was
So
leaving.
Well, right. So what?
He
I
just to
mean,
defend
like,
the.
I mean, we don't have any fact to back whether
Who
it's
does
idea,
that?
but we can insinuate,
Can I say
judging by his
something?
former narrative.
yeah, hold on for
Roma,
Ogwene. Yeah, Ogwene.
no,
Yeah.
I don't interject unnecessarily. I believe,
Yeah, I'm glad you're interjecting about that
but
area
because
of Tinubu.
you call my name, you can't even stop me because you call my name.
No, go
And
ahead. I don't have any problem. Go ahead and interject.
the practice on this platform is when you call somebody out, comes to explain. Yeah,
I
because
expect
and
you.
I
I
see you
expect you to
also,
come in because
I see you also
I
misleading.
purposely did that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I see you also misleading Ekene. You're saying what I did not say. I'm not saying Tinubu is not aware of it. I told you Tinubu fulfilled his constitutional duty by giving an assent to a bill passed by the National Assembly. This is not his first assent, and this is not his first bill that will give an assent to. And I also told you that you have different types of bills that goes to the National Assembly. Executive bills is the one that come from the presidency. This bill is not an executive bill. This bill was sponsored as a private bill by one of the legislators. We know his name. I know you keep saying you don't know the person, we know his name.
I can't remember his name because somebody flashed it me
I
ago.
will
But
remind
that's
you,
not
by
relevant. We know the
Nigeria.
person is from southwest,
Yeah,
So,
he's from
but that's
Ekiti.
not relevant about who he came from. So
I
my
think it
quarrel
is.
with you is the assertion you made. I
I'm
don't want to put
coming.
word in your mouth.
Yes, you mislead. You either misconceive or deliberately misrepresented that assertion, and that's why I'm here to correct. But I'm just laying a foundation on what I said, so that it will be on record, so that nobody just come and be winning and grilling as if, oh, what did they say? They said Tinubu is not aware. I know Tinubu is your major enemy. Everybody talk about Tinubu. It's fine. He's
It's
the
just like
president.
you. Is Obi not your major enemy? Come on
Obi
now,
can
let's be
never
real.
be my enemy. Obi is a major
But then why are you
politician
gonna
in
put
Nigeria.
how are you gonna put word into people's mouth that Tinubu is their enemy?
Don't make it Tinubu and Obi now.
No. I have to counter you. This
I
is
like
that's where you drive into. But that's not even my point. My issue with you, why I
if you
revoke
understand me very
is
well
that
on this.
is that right to refuse, which is veto power. That's where I'm spoiling. It's a good conversation. I don't have any issue.
If you understand me
Tinubu has
very
the
well
veto
on this,
right.
if you understand me very well on this platform, I like a very tidy conversation, and let's narrow it on a point so that we are not here and there, here and there. I'm not trained to do that. Now, you're talking about what I said, and I'm correcting you that you either deliberately misrepresented it by whatever motive is in you, which I don't know, or you misconceive what I said. And first thing I said is this: there are different ways of bringing bills. We know who brings this bill.
We already passed through that,
The
whether
person who brings
where it's
this,
bringing it or
yeah,
whatever. But what the
you
point
said
is
you
that
can't.
Tinubu concept to
Wait,
rate.
now
That's
let
where
me
we are.
interject you neatly now.
One man, please let there be decorum now, please.
Go
Let's
ahead.
interject now.
Go ahead, but don't be too much about it. Go to that particular point that I have a
No,
difference
you
with
can't.
you.
You can't. Another thing you can't do. I don't know if you do it on other platform or anywhere, and you can't do to me is you won't direct me on how to gather my thoughts and express it. That's not what intellectuals do. So please don't do it to me. I have a way of structuring my conversation and present it to my listeners. So please let me just drop my point. My point is that there are different bills. These bills did not come from the executive. It did not come from Tinubu. This bill came from the senator from my state, Michael Opeyemi Bamidele MOB. That's his name. He sponsored this bill, and it's a bill of 2 paragraphs. Repeal this, then substitute by this. And they drop it in the House, and it follows all their legislative procedures. And what is the last procedure? When you make it an act of National Assembly, what you seal is the assent of the president. And I said it is the constitutional duty of the president, if he's fined by the legislature, to give assent to it. It is his discretion to give assent to it, and he gave assent.
Okay,
Now,
can I stop you there? Go ahead.
I'm
Because
coming.
that's going
Now,
to.
that's his constitutional. I'm coming. That's his constitutional duty. At the same time, he has a discretion to say that if there is something wrong with the law itself, he may say that I'm withholding my assent on this. And if he withholds his assent on it, it rolls back to the National Assembly to veto and still make it an act of the National Assembly. And that is the point I made on this platform. So to tell you that Tinubu did not, so whatever anybody now say, they are speculations. Whether Tinubu was the one who now orchestrated them to put it in, they are speculations. That's my point.
Okay. Every point you made is hold on. Let me
So,
answer this before I
with all
forget.
things you just said, Ogbeni, what is your point? You didn't.
Hold
You
on.
said this is your point.
Let me. It was between me and Nobody. So he
The
already
one
made
that's
his.
not the one that's
He
not
already
educated
made
now.
his. Wait a minute. He already
Bro,
made his point. About how this come to be or whatever.
All right. Start to bring it home,
Okay.
Prestige, so we can move the
Thank
conversation
you.
around.
He already made his assertion. How he think this transpired. I don't have any evidence. To say this. Tinubu must have. Coin that guy. Whatever the person that came and present this bill and it's already approved. My only issue is that Tinubu doesn't have to consent to it, and you agree. So when you sign it and you didn't veto it, that means you are consent to it. It's very simple. That's simple English. I mean, everybody understand the English, or in that part, the veto power that the president has to say no. I don't see this bill as a right bill for the Nigerians, but he signed for it. So the
But
end of story.
why should he say no?
He's included, for passing of the bill, and I mean, it will forever remember that even after when he leave office in the next 10 or 20 years, God permit if he leave, you know, people will still say it's Tinubu that changed the national anthem. That's what people. That's the way Nigeria is going to say. Because the
It's
national. Go ahead.
it's called legacy. So what's it
Okay, it
what
doesn't matter legacy or whatever. There's too many
what did
legends.
you
So
what did you do wrong by assenting to it?
I said that's not even my point. I'm trying to make. I need to clarify. Maybe I'm not. I'm not saying it the right way.
All
Hold on.
right.
I'm going to round up.
Clarify.
Let me
Yeah.
finish on that.
Just
I
to
don't
move
want
it
people to
around. Yeah.
label me to label me to a particular area, because that's not my point. Whether he agree with it, but is the assertion that he doesn't know. It's just a bill from the house, so it's okay. He can sign it regardless. No, he's not compared to sign it. Like I said, three branches of the government, and this came in, from the other two branch. He can say no, I don't want it, and we do it. So it's pretty clear. And I have clarified myself. There's nothing more I can say. So that's all I have to say to that.
All right, brilliant.
People will
Thank
get their
you.
time.
All right, thank you. So we move the conversation on. We're going to do 8 minutes now, and we'll be a bit rigid with it somewhat. We kick that 8 minutes off with let's kick it off with enigmatic. But we'll be rigid with the time, enigmatic, and please no Southeast bashing. Because I think people are on edge somewhat. But on our way to you, enigmatic, let me play this little cameo just to what Prestige was saying there. Prestige, Tinubu had always wanted the national anthem reverted back to the independent anthem, and it's always said that if he has the opportunity, he would do it. I think this clip, I think it dates back about 2 years.
We are one and one Nigeria, and we should be proud of our greenback. That is the passport. In fact, if I have my way, I will bring back our old first national anthem. That describes us much, much better. I don't know why we change it. It's about service. It's about diversity. It's about commitment, the value and nation building. So that is my message.
Thank you, one man. I've just made this comment. Then in summary of what I'm saying, you see that tape vindicate me about the veto or not veto. So let's just let that bury any kind of narrative of any conversation, depending on where you come from. That Tinubu is not part of this bill. It's pretty clear. He made a comment there. Of course, he wasn't the president at that time. So let's.
I'm your Prestige. You are still deliberately mispresenting what I said. Why are you like this?
Why am I deliberately,
you
what
are,
you said?
And you do it a lot on Dr. Damage's thing.
Forget about this. Is not Dr. Damage.
No.
So,
it's characteristic of you. I need to call you out on it.
You can sick of me. I get sick of you too. So it's not that I'm not aware of some of your.
Hold on. It didn't say it's sick of you. It said it's
Characteristics of you.
Mm-hmm. I didn't
say okay. I didn't hear him right.
I thought they said your people's network in US is always very clear.
Don't go there. Don't try to rubbish me thinking that my network is bad. Don't go there. Don't go there. I'm from the tech land. Where I live.
Can you
we don't have any problem.
Man of Prestige, can you hear all these?
We are the
can you hear these European people trying to mock you? Look at this European. The economy of California is bigger than all European countries put together.
It's the 6th largest economy in the world.
Look at this European talking to you like this.
About my internet and all that kind of stuff. I can afford it.
Maybe we just kick them out right now, including one man. Let's kick all of them out right now. All American
anybody, even America,
we take
even
over
America
everywhere.
that are bash here, it's all good. It's all politics. So
America
let's
used to
not
be
die on
British
their
colony.
politics.
Don't forget to.
Huh?
It used to be British colony. Don't forget to.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay. All right, one man. In order for the time, to move ahead, go ahead and continue, please, with Maki. I think it was any Maki you're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah, I'm joking, Jasha. Yeah, me no need. So, one man, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the listeners, and thank you for Nigerians who still believe in Nigerians. I'm not talking to IPOBs now, and I'm not talking to people who are confused about where they belong. So you are either a Nigerian or you are not a Nigerian. So and you either love Nigeria or you hate Nigeria. So you can't actually pick and choose where you belong. And when we say we want to be patriotic as real Nigerians, then we shouldn't be speaking from both sides of our mouth. Nobody should get it confused, and nobody should get it twisted. We are not talking about a situation that is just happening a year ago or 2 months ago, right? Unknown gunmen shouldn't be a conversation. Nothing like unknown gunmen. Unknown gunmen is a facade. We saw what happened in Oyo State. Within 2 days or 3 days, the governor of the state, the chief executive of the state, the chief security officer of the state, in collaboration with the central government, with a national security advisor, with the military apparatchiks, with the police, they were able, and with the community coordination and help, they were able to fish out those tyrants, those vagrants in Oyo State, those bunch of vagabonds who went to the government house of Oyo State and trying to declare, a nonsense nation out of the Yoruba race. Within 3 days and within a week, they demolished all their structures. I think 27 of them. They raised their structures down to the ground, leveled it to the ground. That is a symbolic nature of people who want help and who are not hiding their atrocities or the atrocious ones or the capricious ones among them. There are no two ways to this. There's a reason why America, as the #1 nation in the world, does not negotiate with terrorists. You don't give them breathing space and you do not give them leverage. So, unknown gunmen for almost 5 years, for almost 10 years, or for that have been going on, it has impacted the economic situation, the infrastructural development, and even has led to the pine of prominent people from that region. Dora Akunyili, she was a legend when she was alive. She did her best as a true Nigerian, as a patriotic Nigerian. Her husband was pied in the streets of Onitsha like a mere chicken, by quote and unquote unknown gunmen, where you have five state governors, where you have legislators in both chambers of the National Assembly, where you have people who speak here and there. So now we have to understand what we are dealing with, one man, and I've said it earlier, right? They need to tap out of their catharsis. They need emotional release about the Biafra. You will see a kid of 20 years old or 21 years old or less than 30 years old getting worried about Biafra. What is your problem with what has happened in the past? What apologies do you need? Why are you not moving forward? And we could remember vividly, and I said it again, when Nnamdi Kanu started this shenanigan, right? It's like you have a kid who you have discovered a nature of kleptomaniaism in that kid, and you are hiding it. You have a sore on your finger, you are wrapping it under sweater, and you are not letting people help you to treat that injury. Each time they try to treat the injury for you, you play the guilt trip or you play the victim card. Then at a point they will be tired of you and they will leave you alone to take care of your business. If that injury fire you, that is all for you. So, and we should understand that we cannot continue to condone the Shezia, and because we have these phrenologies of ideas the way we think as Nigerians will be quite different from the way we think about non-Nigerians. So we need to separate the apples from the oranges. So unknown gunmen is a facade. And then when you are trying to have the conversation, they will say, go to the north, go and look at what they are doing. The north, they do not have they do not have to condone their own people, because almost all the people that are like the guy in Finland now, Nnamdi Kanu, right? They've ratted them out. They don't buy all of them, right? And they had their own different issues. But Southeast is part of the South. But when issues happen, they don't want to talk about it. Just look at the graveyard silence that pervaded the entire media space yesterday, until Atiku Abubakar, a northerner, broke the silence today. Peter Obi did not say anything. When Peter Obi would speak, he brushed aside by ensuring that carefully he did not mention anything IPOB, and that is supposed to be a leader. So when the leader is moving like that pretentiously, like nothing is happening, then what do you think about the followers, right? What do you think about the followers? Because it's like they are in a cocoon, right? They are dealing with this consensus fallacy of ideas that Nigeria shouldn't help them, then Nigeria should help them. But when you try to help them, they sabotage your effort and they play the guilt trip. They did that to Buhari. Buhari as a Fulani man, he left them alone. He tried to have operation this, operation that. They weaponized it against him. He left. Now look at what happened yesterday. Are you aware of the fact that the 5 soldiers that were killed, I think 2 of them or 3 of them, they were not from Bayelsa, they were not from Kogi State or from anywhere else. 3 of them or 4 or 2 of them were from the Southeast. There, it means you want secession, but you are killing your own people. You are killing your economy, and they will not let Nigeria rest. We know a lot of them who are IPOB before the election, but they moved, right? That like they love Nigeria. But when we are discussing Nigeria, they don't want Nigeria to rest. So they need to choose where they belong and what they actually want. Do they want Nigeria to help them, or they want to start playing the middle game? Nobody is ready for their middle game, right? And the travesty, to continue to discuss the syllogism of this pervading, head thinking mentality is not going to go on. People will get tired at a point. That is where Nigerians are now. Nigerians are getting tired of the game plan. They have 5 governors over there. They can liaise with the federal government and say, how do you help us, nip this nonsense in the bud? Seyi Makinde did it. He was a PDP governor in Southwest. He wasn't an APC governor. There's a reason why you are the chief executive of your state. There's a reason why you are the chief security officer of the state. The soldiers that were killed, they did not just got transferred to that neighborhood yesterday. They've been stationed there permanently forever. On Mondays, they can't go nowhere. And yesterday, kids that were supposed to be writing their WAEC, they couldn't write WAEC. And you say Nigeria should be quiet because you want a memorial, whatever. So you want memorial, you want a memorial to be a Memorial Day to be declared for you, but you are still killing your people while you want memorial. So you are killing them by force, and then you want memorial. How do you actually, how do you juxtapose that confusion? And not the other maybe 200 million Nigerians cannot continue to sleep in the same direction with you guys. So you must tell Nigerians what you actually want, because in one breath of the conversation, they will say they want a democratic process. In the other sense, a lot of them will say they want a secession. Now they have the right, they have the opportunity to do it. There are senators over there, there are House of Rep members, they have governors, right? Declare the referendum. Declare that referendum. Let Nigerians vote for that, and let Nigeria, create a barricade. Emeka said it, but they will say Emeka is not Igbo enough. Madam Sita will say it, she's not Igbo enough. People who try to say the thing, you are not Igbo enough. People who have businesses and families in Igbo, when we say it, we are not Igbo enough. But you don't want Nigeria to help you, but you don't even want to help yourself. And Nigeria is spending money on this. Nigerians died yesterday. Nigerians, they are not Biafran. Nigerian soldiers, they died yesterday. Would you blame Nigeria?
I saw the story is only 2 people that died, so there are more than 3 soldiers.
No, no. At least if you know when the IPOP people kill themselves, Nigerians care less about. Nigerians care less a huge about that. But these are Nigerian soldiers that actually died. They have families, regardless of the fact that maybe 3 of them are from Southeast, but they are Nigerian soldiers. They are not IPOP soldiers. They are not Biafran soldiers. And Biafra war that happened, right? A lot of us may not really know why people in our age are still crying about that for now. The forefathers they cried about it until they lose it. It doesn't pay them anything. The new ones are the same, doing the same thing. When you do the same thing all over again and you are not seeing different results and you keep doing it, is that not foolishness? Is that not the height of stupidity? I mean, in the political setting, we see the hypocrisy in the leadership. And the youth that are supposed to rise up and go against this terrorist group, they will say, "Oh, Nigeria has not yet declared them terrorists. They've not declared them terrorists, but on Mondays you can't do nothing, and they want to add another day to it, and it's affecting the economic prowess of that region. And it's still part of Nigeria. And Nigeria has to deal with it. And when Nigeria rises up to say we want to deal with this thing, then they weaponize the guilt trip, they sabotage the whole effort. So, you know, when it is clear that, okay, they've taken a position that we are leaving Nigeria, then Nigeria will know what Nigeria is dealing with. But until they do that, they are still part of Nigeria and we'll continue talking about it. If they don't want to talk about it, other Nigerians will talk about it. Like me, I will continue to talk about it. You cannot have a leader who was quiet yesterday and it takes a Fulani man, Atiku Abubakar.
Well, so enigmatic, you just mentioned a point now. You talk about the youth. So the youth that are stepping back instead of
calling now the old ones that caused it in the past. They are carrying on from the mistakes of the elders.
So why do you think the youth are not confrontational against this Biafran thing? Why do you think they are stepping back and not?
It is called Mudra. It's more or less like a mutual administrative societal, high mindset of a consensus fallacy of ideas, because they can't detach themselves from what they've been. It's more or less like an hereditary of this coinage of guilt. Nigeria does not own any region.
The youth are supporting it on one side, and those same youth, as we see them all over the internet, supporting Obi for president.
God bless. That's where the confusion. That's where patriotic Nigerians are confused. Obi himself is confused. Obi does not want to call out IPOB so that he won't lose the IPOB people in his group. Obi does not want to call out IPOB because, quote and unquote, he said IPOB. Listen, IPOB are not terrorists, right? They are not criminals. I live with them. That's what Obi said. So he has taken a position in the middle. And you cannot take a position in that middle and you think Nigeria will make you president. You don't do that. So he cannot reverse, his statement, and he can't move forward. If he does reverse that statement, he lose the base for the IPOB, like Pansat, like Ekene that said it's IPOB, and a lot of IPOB that moved to obedient, right? And then when he takes the another route to move forward, right, he will lose Nigerians who are looking at him somehow. So that's why when things happen in the Southeast, he will be quiet. I said, Babaja, he took Atiku Abubakar, a Fulani man, to say something, to speak something, to write out openly about the carnage yesterday and the chaos and the killing of those soldiers. Then after 2 hours later, Peter Obi came to to write something. And when you look at almost all the 6 threads that Peter Obi shunned out, he carefully ensured he did not mention anything IPOB. I think in the first paragraph of article, he mentioned IPOB maybe twice. Obi did not mention IPOB in like 7 paragraphs, and he has always taken that position. And you think Nigerians are stupid and not seeing that? So that is when Nigerians get suspicious, right? Before the election, you were saying Biafra, urging on this Nnamdi Kanu, and the leaders will be pretending as if they are not seeing it. I just gave an example of what happened in Oyo State. Sunday Igboho came back from wherever he was. He was already running mad, running crazy in the southeast and in the southwest. Those political leaders and the Obas told him, look, we are not doing this nonsense with you. If you do anyhow, you see anyhow. Did he not run back to his Germany? That is what we call leadership. That's what we call take a stand, take a position. There's no reason to negotiate with terrorists.
Enigmatic.
All right,
Can you just suppose? Enigmatic. Can you just suppose it with what he did in your state? He took a bold step. He's an PDP person, but he took a bold step when those charlatans come to the secretariat to cause their menace. He took a bold step as the leader of the state.
Thomas, look.
Enigmatic, use that response to start to bring it home. So we go on to rational mind.
Okay, anyone can continue to be cavalier about the chaos. They can be insouciant about the chaos. They can be supercilious about the chaos. They can be pretentious as much as they want about the chaos. They can be resort themselves to false equivalence about what is happening in the north. Why can't you see what happened in Ibadan and they quelled it within a week and use that as a template? Why should you will call the northerners, you will call them slaves, but when it suits your narrative, you want to juxtapose what is happening over there as against what should you even be having that false equivalence in the first instance if you want development in your area? Are you seeing tell me what progress that is going on there because of Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa? You are leading a revolution, but you are not on ground. You are a general that is hiding in Europe, commanding people to be destabilizing your own region. So is there any sense in that? You are a father of a house. You are destabilizing your home. You are turning your kids against your wife. You are turning your wife against your kids. You are turning your relatives against everybody. But you are staying in your neighbor's house, causing that chaos. And then you want your neighbor to help you, or you want the central government to help you. How will they help you when you've not helped your situation? So ọ̀rọ̀ wọn dàbí ọ̀rọ̀ amúkún tó kó ọwọ́ ìsàbí agbádá ni tó jẹ́ kó rí tó jẹ́ kó help òun. I've said it earlier, when you are injured, when you keep it in between, you don't want people to help you until that injury kills you, then that is your fault. So Buhari tried it, he left them alone. Tinubu has started. Tinubu will find a way, solution to do it if the governors can work with him, but not with the statement that Alex Oti made yesterday that I will leave IPOB to do their thing. How would you do that as a governor? Why would you make that kind of statement as a governor? There was no pushback. There was no resistance. It's like you just wave the white flag. Come to my land and do whatever you want. Do not let kids who are supposed to be writing WAEC write WAEC. But people cannot see this thing. They will basically say it's a tribal war or it's a tribal thing. Yes, it is, because this is Nigeria. This is not Biafra. This is not IPOB. This is not Yoruba Nation. This is not Arewa. It is called Nigeria for a reason. Because one, it's a shame. The missing link is that chain. When that chain is missing, then there is no Nigeria. It's dragging down, the Nigeria in us. So you are either in Nigeria or you are an IPOB. You have to find a way where you belong. Don't be confusing people all about. Man, let me leave it at that. And nobody should blame the federal government because you cannot continue to kill soldiers every damn time. And you call them unknown gunmen for 5 years, unknown gunmen, and they live within the community and they kill prominent citizens of that place and they are still unknown gunmen. That is shameless, man.
All right, that's the majestic Enigmatic on this. So thank you, Enigmatic. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, woman.
We're not even doing a Biafran session. No, it's all thanks to Jide who now opened up that space, and then now we're back there again. But
it is disheartening, one man. It's so much disheartening that none of these people speak up against this thing. We are all stakeholders in Nigeria. Southeast belongs to everybody, not just to Ekinis and the like.
You people like to sound like
No, go and sit down, man. Go and sit down. Where have you been all this time? Go back to under your rock. Go sit down somewhere.
You people are so pretentious. You're so
You
pretentious.
you are an hypocrite. Pure hypocrite.
You have never
You are sympathizer to terrorists.
let me tell you a second. This guy has never lived in Southeast now. I've lived in Southeast. You need to see the way Owerri was at the time when we were in school. Owerri was bubbling. Owerri was like Lagos State. When you cannot do all those things in the Southeast, how would you not be pained? When you lived in the Southeast for almost 10 years, no single gunshot. No single gunshot. All of a sudden, they turn everything down. People have businesses and families there, and people will be taking position with IPOB. What is IPOB? IPOB is terrorist.
Enigmatic.
Pure and simple.
I think so in Anambra you live before. You now live in Anambra.
Can I say something?
I think so in Anambra you go live before. After you leave, if they divert this one, you talk this one. Before you said you live in Anambra, you schooled in Anambra State. Now you schooled in Owerri.
You are in Lagos. You can't even take care of your region. You went home in December.
You schooled in Anambra. Now you schooled in Owerri.
All right.
Just to defend nonsense, you schooled in Anambra and you schooled in Owerri.
All right. So all my everything I do is in Anambra. You don't think like I live in Anambra, so the whole 10 years I should be in Anambra State.
All right, thank you. Rational Mind, you're up next. Yeah.
You see, enough of this abuse and questioning and doubting people's origin, all because they don't support your criminals. You see, I don't even know where to start. That's why I had to take a break from this. So this is madness. This whole thing is a real insanity. Nigeria, to begin with, it's an insane place to be. That is why some of us come here and we would expect that some of us maybe having traveled out of that country, living in a sinner climb, that's probably would we rewire our mental view. But apparently some of us on this platform, I don't know. It's like Nigeria never left us. It's the same. There's the same mental issue that some people left that country with. That's what they still come and even they live abroad, they come here and spew. But what I just want to say to our viewers is this: there is context to everything. No matter what narrative anybody comes here and spin here, you should look at look at how it all began. That will give you a context as to why certain people behave in certain ways. I'm not here to condone criminality. I'm somebody who believes in law and order, and I live in a country where, at least in a place where law and order is a priority. That is why things works here. It's because at least to some extent, there's a little bit of sanity here because there's a law and order. There's a law, an application of law that regulates insanity. When you don't have law and order, the opposite of it would be anarchy. And anarchy brew or it fosters some form of insanity in itself. So people should always look at context. However, some people come here, have beef with the Biafrans, how it all began. You need to look at the context. You also look at the context of those people who have put a resistance towards that Biafra. When I mean people, I mean in Nigerian states. Who are these people? Are they beneficiary of that business enterprise called Nigeria? Some people come here and brandish this word. Sometimes in fact some words have even lost their lustrous. How do I say? They've lost their real meaning because some people come here and brandish words and they use high sounding language and make it sound like maybe they are so educated or whatever.
I'll be here. I just want to say hi to one man. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be back again. Ogbeni, hello, Odaro.
Rational might speak to issue. Don't be going around trying to be refined to people. Speak to issue at hand. Speak to issue at hand. Don't be pretending.
All right. Let him free flow for a moment. Even if you don't agree with this, yes. Back to you.
Because you are wasting time. Speak to issue. Don't be refined to somebody speaking grammar. That is none of the issue. Why do you have to refer to people using big grammar? Speak to the issue.
No, for me, I'm not your people that comes here and speak grammar just to deceive Nigerians. I will speak in the way Nigerians will understand me, even if I use my English.
Complex holiday, right?
Even the grammar self. Who they want impressed with the grammar? What are they? Which grammar they speaking? Who they want impressed?
It's okay. Mr.
English. Mr. English. Let us hear.
Who they want impressed with the grammar? The grammar not even grammar self. The grammar not even grammar self. Who they want impressed? I don't tire.
It's okay. May I continue because these are people they go start to talk now.
Next month I come Lagos.
See what I talk about. See what I'm talking about now. Guys, I'm on the road because I still have to drive about almost.
Don't worry, when I do for you, don't worry.
You have to take him out for Isewu when he comes. Yeah.
Nothing that happen. Let's say don't call me. I'm there for you and there for your wedding.
Because I have to drive 150 miles. I'm still on the road driving back to my place for the weekend.
You don't need to tell us how many miles now.
Yeah, I just want to get done because I don't want to be driving at night like that. Because I'm sorry. The man sound
you see, that's exactly what I was just saying. You see, he knows who he's referring to.
So my point is this, one man. You see, we're not moving forward in that country. Patriotism is not. You cannot force you to be patriotic. Patriotism, countries where people are patriotic. You see that again. I talk about context. Context is almost everything. Context is almost everything. Some of us we can talk about patriotism here in America because America works for the average Americans. People are patriotic because they are made to believe, they're made to feel as part of a system. I mean, it's what they call universal suffrage. People believe that they have one vote and their vote will count. But all of these things we talk about in these Senate climbs, or let me just use the word Senate climb to some extent, like where we live, it's not something, Nigeria, you don't find that in Nigeria. Nigeria is insanity. And we wonder why some of us, even after we live there, some of us will still have this mental problem with us. So for me, I've had many people here talk, try to justify what the chief druggie in Aso Rock, the money launderer, druggie money launderer in chief there. And then you come here, you want to make us sound like as if, make us look like as if we don't even know what we heard or what we've said. This guy just is a con man. He speaks from every side of his mouth. When a few hours ago, almost like an hour ago or so, a few minutes ago, was having this back and forth with Prestige. There is, you see, come on. That's why I had to take a break because sometimes when people come here, they want to turn our head like as if we don't even know what is good, as if we are dumb. Yoruba people, my people say, Ajekalano, Omokuleni.
You are not Yoruba. You are not a Yoruba.
Don't come here and start attacking my Yorubaness. If you want to go and attack your Tinubu and he's a Yoruba, if it's truly a Tinubu family, go and talk to him. Don't come here and attack because of your Tinubu, because I don't buy your narrative. I don't dance with your Tinubu Agbado narrative. You won't use that and come and attacking my Yorubaness here. That's what somebody do here, because people just want to distract from the conversation. The next thing is you will launch at the person. Oh, you're not a Yoruba simply because I don't buy your BS, your Tinubu BS. I don't get it. You people cannot speak to issues. The only thing you will attack is, oh, you're more Yoruba. Like don't sort of me am I a Yoruba? So let's leave that. So my point is this: let's talk about issues. Let's stop attacking people's origin, because they don't agree with you. They don't buy your BS of Tinubu, BS of Yoruba Nation, whatever crap. Somebody was just a few minutes ago was telling us about how Tinubu. You see, there's so many things I can talk about. It's like time will fail me because I only have like few minutes to talk. So my point is this: is that Tinubu speaks from every side of his mouth. I said, Ajekalano, Omokuleni, why I'm saying that is because there's an email, there's a video at which woman you played that surfaced recently that Tinubu already has said it that, it is, in fact, there was, even during his, what's it called? His interaction with the Arewas or whatever recently, was it today? He was saying that, it's his priority. He has said it. There's a clip. We never knew about this clip. It surfaced recently that he said, he would have wished that, what's it called? We bring back the whole national anthem. And all because of this so-called, their facade patriotism that they tout around, they brandish around. Patriotism because of what? Because of Tinubu. You won't tell me how to, that's why I said Nigeria is an insane place to be. You can't tell me about patriotism when the country does not, look at it. People die on the daily there in that country. But when we talk about the army, I'm not talking about the army, the Nigerian military are not important. Don't get me wrong. But when it's those people that they use as their, what's it called in this game of chess? Their knights that defends them. Because Tinubu, for him, he needs the military to defend him, to guide him and his family and other criminals like himself. So when any of them die, because you've attacked Nigerian state. How about the ordinary Nigerians that are dying on the daily? That the terrorists are killing everywhere. That we're seeing people, where are the police? Is police not supposed to guide the people? No, the police, the military, the security agencies are only guiding the criminals in government. You and I, we don't, I'm not going to say you and I, at least me and some other people, we don't count. And you want me to be patriotic? Come on, what are you talking about? I don't even know where some of you are. You talk about patriotism. How does patriotism does not happen in vacuum? It's about what the country gives that makes people to want to die for the country. An average American, an average German, an average Swede, an average Norwegian wants to die for his country because the country really takes care of them. Can that be said of Nigeria? Because you want me to die for Tinubu, and because of that, I'm not patriotic. If I don't do that, come on, I don't get it. So, my friends, it's like we need to work on our mentality. Some of us we need to go. I think we need to go see some mental health workers to take care of us mentally. Because I don't know, some of us will come here.
Can you give me a minute?
Okay, go on, please. 1 more minute, because I have so many things I want to say. I don't know.
Yeah, just this patriotic issue. When people come here to talk about patriotism, I laugh. Who is more patriotic? Is it by trying to tell us that you know how to speak or you know how to confuse Nigerians? Is it how to be a patriotic somebody? A patriotic somebody will criticize the government that he even supported when they are getting things wrong. But to my greatest surprise, all these patriotic citizens that we have in this platform always find reason to defend everything for the government they supported, even when they know that the policies are wrong. Even when they know that those things are falling apart. The decisions made by the government. No, Obeni, it might not be you, but allow me to speak. The people that knows what I'm saying knows what I'm saying. Yeah, the people that knows what I'm saying knows what I'm saying. You understand? So all this patriotic to the detriment of the common man on the street, destroying the life of common people, try to make their life meaningless. You are living abroad. You talk about patriotism. How many times have you come on the street to fight for Nigerians? You support criminalities in government, and whenever you come here, you talk about patriotism.
The national man have his stand back there. You are not saying anything new.
When I see all this man talk about
patriotism, it's not saying anything new. National man, take your time back.
I gave him time to talk now, Abi. Let him talk, please. Why do we
so you can continue to be your hypocritical patriotic somebody that you want to be. For us that live in Nigeria and know what is happening to the common man on the streets, the price of things that is going on the street, and talking about it, the government should do something about it. Bring the food inflation down so that people can feel less pain. You come into government, you continue to tax the people, taking more from the people, eating from the people without giving out to the people. Is that what you call patriotism?
And when people speak about it, you come to defend it with all manner of grammar.
Okay, I thought this IPOB matter we are discussing here.
There is nothing like we are nothing like IPOB matter.
You don't tell us
We are talking about
When they don't
patriotism.
have
The people
anything
that
to
think they
say
are
about that's
patriotic.
why they are branching out to Tinubu
They are not
administration. They
patriotic.
have
Don't
nothing
come
to
here.
say about it.
It's just like what rational mind is saying. Don't come here and think you are deceiving us. You are not deceiving us. We know where we stand. When things are moving on, we know that things are moving on. This has been a government of this state for a very long time.
Let me just reclaim. So
Thank you, rational mind.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let me just, she has, as you talk now, you just a paper everybody. They can't even stand it. I mean, I don't get it. You see, I wonder where is this so-called man, Wole Soyinka. These are the group of fascists that we have here on this. People like Emeka, a lot of you talk on the side when this guy was talking. You don't want people talking. Now look at it now. You just hear yourself, Benny, Holly.
We want the platform to be organized now. You can't be everywhere now. Rational mind.
Don't tell me where to be.
Don't you lead families and others? Don't you see how organized argument and conversation should be?
Oh, thank you.
How can you be everywhere?
So organize so who called the shot here now?
Coming to this platform again.
Oh, don't come. Why
don't you just address that point and move forward? Why must you be
I'm not addressing any point. I'm not addressing any point. You won't tell me what to address. That's why we call it.
No, but there's a point on the table you are addressing now.
No. I'm not. Whoa.
Okay, suit yourself, please. Suit yourself.
When one man talked to me now, when he gave me the floor, did he give me any topic?
We have advised you now to go and join them, and you are still arguing and calling my name on top. I gave you the best advice that I think it would be suitable for you. Join them.
It's okay.
It's not about allowing me to talk.
You're not going to talk.
You are an IPOB loving individual.
Can you mute this guy?
It's not a need of muting me. You are calling my name, but you are an IPOB loving individual. Follow them and go there. So why are you peppered? Why is your body peppering you now? Go now with them now.
I'm talking. I'm not going to allow you to talk.
We agree. You're not a Yoruba man now. Follow them and go.
You will not allow me to talk.
Follow them and go.
So
I've kept quiet. I don't keep quiet. Just listen to the way when they talk. Follow them. Simple. Just go. All these things you are talking, it don't make sense. Go.
Can you mute this guy? Can you mute this guy? Can you mute this guy, please?
All right. Carry on now. But the thing is, if you reference him, then he will feel the need to respond. But carry on.
If you respond, let me be brief and then go to the point. I don't want this long episodes.
Did I take away your time, or did I stop your IPOB loving brain to not function? I didn't stop your IPOB loving brain to function now.
All right. Back to your rational mind.
These people come here and trigger people and then make people just lose their train of thought. That's what you do. I mean, I begin to wonder, like, what is going on? You want people to become like you people, like, I mean, mentally deranged like you, all of you. I'm not going to be like that. Because if you talk and if I try to interject you and you don't allow me, I'll maintain my cool. I will maintain my cool. But now you people just want to go and on and on. Like, I just wonder, who are the fascists now? Who are the real fascists here?
Woman,
when you don't allow people to talk.
Woman,
I
just want to say something to you, please. I think you need to start covering some things. You cannot call all of us mentally derailed. You should control whatever you say.
Oh, so when somebody was calling other people,
you cannot say we are mentally derailed.
It's okay.
I did not insult anybody.
It's okay.
Please.
Okay. Did I call your name? Is your name mentally deranged? Did I call your name?
All right, back to your rational mind. Carry on.
Come on, what is wrong with these guys? What is wrong with them? Everything triggers you. Oto Roman Koro.
You made a general statement. You made a general statement. You are now saying you are not talking to me. What do you mean?
So is your name general? Is your name?
All right. Let's rational mind flow.
Come on, don't stop this. Don't start this your BS with me. I won't take this your BS with me. I won't take it tonight. So my point is this, woman. Just to address somebody, is it Kole? One man did not give me any topic to talk about. He said free flow, and I free flow. You don't have to stream me to your topic, your Agbado narrative that you bring and give to one man here. So if I want to speak, I will speak what I want to speak. You won't tell me what to speak. I won't tell you what to speak.
I'm not
telling you. You are a lawyer. You call yourself a lawyer, and you're trying to tell people what
Don't
to
say
say.
I call myself a lawyer. Are you a sadist? Stop talking like a sadist.
What do you mean by sadist? I mean, you see,
Stop
you
talking
people,
like a sadist. Let me tell you, you are thinking like a sadist.
English more.
You think you
You're calling
no,
somebody
you
a
think
sadist.
no, you must
What's the meaning of a sadist? What does that mean in this
because
context?
you talk like a sadist. Now you pick a topic.
I mean, calling you out for your
now,
BS, calling you out for your BS,
wait for it.
telling me, stifling me, trying to tell me what to say, and you're calling me a sadist.
I'm not telling you what to say.
I'm
telling you,
this your jargon English. Do you
have complex with this English
context
thing?
in English.
Why are you fixated on this English thing? Do you have a complex?
I'm fixated on it because you people call me. You have. I mean, a while ago I was calling you.
Okay, we should be speaking Yoruba now.
You like talking like you're educated.
We are. Are you an illiterate?
Rational mind. Why don't you just ignore and speak to the point? Come on.
That's what I'm saying. I'm about to speak to the point.
That's all I said.
That is what I'm about to say. So allow me speak. You won't tell me. You won't tell me what to say.
I said rational mind.
Okay.
Go to the point now.
And I'm going to the point.
Go to the point. That's all.
And I'm going to the point. It's okay. It's okay. Let's not drag it. Let's not drag it. I'm not dragging anything with anybody. Let me speak. One man. Mind you, they've taken all this their side interjection and everything. Not to make me talk.
All right. Let rational mind flow. Rational mind, the floor is yours.
So my point is this: you see, this Tinubu of a person that some of you come here and champion. I said it at the beginning. I said you people are creating a monster that all of you will live to regret. I mean, that is if you people have conscience. So even live to regret. I know some of you with this mental illness that some of you have. I doubt if some of you will even be able to even have remorse for being one of those people who champion this man's cause. Because this man has nothing to offer. It's becoming glaring that this man has nothing to offer. You can say it's 1 year. If you don't get it right in the first 1 year of your administration, forget it.
Rational mind, please. Can you give me 10 seconds?
No.
Let me quickly say this.
No. Hold on. Thomas Johnny Sirun, not Johnny Sirun. Let me flesh out this thing.
No problem. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Go and ask Buhari. Buhari missed that one opportunity of that 1 year, and he messed it up. How did he turn out the rest? Look at how he turned out. So the first 1 year, from Saturday Lamate Mobi Sunday Shemari. So look at how he messed up. So that tells you, it tells you what to expect. And I don't see any end in sight. And look at it. All because to even celebrate anything, you cannot even celebrate anything. All is just for him send people to platforms like this to spin some narrative and distract us from the main issue. Oh, national anthem. Obi, this one, that one. But when we want to talk about Tinubu's BS and all the crap going on, no, it's talk to the point. Talk to this. I mean, you won't tell me what to talk. It is what is paying me is what I will talk. I work double jobs just because I'll be able to take care of my people back home, take care of my friends back home. Not because I hold them. I don't hold them that. They won't force me to do that because I care for them. I'm sick and tired of people living this earth and spending their lives almost like 50 something years of your life. People of my generation, they're almost done. What is there? What else for them? Some of them are not even married now. Up to now, they don't even have kids. All because of that silly country called Nigeria that was never meant to work for Nigerians, but to work for some criminals who has always find a way of recycling themselves every year. It is Tinubu's turn now. He says it's Yoruba Lokon. Yoruba Oshiyewo Lokon. Yoruba Titie. Àwọn criminals be Lokon abi. So that they is their own time now to dip their hand into the national coffers. And of course, they have started already. 1 trillion for the Lekki, the road that leads to nowhere.
Did you not hear what Asari Dokubo said?
That was.
It's a turn by turn. No,
yeah, of course. Rational mind. Can you give me 30 seconds, please, okay, if you don't mind? Yes, please. I'm not coming after you. Don't take it personal. But one man, I think we are turning to some platform now that people just insult people on the platform and you kept quiet. Rational mind said in his own word that we are mad on this platform. And you kept quiet. One man,
It's no. We no. I just want to get out of this place. No, you can't say people are mad that they should go and see their doctor because they are speaking their mind. One man, no, I can't. No, I can't take it. One man, please, let's speak to the issue. Let's stop this name calling. Let's stop insulting people. No, one man. No, I can't take it. You know, I mean, as I'm speaking like this. No, one man, rational mind, please. Let me learn, please. Please. You can't say people should go and we are mad. No, you can't say that now. You
Okay,
can't say that because
can I address it now?
we don't agree with Tinubu or we don't agree with Obi. No,
Okay,
you
can I
can't
address it
say
now?
that. You are
Can I
elder
can I
person. You
address it
can't say
now?
that.
I think you make your point.
No, you
Can I
can't
address
say
it?
that. One man, I'm
Can
hungry
I address you
because I
now?
expected you to stop him.
Can I say
Please,
something?
thank you.
Can I say something
Yeah,
now?
go
Okay,
on.
thank you.
You are the floor. You don't need to say
All
something.
right.
You are the floor.
1 second, rational mind. Thomas, it's been somewhat of a full moon sort of session today. It's like a full moon. For all of the languages that we've heard previously, it'll be hypocritical of me then to stop rational mind. People have said all manners of things now, so it's just one of those sessions.
That's what I
Yeah,
was
but
saying. That's what I was
nobody has
saying.
called anybody on the platform mad
Here you
person.
go. Here you go.
No,
Here you
no,
go.
no,
Here you go.
one man, you know me. People can back themselves, but no, rational mind, no. And I won't take that. And
Can I address
I
you?
hold you in, I
Can I
hold you
address
in
you?
high esteem. I don't expect you to say that. Please.
Can I address
I'm
you
not
one
mad
word?
at you. I'm
Thomas,
not coming after you, but
everyone here is
I have
mad.
to say my mind. Yeah, go on, please.
All right. Point taken, Thomas. Rational, back to you.
One man.
Moderate the language, otherwise,
Yeah, okay, all right.
Thomas will flog you.
You see, Thomas. When I say some of us are hypocrites here, that would include you, Thomas. And I think one man even brought it up. I know he was being polite to you about it. That both of you work together. But I will say to your face, you are being an hypocrite. Because some people have also used some vulgar, some even foul language here. Somebody here was referring to me as not being a Yoruba. Meaning, if I say I'm a Yoruba, then I'm a fraud. Or I'm a Omale Yoruba. Without even saying it out. He's saying that I'm Omale in a sense. But I didn't see that rage in you. I didn't see this outrage or this so-called righteous indignation that you're now displaying now. I never see you say that. And when somebody had to come into the matter, that was Akin. He just discarded me like and it was like because somebody that called me a fraud. Somebody called him a fraud. And then the next thing is I can remember that somebody is being an hypocrite. Come on.
But you guys were joking. You guys were joking on this. You are not you buy this thing now. You always joke about it here now.
It was a joke too. Now, hold on. If this guy said it, was a joke. So why would I take it so serious? Why would I take it?
Babadale Koko will even joke. All of you joke about this thing here now.
Sorry, Colin.
You now make it a serious
now,
I have never once doubted your Urbanus. Okay, I have never once doubted your Urbanus.
They joke about these things.
I know we joke about it.
You have the right. You have the right to the position you always take. I appreciate that, and of course, I respect that. Right? No matter what anybody called you in the past about your Urbanus, I don't take that personal. The point I was speaking to earlier on was I wanted to know the position of man of prestige. Okay, because I never heard him spoke like that before. You understand? So if I challenged him based on what he said, based on what he called Emeka, that was genuine. That was germane. I mean, I wasn't just saying it because I wanted to speak. No, I was saying it just to confirm where he stands, because he is kind of, it's confusing me, and of course others that were listening earlier on.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, but my point is just my general point is that we just need to. Okay, it's okay. Let me know overflog it. It's okay. It's fine. But the point is, let's stop this hypocrisy. That's just how I want to say.
They've hijacked your mind, Abby. They've hijacked
They
your
are
mind.
woman. That was what Kulata did the other day when last time I was here. Because there's so many things I want to say about these idiots. I mean, I call him idiots. The Nobel laureate who has becoming an idiot of a sort now. But then they just scramble.
A whole lot of
Hey! Don't serve me your BS. I will respect people that respect me. If you disrespect me, I will disrespect you, regardless of who you are. Even though you're my father, if you disrespect me,
an idiot. That's what you just said now.
Yeah, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. Yeah, he's an idiot. I'm not here for your Yoruba crap or whatever crap you want to your Tinubu Agbado crap. If I don't dance to your Tinubu and all those minions of Tinubu like yourself that comes here and talk about Obi and whatever, don't try to stifle my voice. It's my voice. I have my voice and I have to speak. You and I live in a free country here. Biden has been called so many names. Trump has called many names. You never see DSS or the SSS. What's it called? Secret Service going and running around. I mean, catching anybody.
Breeding America,
Kill us all.
They are just breeding you people in that America. Freedom
That is why they call it. That's why they call it a country where people are free to express their mind.
I'm saying now. They are breeding you guys.
Well, breed. Well, it's not breed. There's law and order. There's where if you
not showing.
Okay, let me just continue. You see, my point is this: one man and everybody. I respect everybody, but I will disrespect you if you disrespect me. Simple and short. That's simple as that. So for me, I don't buy Bini Tinubu's BS, and I don't buy all the narrative that some of you people come here and sell to us about Tinubu. You come here, you give us one narrative just to distract us, so that we will not talk about the main issue that is in the minds of our Nigerian, the average Nigerian on the streets.
Rational mind. Would you say you are an objective pundit?
It's a bit of, that's why I go by the name rational. I try to be rational with the way I see things in my world views. I can be sometimes
because your condemnation is universal, and there cannot be universal condemnation because even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Come on, woman,
every single thing you just you chop it down. That look, this is why it would never come to any good. Anyway, carry on.
Woman, you see, I don't take a posture over somebody if I've not seen some things with that person or with that thing I'm talking about. If I see anything that gives me no hope of seeing anything good from it, I've waited Tinubu from the beginning. It's just because the antecedent of Tinubu and where he's going, where he has been coming from, where he's going, is what has already made me understand that this guy has nothing to offer. Nothing good can come from that guy. And anything that is good is just a tokenness. Like that's what we see. I mean, everything that we're seeing with them is tokenness. They always talk about this and that. Credit. The other day we're talking about credit. People you go. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they've used your platform, woman, a lot for you to spin this narrative. Where are all these things we're talking about? 25,000 naira to everybody for 6 months. Well, how many people have you seen? I mean, come on. You see, and people are lamenting in that country. People are. I mean, woman. So you see, there's so many topics we can talk about here on this platform. But for me, I just don't see any of those topics. Is it national anthem? I have my opinion on that. I don't want to talk about it. Is it Tinubu's crap of
no, give us a flavor of your thoughts
give me
on
a topic. Just give me one topic.
No. You've already mentioned the national anthem. Because I for one am on board with the lyrics and the sentiments. They resonate more. The independence anthem, but I suspect you have a different view.
Woman, you see, woman. You see, when I started with that, you will say maybe, oh, this guy. I mean, you don't ever see anything good. Anthem is not the main thing now. Somebody a while ago was telling us that Bamidele. Who is Bamidele? Bamidele is who was? I mean, he's not a chief whip or what do they call him? I mean, the House of in that Senate. He's one of those one of those high-ranking senators within the. He knew about all these things that Tinubu wants to do. Is that what?
Senate leader.
Senator, thank you very much. Senate leader. He's an high-ranking, high-ranking senator. He's one of those body of Tinubu. He's one of those people that champions Tinubu's cause in the Senate. There's this clip which you brought out, one man. I've seen that clip many days ago. That Tinubu has already spoken about this national anthem. We're not saying that. We're not saying that. We need to. I've said the woman on this platform. Is it that we break that country or we renegotiate that country? Let the constituents of that country, people that constitute that country, let them talk about going forward. The Nigeria that the British, the colonialists, I won't call them master, master of anything. The colonialists, that's how I refer to them. They handed to Nigerians was not a country that was conceived by the Nigerians. At some point, Nigerians were almost getting it right with themselves during the founding fathers, talking about Zikwe, Awolowo, and all of them. They had a good, brilliant idea as to how to make that country work. But we knew how history. Well, let me not bore us with that story. But the point is that we need to go back to how Nigeria was constituted. And if you cannot go back to it, let's break that country. But trying to continue with this, what they call it, this somebody was referring to it recently, these satanic verses of Abdul Salam. I will never support it. I'm trying to continue with this fraudulent 1999 constitution, satanic verses. I will never support. It will come to nullity. Nigeria will never progress. So for me, one man, I don't think the national anthem is. You see this? That's what I'm saying. We've had people like Enigmatic here at the beginning when we before the election. Was after the election when they say, "Oh, some people are not patriotic," was brandishing that word patriotism, like as if we just found a word somewhere. Like we don't even know what patriotism is in a real actual sense of it. We know what it is, but Nigeria is not for you and I. Maybe it's working for Enigmatic and maybe for his Tinubu people because now that Tinubu is there now, suddenly they realize that Nigerians are not patriotic. Well, when he was attacking, what's it called? When they were in the opposition attacking the PDP, were they patriotic? When they were in the opposition, they were talking all kinds of things. They were going to set up their own parallel government and all of that. Where was that patriotism in there? Now suddenly because Tinubu is there now, all of you come here. But you see, oh man, you see, that's why I said I don't even know where to start with all these people. I have your people. I have you people's time. I know that man. I have things to talk about you people. I will go on a debate with any of you people. But the point is, I just don't have the time because it only causes me more headache because there's no way you can win wars with people like the Agbado people. So one man, for me, if you want to talk about patriotism, we need to redesign that country and maybe do our own national anthem. Maybe not the one we had, the one we had before they turned it on this one, the Nigeria Rise of Compatriots. Maybe not that. Maybe another one. But the thing is this: you cannot force people to be patriotic with just some kind of music or some kind of national anthem. It's not about national anthem. It's about
what did you make of Aisha Yesufu sitting down during a rendition of the national anthem? Do you think she should be jailed for that?
Woman, you see, I would say she should be jailed for that. One reason is because same way I will not allow my own kids to be jailed if they say they don't want to sing. You and I we've had some private conversation now. Some of my kids are not. They don't salute the flag because their mom is a Jehovah's Witness. So they also go with her, and then they don't do that. So if they say they don't want to salute the flag, why would I say they should get them arrested? They said if somebody say his own conscience does not allow them to do that because they see that idolatry or whatever they call it. I wouldn't. Why would they? Why would you? Because they have the right to say no. Here in America, even up to the Supreme Court, they fought it up to the Supreme Court. Some years back, some kids here, those people of that religion, they were being ostracized in school. They were being maltreated just because they would not salute the flag. But that does not make them less patriotic. Not because they hate America, because it's just because of some kind of religious beliefs. And the Supreme Court said, yeah, they have the right to say they don't want to. So the point is this. Let's not start this monster. You see, this is what we're trying to do here. Not because this lady says he does not agree, or because he believes that the way Nigeria is constituted is not. Have you had? Here in America, there's some people who don't pay tax. They don't pay tax. They call themselves something free nation, something like that. I think that's the word they go. They don't pay tax to IRS. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they dodge their tax. They don't even pay. They said something free nation or something like that. They can roam from one state to another state here in America. For that reason, they don't say they are enemy of the nation. And these people are very, very patriotic. You see them with the American flag, but they don't pay Uncle Sam. So you see, some of us come here, maybe because level of some of us, our exposure. I'm not saying because I'm more exposed than anybody here. But if you've gone ahead out there, you've seen it all, or you've seen it to an extent, your worldview will change. I would say because of Aisha Yesufu sat down during the course of this new national anthem. It's because she doesn't believe that national anthem represents her or her feeling towards being a patriotic Nigeria. So for that reason, don't let these Agbado people use a platform to start some kind of discussion whereby they start saying people like me who say no to that national anthem, then I should be ostracized. I should be treated as an enemy of the country or an unpatriotic person. No, does not make me less patriotic. Just because I don't agree with that national anthem. Those are some people who say for religious reasons they will not salute the flag or they will not sing national anthem. So one man, please, let's not start certain things. Certain conversations should not be started because you are breeding fascists. Some of them are on this platform. And they will come here and they will rail on people like myself or Aisha or any other person for maybe not even politically. Maybe they are even politically neutral. But for some religious reasons, they said no. They will label them like what happened look at what happened in the Nazis era among the Nazis. I can't even pronounce it. The Nazi Germany. Because some people they just want to think differently from being Nazis. Nazis. They because of that, they were sent to concentration camps. And history has it documented today. Their name, if you go to like places like Frankfurt or like Berlin, you see their names in some of those concentration camps or the walls in Berlin there. You see there. People who died for their own belief. So woman, let's not start some conversation because when you give them this, it's like you're throwing a bone to dogs. They will launch at it. So let's not start the conversation, woman, because I believe everybody has the right to decide what they want. Doesn't mean woman, let me just, because I know I've taken a lot of time, let me highlight it here. There's so many things I want to say, but let me just, maybe in the course of everybody, I'll be interjected if they allow me. But woman, please, this is not a conversation we want to start. Because if somebody says no, it's a no. That does not make her or him less patriotic. In fact, you might be surprised that they are even more patriotic. Like I gave you the example of those people that call themselves Free Nation, whatever here. They don't pay tax.
So somebody that does not respect the anthem of a nation, the emblem of sovereignty, which is captured in lyrics, is a patriot. Somebody that has no regard for the national anthem.
There you go. There you go. So you see, who defines
like Aisha Yesufu with her headscarf?
What man? Who defines what a patriotism now? What's your definition of patriotism? Because I sing national anthem. What about people that sing the national anthem? People who are criminals there in National Assembly there. Who sing national anthem? At the same time, the money that was meant for projects like maternity centers, for buying drugs, to take care of the infirm people, and all those things. I mean, things that should be used to educate people. I mean, build classrooms. And these are people that sing national anthem. What are you talking about, woman?
You know, if she had tried that under Buhari, she would have been picked up. You know, she's just taking advantage of the libertarian politics of Tinubu.
Rational mind. Do you see the video of that lady that wanted to speak against the hungry and the problem in Nigeria at the National Assembly? The way they shut her down.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that video. Yeah. Shut that down. You see, that's the thing. You see, patriotism is not just by saying it. I'm patriotic. It's about in the word. I mean,
it's about time and place now. I don't hold on. I don't think narratives of how the country is suffering is stifled though, because we never stop hearing it. You know, I don't think anybody. Yes, yeah, but what do we have? What do you mean? That I don't think you've ever.
People like me and Ekene and other people who are not Agbado people come here and talk. And that's why
it's about time and place now. You can't go to the National Assembly just to go there and start to shout people are suffering. You know, they know people are suffering. So it's about time and place. It's about time and place.
As a member, hold on. As a member of the House of Rep or the Senate, she stood up. She said she wants to have her own word. Because you see, that's what we see. I don't know. Do you understand the concept of universal suffrage? Everybody has the right to speak, to vote. So he has our own voice. So what you see, that's what I'm saying to you guys. You guys are creating a monster in Tinubu and these fascist Tinubu people, which they're trying to
Yeah, but it's
silence
about time
people.
and place now. You can't go to a
Come on,
synagogue
come on.
and be shouting Allah Akbar, you know.
She did
Is
not
that
shout
what
like
you
that.
see?
She
No,
sat down.
no, no,
Hold
no.
on.
What I'm saying is it's
Okay.
about time and place. You
You keep
know,
saying time and place, time and place, time and place. You keep saying
yes.
that word, time and place.
No, yes, there's certain, you know, the time and place has to suit the narrative that you want to present. You know, you cannot go to to a church and be doing Jewish Torah. You know, it's not the time, and it's not a,
One
so
man, there's
she
some.
can, yeah.
Yeah, go on, please. Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
No,
Go on.
Karen, I've made my
So,
point.
yeah.
Carry
So
on.
this is one man. There's what they call false equivalency, false parallel. You try to draw here. It's just you're trying. You see, sometimes we try hard to just justify certain things. We're trying to throw in some days. Oh, this, that, what about this? What about this? What about this? You see, come on, woman. The point is this: you need to understand that people have the right to existence. For the fact, people will have their life first before the nation, because every one of us will have our life first. There's been an issue we've seen whereby states are even enemy of their own people. They want to kill their own people just because they express different view. And these people are referred these people who are referred to as the sword of the nation, of that country, are referred to as the leaders of that country, or the rulers of that country, or the president of that country. We've seen despots who got in there through some kind of vote and they become despots. So you see, woman, you see, I don't overflow this topic. You see, but I understand where you're going, where this narrative is going with these Agado people. They're giving this narrative, and that is what they did. They test the water here, because when people like me would sit down when they're singing the national anthem, I will be labeled as unpatriotic. Whereas you have people who are criminals there. They raise their hand, they sing national anthem, they will sing it to high heavens, but at the same time, in their very deeds and their very action, it is the opposite of patriotism. And if you, being a president, you are patriotic, and every time you speak from both sides of your mouth, you lie, you trivialize the sufferings of Nigeria. What is the patriotism there? I mean, you see, patriotism is not just the word, I make national anthem. Woman, let me just let other people talk, because I'm getting to that area now where I start sounding ridiculous. But woman, the point is this:
What do you mean? I think that started from hello, but carry on.
I hear you, woman. So, woman, in conclusion, I know some people are waiting to talk. So, for me, woman, the national anthem thing for me, it's not what is more important. The important thing is groom the people, let the people feel that they belong to that country. They will fight, they will die for Nigeria. I mean, you can't expect Nigerians, when they have their businesses, they are able to turn on the light, turn on the tap water, and they're able to drive at night from, like, I'm driving now from one state to another, like another continent to another continent. I mean, another country to another country, and there's nobody to attack me on the road. I mean, I have a brother I have somebody who's supposed to show up in Abuja in a few days, but he cannot go by road. He has to go by air. So you wonder, what country is that? What kind of a country is that where you cannot even drive? The roads are not moderable. Is it the Fulani, or is it the what's it called, the headsmen, criminals, or the kidnappers? You have to be afraid of that. So you see, that's why I want people to be
President Ahmad, he need a legacy now. He need 1 year legacy. So that's why they rush you to sign it on that day, so that that the legacy will be put out there. That on the first year of Bola Tinubu, he changed the national anthem to the old one. That's the legacy that he pursued it and he got it. Because I never see a bill as fast as that one.
Can I let him land so that we can bring somebody else in?
Yeah. Thank you so much. You see, I know the other Agbado people, they are waiting for us. So let them talk so that we can attack them too. So guys, I have no ill feeling towards anybody. It's just I respect you if you respect me. I know everybody here we're all here to talk about how we feel about the country, but we should not try and stifle that people. We can question people's view. At least do that respectfully without trying to French people say rabaisse. I mean diminish them, bring them low.
You mean without telling them that they're not right in the head?
I mean, yeah, I know. I'm guilty of that. I know I said that, but my point is this. It's just
In
when
rational
people
mind, you should apologize. You should apologize.
no, I'm not going to apologize. I've
apologize
apologized too much. Yeah. Somebody has called me. Somebody called me. I mean, somebody called me recently and said, I said, please stop this apology that you always give these Agbado people on the platform. They're becoming ridiculous. How many times some of them, someone was saying that, how many times have these people offended you? Have they even called, they even apologized to you? So stop that. I'm not going to do that anymore. And I took that word. I'm not going to do that anymore. Because I'm one of those people that apologize a lot on this platform when I do something wrong. Or I feel like, well, maybe I hurt somebody's feeling. No more anymore. No more.
So far, no one has insulted you.
Well, if you say that, I won't agree with you on that. But I'll just say, Akin, it's a pleasure knowing everybody and talking to everybody. But I would not.
Just before I land, I have a question. For you. So
real quick, so that other people can talk, please. I'm not the only person on this platform. I'm sorry.
No. I have a question. Don't run away. Wait, one mind.
No, go on.
Yeah. So while I've always listened to you talking about this present administration. However, you've never once, right, since the inception of Tinubu's administration, spoken anything positive about the administration. Is it that is the principle or the policy, or Tinubu himself that you kind of despise, or the people around him? I mean, can you just break it down? And of course, you add this to the question: how many months or years would you say it's good to evaluate or appraise a present government, in your own opinion?
Real quick, yeah, just to take it from that. How many years? For me, I think one thing I know is this: if you fail to get it right in the first year, at least the first 2 years, I doubt if you're going to get it right anymore. Because the remaining 2 years now is going to be what? It's going to be election, and then propaganda will start again. We did this, we do that. They will be just throwing out things because they just want to save their face and they just want to get the electorates to vote for them. So they will do anything. That's why you start seeing a lot of falsehood, a lot of narrative, and a lot of fraud and everything like that. When I mean fraud, just trying to convince the people last minute because they failed. Because that's the last 2 years. That's what you see. Because of some president lame duck, they call them, towards the end of their tenure. There's nothing they can do. They just have to hand over after 6 months time, and then they're lame duck. So at that point in 2 years time, people will be lame duck in a sense. So nothing you can really do. So for me, just to address your question that way, I think first year, yes, should be enough. But if he doesn't get it in the second year, which I'm still going to look at him for the second year, then I don't think he's going to do it right. Now, to your question, real quick, because I'm driving into zones that I won't get service anymore. Real quick. So, to your question about why do I always talk about Tinubu, the way I talk about him, it's just because, yeah, those people around him. 1, 2, look at his politics. It's a politics of he's a narcissist. It's a politics that is focused on him, not on the people. You see, the word tokenism is. I'm not saying there's only Tinubu that always does that tokenism, but he's one of those people that promoted it. Just do something little for the people, so that people can speak to high heaven, because there's nobody has done anything like that before. That is how Tinubu rolls, but that is not what governance is all about. Take a look at this Lagos State as a blueprint, as a template. Look at what Lagos is. What Lagos State generates is enough to do more than what they have given to negotiations. So you see, Aki, let me let you people just continue. There's so many things I can tell you. If you've listened to some of my things I've said here on this platform, you know where I'm coming from. But let me just leave it at that one man, so other people can talk. Please. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the inimitable rational mind. So that's the inimitable. Some people will want to put an IR before that rational, but I'm not one of them. Rational mind. So thank you, rational mind. Let's go for rational.
One of them. One man.
One of them.
Yeah.
One man, please. You said something earlier, and I want to address it. I didn't intend bringing up the issue of what happened in the southeast for the sake of causing any trouble. I brought it up for the sake of what happened to my colleagues, and that was why I said I was pained about it. And I think I have the right to express my mind. They are not soldiers, they are just common drivers, and they drove in during a sit at home. And I feel what should have happened in a humane system is you detain them and delay them there until your sit at home ends. It's not that you buy them, burn their trucks and loot their property. And that is what I'm saying. And that was why I brought it up. Just to put it out there.
All right, brilliant. It wasn't a criticism. Clearly, people wanted to speak to that topic because we've not left that space since. So it's clearly what people wanted to speak about today. But Ajale Koko, you're up next. Ajale Koko.
Wait a minute. How many times Babajide Koko is going to make speech on this show tonight?
Ajale Koko has not spoken, no.
Says who? Says who?
He interjected a little bit, but it's not had the floor.
This is not democracy any longer. At all.
Ọlọ́run mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe ni ò ń ṣe lóbìnrin òde wálé. Imagine you confess. All right, Ajale Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman. So, what's the topic of the day?
Actually, several topics, but perhaps you want to speak to this monolith in Cross River State. So Cross River government demolishes historic monolith structure, replaces with a statue of Jesus Christ. So I'm a Christian too, but I'm not sure that I approve of this. Yeah, I mean, what are you making of that? This is something that goes back thousands of years. It reminds you of what those Talibans were doing when they took over. Is that not shocking?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, I said yesterday that people in the position of leadership at all level of government in Nigeria are not great thinkers. They are not people with a sense of their history. So, that is why I think this action taken, that is what justifies this action taken by this man. This is an historical status that define the origin of the people in that area, maybe religiously, or maybe how do you describe it? Spiritually,
or culturally,
traditionally, and because you are in a position of power to preserve that should have been used to preserve the history. Things like this are very historical to the land, but because of this religious mentality, this Abrahamic foreign religion that has enslaved these people psychologically and mentally, and enslave them psychologically and mentally, that push him to destroy that historical status there that represent the history of that land. So it's just
Angelico, can you please ask the stupid governor where did he get this statue of Jesus from? It's not Jesus Christ I'm serving. They have their statue. This stupid. I don't get it. Where do they get the picture, the statue of Jesus from? Where? These stupid religious fanatics.
yeah.
It is well.
You describe it well, Thomas. Religion.
Let me just say
Yeah.
this real quick. If you
Yeah.
go to like Cote d'Ivoire, you go to Togo, if you go to all these, especially most of these Francophone countries, especially like Cote d'Ivoire and Togo and Benin Republic, they are very Catholic country, but you will see monuments to their different gods, to their different tradition, and you see a lot of tourism going there. A lot of tourists from Europe, from America here, they all go there, flock there to go and see some of these things. There's one place called Ouida. I mean, that's where you find the Satanists. They raise all kinds of reptiles there in Ouida. They call it Ouida. Some people knows it there. They know what I'm talking about. So, and you see people from all parts of the world. They go there. They flock there just to go. Go. I mean, it's making money, bringing money to them. But you see, these Nigerian leaders. That's what we come. I just wonder: do we have leaders or do we have dealers? I mean, what is going on? Are you trying to erase your culture? Because our culture is entwined with our, what's it called? With some of those things, our monuments that you see around. If you go to some of this country I'm talking about, it's about their culture that they're portraying, even though some people can look at it as something that's connected with idolatry and all of that kind of things. But people come out
did you see the structure they destroy? Very fine, like a stone, very beautiful. Yeah. Very beautiful.
Yeah. So you wonder, what kind of, when I say some people, they just have mentor, is it not everybody supposed to be in leadership? But not everybody's supposed to be on this platform to be talking. Just to even begin with. Because sometimes some people have mental issues they've not really addressed. I mean, what is wrong with people? I don't get it. You go and bring one Jesus. I mean, look at that Jesus. Now one white man, one white guy. Now you just decide there. I mean, like you start wondering what is wrong with people. And you see why our culture is on the decline. It's like a rapid decline. Our children don't even know how to speak our languages. They don't even know anything about our culture. So you wonder. And I see Africa getting swallowed up by this westernized thing, and this Abrahamic. I'm not saying it's wrong to have faith in God or to be Christian, but I'm just saying that. I gotta go. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah. You see, yeah. This it is sad that this sculpture that should have been preserved, should have been, you know, improve in the time in I mean in terms of, you know, they should have make it look better, in such a way that they can market it, they can promote it for tourism and use it to generate revenue for the state, revenue that will be useful for the development of the people and the state. But when you have leaders that are not thinkers, leaders that does not know don't have sense of their origin and their history. Leaders that what they know is that limited space that they govern. Leaders that have not been out of the country to see the way things is done, run, and the way that other parts of the world govern themselves. You see, they cannot deliver good governance for their people. And on top of it, leaders that are religious.
Sorry, why are we not making forex on tourism? Ajale Koko, at the back of my mom's plot in Adoawaye, if you are going to Iseyin, there is a lake, there is a mountain there, the second in the whole world. Endless Oyiboto, the white man that entered that place, the two of them perished there. Endless. It doesn't have end. There are many things to make at the back of my mom's plot. They call it Okeyake. Google it now. Just Google Okeyake at Iseyin. We have many things to make. There are some countries they don't even have anything. It's only tourists. They make money. What? I don't get this. I don't get this. I get what is in this Australia. We have many tourist attraction in that country. I'm saying this, Okeyake, that's the second in the whole world. Endless mountain, deep water that doesn't dry. Ajale Koko. It's where with that country. I don't get.
Oh, it's the leadership. You see, when we are saying here, and sometimes some people, particularly our friend Simba, we say, oh, leaders come from the people. You see, when you don't have the right people in the position of leadership, they cannot lead well. They cannot deliver good governance. They cannot, take their people out of poverty. They cannot govern well. So now, this sculpture that the ancestors of that land took their time and their ingenuity to build and put on the ground for hundreds of years, only for one stupid Christian fanatic, or what did they call them, to come and destroy it, because it's in a position of power to do that, and nobody gonna check him. Nobody can ask him anything. Nobody. Are we really sure we are practicing democracy? How could that happen? As that thing constitute a threat to the peace of the state, to the peace and tranquility of that state? Why did he go after that thing to destroy, to pull it down, only to put the, what do you call it? The symbol of Jesus Christ. What? Are we practicing democracy? You see, don't let us deceive ourselves. We are not practicing democracy.
Sorry to say, if you don't mind. On the museum side, I think those statues look like rational mind. They actually look alike. Is this still there? Hey, yeah, they look alike.
Rational Ajanle Koko, if they had removed it and taken it to a museum, that would still have been unacceptable. But to destroy it, that's unforgivable.
I mean, this is
something that's been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. I mean,
something that these great heroes of the past took their time to build. This sculpture you are seeing here represents something, but it represents something.
So what represents the people of Cross Rivers more? This sculpture to your right, or the image of Jesus Christ and a flock?
I mean, that is why I'm saying these people are not great thinkers. They are not fit to lead. No sense of history at all of who they are as people. I mean, look at this beautiful structure here. Look at it, one man, for God's sake. Look at this thing. Do you look at this thing, for God's sake?
There's a better version. That's it captured in video form. Imagine that. That's been destroyed.
How were they able to even do this? What did they climb? Look at it. Look at how. Look at the height of it. How were they able to do this? I mean, how were they able to put this on the ground? How were they able to, sculpture this thing and look so beautiful like this? How were they able to do it? And one man, crazy man, with his team of useless people around him, saying they are governing the state, just came and bulldozed and destroyed it. And the people in that community, allow it to happen.
Please.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I interject?
Yes.
Okay. You see, these people, I have always said it here, that the biggest problem we have in this country is religion. Okay. If anybody that is conversant with Calabar very well would know that there are several roundabouts with sculptures, different kind of sculptures. I don't know if this guy has any sense of responsibility, because if he's going to demolish, he's going to have to demolish all of them, because most of them have art and crafts that looks like, ancient, something that reminds you of ancient civilizations and things like that. So maybe he's going to demolish everything and start putting the statue of Pope and everything everywhere. These guys are just a nuisance. A nuisance.
Yes, rational mind is trying to come in. What is he trying to say?
Yeah, sorry, I thought I lost you guys. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? All right. So yeah. See, I think this monument is in Cross River State, right? That's Calabar. You see, in that country called Nigeria, the only state that I think has some tourist attraction, place that really attracts tourists to visit. I think that's why we have Tinapa now. Tinapa and the other thing that they say they have there. This silverback gorilla that they said they have in Nigeria. I think silverback gorilla, some species of gorillas. They are found in that Cross River forest there, that forest there. I mean, that state is very rich in tourism. Now, when is idiot now demolish these kind of things? Look at how beautiful that picture is. These are things that could really attract. I mean, do you know the $1 billion that some countries make from tourism? And I know Nigeria does not even make a penny. A penny. They don't even make from tourism. All they depend on is just this oil, and maybe tax people. These are some of the things that they can use in drawing more and more people to that Cross River. So Cross River for me is the most beautiful state. When I mean most beautiful states, beautiful and friendly, welcoming, very nice place to stay, to go. I mean, to vacation in Nigeria. That's the only Nigeria that know that you can vacation. No other place in Nigeria. So for me, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some NGO should protest about this and take it to court or take it to maybe UNESCO. Because these
it's
are
a
people that
little
protect.
late. He has bulldozed it now. It's bulldozed it already.
There are
What's
some
the
people.
bulldoze there?
Can I say
There are some people
something?
they call. There are
Yeah,
some people
yeah.
they can.
Before you say that thing, Mr. Man, can you switch on your camera? So I want to. You won't be seen on the screen because I've put an image on the screen. But we've had spammers before, and I think this may well be your first time. Only I will be able to see you, but I want to identify that you are not the spammer that we have. Mr. Man, 1, 2, 3.
No, I'm not. I'm not a spammer. I'm not a spammer. I'm a first-time joiner.
Yeah. Switch on the camera, though.
Do I have to?
You don't have. Well, if you want to, you won't be seen on the
I'm
screen.
not a spammer. I'm not a spammer.
But a spammer would not say he is, would he?
Come on now, one man.
Just switch it on so I don't have to remove it. I don't want to remove you because I'm always canvassing for new voices.
All right. I'll turn my camera on.
Yeah, let me just see your hair. Yes, you're not. Okay, yeah, you can switch it back off.
All right.
All right, thank you. Yeah, carry on.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll soon leave. Let me just maybe make my point on these monoliths. For me, there are different schools of thought on when, where, and how to keep cultural heritage like this. Now, I don't know where you picked this news from anyway. When the news broke, I read a lot, and I know there are people who believe that monoliths like this should be preserved in the museum. There are people who believe that it should be left free. You don't need to pay to wash them. Some people believe it should be commercialized, and a whole lot of school of thought on whether it should be preserved, why it should be preserved, and when. Now, some Christian theologians believe that it can 2-3 religion can work pari passu in a space, everyone keeping the relics of their religion and tenets of their religion. Some school of thought believe that no, you must kill one to get the other one, and a whole lot of. And within our own society too, you cannot but just have all these divergent opinion, which is good for any society. Divergent opinion helps a lot. The first question I would like to ask, which I've searched as I can't get online, is before this governor did this, did he go to the House of Assembly first? Did his people accept it? First, you agree with me, this money doesn't belong to any of us. It belongs, as far as I'm concerned, from Ekiti. It's Cross River. Whatever they want to do with their monolith, they should do it. That's the beauty of federalism. You stay in your space, you deal with your own cultural heritage. I deal with my own cultural heritage. It's not within the federal exclusive list. It's within the state, and that is why Edo State, via Benin City today, will always be fighting that whatever relics you are bringing from Edinburgh, from UK, you must bring it to the local level. It doesn't belong to the federal government. So our Cross River people okay with it? Did their representative at the House of Assembly say, yes, we want this thing demolished? If they want, so be it. It's their culture. They are raising their own culture. It's not my culture. It's there. Now, but I read some things online too that says that they moved these monoliths to Calabar Museum in whole residency, and that is where it's being preserved. If that is the case, I don't see any hula baloo about it. It means they want to commercialize it. If the problem we have is that they are substituting with what they call Statute of Jesus, and by the way, I'm not one of those who believe that Jesus has an image or statutes that is still left in the world. I don't believe that, but some Christian denominations believe that. Fine. If the majority of them in the states believe, and this is the same point I made when They said Tinubu is releasing 90 billion for some Muslims to travel and all those things. Well, if it's the state government that is sponsoring it and their people want it, so be it. That is beauty of democracy. What your people want is what you do.
Is it not against the constitution of the country that the state fund should not be used for religious interests or anything that has to do with religion? Is it not clearly stated in our law as a secular state that knows religion?
Hold on. Johnny Coco.
Mm.
Where have you seen that in the customary law in Nigeria?
It's not there. That's why I'm trying to. I want to.
It's not there. You can't just say something
Nigeria
without proof
have
now.
pygmy commission in which the federal
You can't just say that without some type of evidence to back
So
it
let
up.
me try to enlighten.
There is Nigerian pygmy commission in which the Nigerian government can sponsor some of they sponsor both Muslims and Christians to both Saudi Arabia and Israel. There's a commission under the presidency and backed by law. So
no, you are even
everything
doing.
I've been saying, all of this, why they are the sponsor that I just laugh because it have been gazetted and nothing you can do about it.
Simba.
So that's it.
I said it here that there is hard commission acts. It's an act of the National Assembly that established.
Yes, but people don't read up to that. I brought it to the fore that day. I even sent a link that people should read it.
Of course,
I've said it before. They won't do the research and they just castigate them or something like that. It's under the Constitution of Nigeria that he has a privilege to sponsor that. So what can you do?
I remember when I was addressing this issue, I mentioned the cathedral that Akwa Ibom under Apabio spent almost 60 billion to build. It's a Christian cathedral built there. So if I want to castigate Katsina State building mosque with the state money, then I should first castigate the one that belongs to my faith too. I should first castigate Akwa Ibom for building Christian Cathedral Church with billions of naira that should go to the poor and other people. But that's just by the way. The point I'm trying to make here is this. If actually what the governor did was to move all these monoliths to a museum, which some people claim that is now sitting in the bosom of Calabar Museum in the old residency, if that is what this governor has done, and the governor has the permission of the House of Assembly to do that, so be it. Why must I come from far away, Ekiti, and be, making noise about
But
what?
report, no, the one man did the report say that
is doing a mistake.
It was moved to the museum.
The report said demolished. It's on the screen.
So what is
it says Cross Rivers government demolishes historic monolith sculpture.
One man. What you are reading there, is it not Naira Land you are reading? Is it?
Yes. Now, why can't you read? Why can't you read a very good source now?
So
that was what was sent in.
What I'm trying to say is there are many sources online. When the news broke,
you have to go and choose good source.
One of the links says that he's now lying in a Calabar Museum, but like Man of President said there, I share the same view to that. Whatever I read these days on media, I always try to be cautious. The person that says he's lying in the Calabar Museum now, maybe he's PA to the governor and he just want to divert people's attention to. We don't know, because when I checked the picture again, I saw a bulldozer beside that thing. And I wonder if the work of bulldozer is to preserve or to destroy. But in all ways, I think we should get what exactly the main story is, what is true, what is false. And then if they are destroying
that's the bulldozer right there, just at the back. Yes.
Yeah. So, and if they are destroying it, if the state
one man, that's not a bulldozer. That's an excavator. It's like they want to pull it out. That's an excavator.
Okay, anyway. But my own is that if the state, the people of Cross River State want to pull it down, so be it. It belongs to them. It's not, I won't come from my own state, far away from South and be. That's the beauty of federalism. Let them decide. One day, their coming generation will wake up and ask them, Where is our heritage? We've had this thing before. What happened to
The report is not telling us that the people of Akwa Ibom are the one behind this to pull it down or to take it away from there to museum. The report we are speaking to is that this thing is being pulled down by the order of the governor.
But they are representative in the House of Assembly now. If
We
they keep quiet and not speaking for them, then why
which
should we be speaking for
representative?
them far away from America?
Can your representative in OKD and confront your governor?
Sir?
Can your representative stand before the governor and confront him for running the state wrong?
Why not?
Where has that happened?
Actually, in America,
Where has that happened?
John
in Ekiti, do you see how
when has that happened?
It has happened in
Which
many
part of
states like
Nigeria you see the representative, the what do you call it, assemblyman standing against the governor of the
There
state?
are many now.
Where?
Ekiti,
Where?
for instance, Ekiti. I'm just giving you an
Where?
example.
Which time of Ekiti? Where?
During Vauche
I mean,
time,
we
they
are
were
talking
shedding
as if
many
you
around
guys
now.
are talking as if we are not Nigerian. We don't know the way the government
Baba,
is
follow
run.
news in Nijo.
What are you talking about?
Very similar to the way that United States is.
Hold on, Mr.
How can
Ban.
you even say that?
Ajale Koko, I'm struggling to keep my eyes open, so let me bail out and hand over to Thomas. Ajale Koko still has the floor. Thomas, Super Chatter's Adex Legacy, Ayo and Ayo again. Of course, you know Ayo. Alexander Gomez passed by Kulata on a flight somewhere, still following us. That's one Nigeria you right there. AB, the he or she is. We don't even know the gender of AB. That's Tope O saying hello. So that's Tope right there. Kulata XYZ, and it was there, and that's AB again. So Thomas acknowledge.
Yes, Daddy.
All right, Bilan. All right, the floor still belongs to Ajande Koko. Of course, you've got the subject matters, but free flow at it as you will. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Yes, I think Ogben is trying to learn something. Yeah, Ajale go has the floor. Yeah.
Hold on, Thomas.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
May I just interject?
Go on.
Just very quickly. He was saying earlier that the representative cannot confront the governor in Nigeria. That is just blatantly wrong. Nigeria is set up in almost a similar way as the US. A representative can confront governor because of supremacy clause in America. Same thing can apply in Nigeria. I don't know where you got it from that representative can't confront governor, or federal government can't confront state government or local government. I don't know where that's ever been in play.
How many times has that happened?
I mean, Google exists. You can go and search it.
Mr. Man, you don't understand the concept at which Ajale Koko is saying that. It's not as if they don't have the right, but you did do it. That's the question.
I'm not saying they did it, but I'm saying they can have the right to do it, though.
That is what he's saying. He's saying that they don't do it. They don't perform their function. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. Sorry now.
Because of the fear that they could be removed.
It's not because of fear, Baba Jayoko. It's because of corruption.
It's not
because they have been bought.
It's not fair.
It's the fear now that
it's not fair. It's
you want to
corruption
confront
now.
the governor.
It's not fair now. It's corruption.
What are you talking about?
It is corruption.
When the governor
they
is
do
the
not
one
fair backlash from the people. They don't care about the people.
Baba Jaliko, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever have a chance to meet state legislator wherever you go to Nigeria or anytime? Have you ever had an opportunity to meet them one-on-one? Have you ever deal with them?
Why is that question? Why is that question?
Why does that even matter? How can that even matter?
I will tell you why I asked that question. Because I have dealings with them.
Okay.
And when you sit them, Baba, I will not lie to you, it's corruption galore. These people, some of them do not even know the law of the state very well. And the way they will spend their money on their lotion and the rest, you'll be surprised. They don't know nothing. It's just patronage. I followed this governor from time immemorial, and they will choose him. You are going to go to State of Assembly, go and represent your local government or your particular section. Only few of them know their right. Most of them, they were chosen by.
Remy, should we call the white to come and colonize us again so that our head can be straight?
So, Babajale Koko, you don't know Nigeria. You don't know Nigeria at all. What's fear? It's because of money now. Go there and I'll tell you what to do because I want to contest. I don't have money to contest. He has the money to sponsor me. I would anything.
Okay. Now you say.
Let me help you with something. I agree with what he said. Now there's fear. There's an element of fear in it. I'll give you two instances. Look at what happened to that House of Rep member who went to buy form against Wike. Wike had him jailed. He had him jailed. And so many other people who were running for House of Rep members.
Rational mind. What did he do? What did he do? Can't just jail somebody now. What did he have against him? Has he committed any crime that he was hiding before? You can't just jail me just because I was against him.
Let him land. Let him land.
Let me give us the name of that person or the name.
Let him land.
Let me land.
General Thomas.
Everybody has a point.
Hold on. Let rational mind land, please.
Wait, General Thomas, I'm going to log off now.
Hold on, please.
I don't know if you want to allow somebody in. I'm going to log off now, though.
Hold on, please. Let rational mind land. The voice I
right.
want to hear is rational mind, please. Yeah.
Right.
So everybody has a point. There is both corruption and there is fear there. Fear of losing their seats, of not being given the seat again. It could be, like we said, it could be that two things. Both fear and corruption is all entwined. It's all part of it. So, like the other person I'm talking about is the other time there was a House of Rep member that was challenging the governor. Who is talking there now? Somebody's talking. He's talking.
Yeah, I think it's an echo from Simba. Don't go on. Yeah.
So the point is this: there's an element of fear in it too, because some people are afraid of losing their seats, of not being given the slot. Mind you, Nigerian governors are very powerful. They're like emperors. Like, look at the Abiodun in the States. You see, this is what we're talking about. When people belong to a political party, or people are not allowed to talk, because again, I'll divert to Tinubu here, and the reason is because
Let him land.
Let him land. Let you. Everybody is not speaking. Let him land. You can come after him, please.
When we pedestalize somebody, we make somebody like a godlike person. We cannot question him. This is what you get. So when you have people who are like looked upon like, oh, they are like God, we cannot question them. That is what we got. So that is why we're getting what we're getting. All the governors we're getting, they're like God, like emperor. Look at the Abiodun in Ogun State. Nobody, anybody that
rational mind. Yeah. Before Remy come in, rational mind. I'm in your direction. If they did local government election in Lagos State and APC won all the states, all the seats, is that democracy? I just hold my head sometimes. How come APC will won all the seats in local government, everything packed up?
There's nothing bad.
What I want to say is very simple.
There's nothing bad about it if APC won everything. But the point is, can they even challenge? Can they challenge Sanwo-Olu? Say, Sanwo-Olu, local government, what now? They cannot do that.
Rational mind. What I want to ask you is very simple because
it's fear, my brother. It's fear.
You don't know what I want to ask you. You just make a very grave allegation against a former governor of Rivers State. You said because the governor does not like the guy, he jailed him. What I'm asking you, because I like to be objective and factual, I just want you to give us the name of that legislator that because it fell out with Wike jailing. Can you give us a name? Because calm down. It's high time when you talk. Always back it by fact, for God's sake. because it's not
Come
good.
on, come on.
You cannot just be
I don't know.
Your voice is cracking. Your voice is
cracking.
cracking.
If what I said,
He's
is not
driving.
what is
He's
there out there in the
driving.
public
This is why.
domain. You said what?
I said you are driving. You are braking. I said you are driving. That's why you are braking.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, I'm sorry, guys.
I will suggest that next time, don't make a statement that like you're 100% sure.
Bye. Come on. Don't give me this.
No. I want you to be. Because I know you. I want you to be factual. I'm not here to fight you. We are just here to learn. We are here to learn. Please, for God's sake.
Don't give me that BS. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Don't give me. Don't give me. Come on, supply BS.
Okay.
Rational mind. Sorry. Rational mind.
There is an element of
rational mind.
there.
What
Sorry, please,
rational mind? What Remy is saying, just get it. You made a statement that he was jailed, and even earlier when I asked you, they say we will call for equity. No, just wait now, because if you don't have any, I can't just be jailed just because I maybe work against you or do something
like
against
your
you.
face. You
I don't like
my
your
face.
You understand? If I
they
didn't, if I
rope
have
him
not
up with
committed,
something now.
The governor will rope him up with something and use that to.
Definitely, maybe he knew his secret. Maybe the guy had done something that they have covered for him before.
Who does he have secret? Who does he have secret?
No, just wait now. It's not like any secret. If I wait now, Papa Jale Koko, you can what kind of? I didn't carry drug. I didn't do anything sinister. Is that everybody? No, wait now. Just be
but why are we arguing? Why are we arguing on this issue? It's irrelevant. All we need to do is to go on Google River State, right?
I don't know what we're arguing because
we go on Google and Google River State.
You just especially they like to do that thing. If they ask you for what's it called? Your marriage certificate.
Rational
say
mind.
you are married. Where's the marriage certificate? What are you talking about?
Okay, let other people talk. We have heard you, Baba.
No, but other people talk about
so if you marry, you claim that you married.
If rational mind is refusing to give a name, right? All we need to do is to go on Google and ask Google what happened, right? So we can debunk whatever he's telling us. It's as simple as that.
But in terms of the concept, you cannot just Google without a parameter. You just
you Google and bring it to him and say, "Hey, rational mind, think you're lying."
Give us I mean, I don't know how to. You know what I'm trying to say. You cannot just make a kind of general statement like that.
I get your point. You're right. You're right on that. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if he's refusing to do that,
let's just move on because
Yes, let's move on. Yep.
Don't worry, he will make another one soon. Don't worry, it's like that.
Okay. Continue. All right. So as I was saying, the governors in Nigeria, they are the one holding that country back. They are like terror. It terrorizes everybody. It terrorizes the assemblymen, the judge in the state, the civil servant. They have amassed so much power to themselves. They've arrogated so much power to themselves that whoever that try to challenge their authority, they will hack that person down. So, like I was saying earlier, that the fear. Look, sometimes the fear that if I should challenge the governor, go against the interests of the governor or what the governor is trying to do, could be taken down. The governor could sponsor a recall against you in that state where the people, right from the party, because they own the party. They gave you the ticket. They sponsor your election to win. How dare you want to go after against whatever you want to do? You cannot do it. That is not democracy, but that is what is practiced in Nigeria. So, yes.
Sorry, I just want to point out another angle to it, because what I notice is that even most of these local government chairmen, house of whatever, they are not actually. Most of them were not even sponsored by the governor. Okay, not all of them are sponsored by the government.
Who sponsored?
I'm trying to lay a foundation. Not all of them are sponsored by the government.
Who
But
sponsored
you
them?
see, the generation of people we have, they are just yes men. And
No,
why are they yes
no.
men?
People
Because
would get when they when uh when when they, how do I describe it? People will be yes to people that feed them, people that make them to be who they are. You understand? And that is what the governor represents to the assembly, most of the assembly and local government. You understand?
Most of the time, sorry sir, but most of the time I think it has to do with trying to keep that position or seeking higher recommendation for higher positions. That is what it is all about most times. And that's why these people, they will always say yes, 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 yes. Yes to anything
Let
the
us
governor says.
Can you give me 20 seconds to add what Jide have said? Or who is talking? Is it Jide? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, in any political setup in Nigeria, especially from the grassroots, they have leaders in the state. And most of the leaders, they have, sometimes they are in competition with the governor because they will choose among themselves. So they are loyal to their leader, especially if they know that that leader have a prospect to become a senator or a rep or a governor. So they are loyal to this guy. So, and they will be loyal to him to the extent because they know that it can propel them to also grow because they are in politics together. So, but whenever the governor, any one of them that become the governor, that person at that particular moment become more powerful. And because he is more powerful, there is tendency for a shift in loyalty that, this is the governor now, and I want to be a senator. I better, or I want to be a rep or whatever, I better be in the good book of this man. So most time it's not totally about fear. It's about this man is there and I am at the lower end. How can I propel myself to be the top? So you have to be that boy everywhere in the world. Even the so-called Obama carry big face for your former president.
Exactly my point.
That is how it just pans out. It's not
That is
totally
not
about
the way. Don't say all over the world. Focus on Nigeria. That is the way it's done in Nigeria. Don't say all over the world.
okay. Whatever, you can continue, sir. So I just add my own little sense.
Yes. So look, in Nigeria context, the governor of each state is the leader of that party in that state. And the party at the national listen to the governor first. Because the governor is the money-making machine. They represent the money-making machine for the party. They sponsor the party financially. So anything APC, for example, surrender the party to the governor in each state. It is the governor interests that prevail over any other interest in that party in each state. So what does that tell you? Who is that person that wants to challenge the authority of the governor? You do that, you do it at your own peril. You destroy your
Don't forget that we have members of the house that are from opposition party too. But most of them, once they get there, they start looking for that were not sponsored by the governor to get there. Opposition. They start looking for the
opposition is different.
governors.
I'm talking. Let's make reference to a governor of the state and their party. Their party.
Yes, what I'm trying to say is
yes.
what I'm trying to say is that it's a general problem that they all tend to seek the favor of the governor, and because of that they don't want to be in the black book of the governor, and they continue
And
to
that
do
is the
yes,
fear
yes.
now. That is the fear, because if you at any time go contrary to what the governor is trying to do, even though it is clear that what the governor is trying to do is bad for the state, huh? You'll be gone in a matter of time. It happened. Did it not happen in Kaduna? Look at Shehu Sani. What happened to Shehu Sani till today? El Rufai destroyed his political career. Whereas what Shehu Sani was standing and fighting for and fighting against was to save the financial base, the finances of the state.
But Bajaleko don't believe in that Shehu Sani at all.
Hold on now, hold on. Don't go. Hold on. Let me land. Let me land. Let me land. Let me land.
You're just pretending.
Don't let me land. It's not pretending. What Shehu Sani was fighting for, was fighting against that time, is what I just came at now with the new governor going after El Rufai. Did the new governor not cry out that El Rufai has bankrupted the state with the amount of indebtedness?
Yes, you are right.
That he left behind. And yes, that was what Shehu Sani was fighting against. That yes, look, this guy is trying to build that state, trying to build, put the state in a hole of debt that state will not survive it. That was what Shehu Sani. But what happened? What did the governor do? He wrecked Shehu Sani's political career. He made sure he sponsored people. He rigged the election against him, and boom! Since then, Shehu Sani has been outside the political
arena.
The political arena.
So, a quick question for you.
Many of the senators, or what do you call it, assemblymen, they know that their political career could be destroyed. So the fear of not allowing the governor to destroy their political career is to lay back.
When did the politics become a career?
It is a career. You are right.
A career now.
No, when did it become a?
In this present Nigeria, Neo.
So no,
I know why I'm talking about. It's a career now.
No, just hold on. It shouldn't be, and it's because we lack integrity.
And that's what Simba, you know
just
that.
Just hold on. If that means we don't have people of integrity again.
Yes.
Why should politics be a career? You're supposed to have your job, and if you have your job, you have your source of income. You don't need to bend for anybody. You can hear your view, and you not fear anybody.
Yes.
So,
yes.
I have a question for you.
Oh, yes.
Why I agree. Why do people go to school and study political science?
Look at the rubbish. Look at the rubbish. Rational mind is saying. So if you study political party science, you must be a politician. Is that what you mean? And you claim that you have so many degrees?
People go to school to become political science.
They don't do political science to become a politician. I beg, keep quiet.
Some people do that. Yeah. Some people do that. Yeah. Some people do that.
So if you write political science, must you be a politician? If you write political science, that does not mean that you will be a politician. It's not a professional.
Am I argue everything? You argue very the minute thing. Some people go to school to become. I know. I have a cousin who studied political science in LAG, University of Lagos. He's a counselor.
Study what?
He was a counselor in Lagos.
Study what?
Counselor in Lagos.
Political science.
What are you saying? I can't get you.
He said he has a cousin that study political science. That is not.
Babajayoko, did you agree with this rubbish that Rationama is talking about? That if you study political science, you'll be a politician.
You go again. Here you go again. Here you go.
No,
Simba, Ajaleko, let me say. Ajaleko, Simba, Rational Man didn't say if you study. Please hold on. Rational Man didn't say if you study a political science, you must be a politician. He didn't say that. He said,
what did he say? What did he say? Maybe he wants to be his advocate. He said, you are saying, no. I'm saying, why should people take politics as a career? He now said, why are they studying political science? So what do you mean? So what do you think he means?
Yeah, and he's citing an example of a family member that
if you have somebody, let me tell you, if you have somebody that read political science and become a politician, it's not by virtue of being a read.
No. Simba, you don't need to be political science. All our politicians do they study political science?
But you are supporting what he's saying. You want to support him. That is what rational mind is saying. Okay. I don't know your understanding of what he's talking about, Sha. Just continue.
Let's move on.
Remy is trying to ask a question.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Remy.
My question about Jali Kuku, you made mention of what RFI did with all of the money it borrowed in Kaduna for various development and which is affecting the state now. So my question to you now is this. We have known now that Abia State Governor, Alex Oti, has borrowed a lot of money. So what will happen when we leave government also? I want you to juxtapose it with what happened.
Come on. I mean,
Babajale Koko, má dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o. Ẹ má dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o. Simba ní right àti sọ anything títí bàbá fẹ́ sọ kó má tẹ̀lé topic. Nǹkan tí Rational Mind ní òun ní choice àti sọ anything tó bá wù ú.
Only wàhálà ni Rẹ̀mí bèrè question yẹn láti dá wàhálà lẹ̀ ni. But to answer that question, Remy, that question, if they don't watch that guy well, it could plunge that country, that state into a very serious, into serious debt that they might not be able to get out of it. It might
utilizing utilizing the money which is borrowing. That's another question to ask.
Well, you utilize the money now. Utilize for development of Kaduna State. So what are you talking here, Thomas?
No. I'm talking of Alex Oti. Hold on. I'm talking of Alex Oti.
It's also negotiating for another one soon. Another one will come.
No. Oh, you are not listening to me. Hold on, please. Is he utilizing the money he's borrowing? Is there any changes? Is there infrastructure? So we can use it to back up its loan.
What we are saying, Thomas, is this. Whether they are utilizing for development or not, they are going to put that state in huge debt, just like what is happening in Kaduna. We happen to.
It doesn't matter. The state will be. America is in debt now. Australia is in debt.
Then if that is the case, you don't need to castigate and refine them.
Well, I think any investment that the government is doing with a borrowed money should be something that would pay them back, that should bring some sort of economic prosperity to that space, so that it can sort of pay back the loan. But if it's not paying back, if you are borrowing it so that the next governor will come and pay, then you start having problems. Because now, even with the big allocations that they are getting now, most governors are not performing because A lot of them are in huge debt. I don't know how that Kaduna guy wants to do it. And even them too will still embezzle and still get more debt. So that's the problem.
Jide, I think we are all making mistake, because even what you just said now, I saw a clip of this lawyer, what is the name of this, Falan, and he was talking to people. He was talking about, okay, they are sharing trillions of naira, 1.7 trillion, 1.5 trillion. But what we should be looking at, okay, 1.5 trillion naira today, because whatever project any state want to do, we are not even supposed to be costing our project in naira again because of the volatility of that naira. If you are looking at the value of 1.5 trillion, it's not as if I'm making case for them. Our revenue generally in terms of dollar, has it increased? That's the question we're supposed to ask ourselves. And whatever project we want to do is supposed to be in dollar, because most of the things you are going to use for your project are going to be imported. Even the things that are produced locally are valued in terms of dollar. And that's why the food price and everything has increased. So if you are looking at, want to look at the gross money, okay, we said our budget is 27 trillion. How much is that in dollar? What we are talking about, probably is not up to, maybe it's not up to 20.
Our budget is even smaller than.
Why are you comparing it to dollar?
It's smaller in terms of dollar now than.
It's smaller. That's what I'm saying. So if somebody is not,
we are not spending dollar. We are not
wait
spending
now.
Our currency dollar.
Okay.
So you don't understand what I'm talking about? Yes.
Simba, my point is this.
No, you said no, just wait. You said their allocation has increased. So what can they do with that? How much budget can they do?
I'm not referring to allocation based on that they should use it for projects. I'm referring to the fact that most of them, even though the allocation has increased, yes, we know that the value of Naira too has fallen, that most of them still have these huge debts that somebody has acquired for them to pay. That's what I'm trying to point out. And that's why I was saying that, okay, for instance, if you are borrowing money to build a rice mill in an environment where there are farmers that are farming rice, then you have invested in something that can pay gradually the loan. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? But you borrowed big money and you use it to do road leading to one local village inside that is, they don't have anything that they are contributing to the economic or the economy of the state per se, then that loan will have to be there, and it will now be a matter of carryover for the next person coming. That's what I was saying.
Unfortunately, most of the projects we undertake in Nigeria are not something that can bring money back. Because let me tell you, even road that you mentioned, in a better economy where people pay tax, that road should be able to generate money. But in Nigeria, where we are used to everything free, how many people pay tax? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand you, but for instance,
so now, if you as a governor, if you look at it, let me say this: if you look at it, what are the projects that we even clamor for in Nigeria? We clamor for road, bridges, education, and all those things. Those are not things that will bring immediate money. It's just like a long-term investment that is not something that you can say will pay for that money. So, and that is
Simba,
why.
Simba, this is my point.
Let me tell you, if you invest in a rice mill, hold on.
Wait, let me point out something. Let me point out something. Even on that road, we need to look at it. If, for instance, now, if you want to tax or you want to toll Lagos Ibadan Express, you know the vehicular movement on that road. You know you will be making some.
I don't know why they did not toll it, sir. They should have told it.
You understand? You know you'll be making something out of it because of the number of people passing it on that, or you say you are towing the third mainland bridge. But now you go and build one road from, for instance, let me use my state, from Ado Ekiti to Iropora Ekiti in Ekiti State. somewhere where maybe in a day gone, you have like maybe 30 vehicles going that route and coming back. And so what is the economic importance of that road? What is that road adding to your even if you tow it, what would it add? That's what I'm saying.
So are you saying that if you are a governor, so such people, they don't deserve to have such road? Is that what you are saying?
No. You see,
so what you are saying that they should not borrow money. If they don't have money to do it, they should abandon. They should not borrow money to undergo
and
such
I'm not
project.
saying they should not borrow money. It is logical. This thing is logical. Even in human life, you cannot borrow money and say you want to throw a party. You don't borrow money for such frivolous things. You borrow money for investment, business that you know will come back and bring you something. That's what you borrow money for. That's what I'm saying. Most of these things, these roads that we are talking about, these roads that they are building here and there, most of them are just doing it just to say, okay, let them see us. But if you look at it, what is the critical thing? What is the planning, the organization, the survey that has gone into it before they go into construction of that
You
road?
are
You see
right.
that they
I
have
understand
nothing.
what you are saying, but unfortunately, that is who we are. That is what even our people are looking for. Even the masses, that's what they are looking for. Nobody is okay. If you want to toll, let me tell you, let them go and put a toll gate between Lagos and Ibadan Expressway and come and see the reaction of Nigeria.
They want free.
No.
You will
Simba,
see how
people will
they will
react,
come.
but
People are rational mind will come and say, hey, come and see now.
Why
I've been
must it be
telling you,
told?
this guy is
Why
an
must it
asshole.
be told?
Simba, can I ask you a question?
Why must it be told?
Okay, you're saying that people will react. Definitely. Look,
yes,
listen. People must react, and that's human nature. We have to react, whether it's nice, whether it's in our own favor.
Are you not paying road? Are you not paying road fee?
One second. So I mean, if the roads have been tolled, right? People who cannot pay because of maybe financial need or stuff like that, they can always use alternate roads. There are alternate roads, right?
True.
So why must everybody want to use the toll roads? It's not possible. I mean, even here where we live, sometimes maybe the toll is just too high. You go use the other route. So I think.
Yeah, continue.
No, let Kaki finish now. Let him finish. Relax.
Let me land it. I think it's going to be on our favor. It's going to be in everyone's favor. That's most of these roads in Nigeria have been tolled. Those who cannot pay the tolls use alternate routes.
Okay.
Right? It's as simple as this.
I want to bring an alternative one.
All right.
Like here, what they do is that we don't pay road toll. The road are not toll, but yearly you pay a road tax, and the road tax you pay is according to the vehicle you are driving, the engine capacity, and so many other factors. It's the federal government of here that will now tell you this is the actual amount you are going to pay. So if you are using 4 or 5 cars, that means you are paying road tax for 5 vehicles. And so, by virtue of this, the
Remy, sorry. What you are saying, I don't know the type of government that they practice in where you stay. In Nigeria, it cannot work because we have 3 tiers of government.
Don't practice
No, wait, because if local government construct a road and if state constructs road, federal government constructs road, so who will collect that tax?
Relax. I don't know. What I just want to say is this: before they are collecting a kind of road fee when you renew your vehicle license. In most Nigerian states, you have to pay a kind of fee to the local government. I think it's embedded in some of the fee you pay. But what I'm trying to say here is that, of course, I cannot compare Nigeria with this one because this is a small country compared to a very big country like Nigeria. But for accountability and for verification and for everything, it's going to be more easier because with your NIN number and BVN number and the car you have, tally with all these identification number they give you and the car you have in your disposal, this will give the government opportunity to collect more money from individuals that are wealthy. And then they can now say, if you register your vehicle, at least your vehicle have a registration number, maybe it's for your state, and then they will now know how much go to your state because this vehicle.
You know, it's not true. You know why? Like me. No, let me give you an example. Sorry. Most of my cars, all my car, I live in Kwara State, and all my cars are Lagos number.
I know, I understand what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is very simple. When they are distributing the money, the city or the state you registered your car, they will get the money more.
Hey, but I use road, but I live in Kwara. That's where I say.
Why can't you? Why didn't you register your car Kwara where you live?
I know.
Let me tell you the reason. Let me tell you the reason.
Want to know.
The reason is this. Let me tell you. If you have been living in
one voice, please. Let's Simba land it. Yeah, Simba.
If you have been living in Nigeria, let me tell you. If you are traveling with your vehicle with a Lagos number, for security reason and even for the police harassment, if they see Lagos number in Kano,
or they see your number, they will stop you.
If they see your number in Kano, they will harass you. But if they see Lagos number, they will not be able to place you, whether you are a Kano indigenous or you are just visiting. You understand? So if you are using Abuja,
please let him land, Remy. Please let him.
Remy always be calm now.
Please. Yeah.
So if you are using Abuja number or Lagos number in Nigeria, they will not be able to please you. They will not they don't know who you are. Do you understand? So it's somehow secured. So that is the reason why I don't take Kwara, because if you see Kwara in Lagos or you see Kwara in Ondo, they will harass hell out of you.
Wá kàn gba ilé jù ní pé àwọn ará òkè wo làwọn eléyìí ẹ jẹ́ gbà wọ́n lójú ká gbà
wọ́n. I think Remy, just 1 minute, please. I think the best approach would be, since all vehicles in Nigeria normally get vehicle license and it is general, I think the government can just come up with probably, like, when we get the license, there's a sticker that comes with it that you stick to the screen of your vehicle, and some people don't even stick it anymore, but you have to present it. If the government looks at it and say, okay, every person driving,
that's only Lagos that has that sticker, others still don't have.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Let me land, please. Let me land. If the federal government says, okay, for everybody using the road, let's say 1,000 for everybody using road in Nigeria, and it is like that kind of a license thing, that it's a sticker, you have to stick it to your vehicle. Anywhere you drive on the federal road, you are covered for that 1 year, 1,000 naira. Example. Then the state where you are too will sell you a sticker, maybe say another 1,000 naira or 500 naira for using their roads. Then you put it on your vehicle,
so
and you are free.
State will also charge their own. Local government will also charge their own. Is that what you are saying?
No. I'm not saying. Well, instead of what he is saying, that they will be sharing the money.
What I'm trying to say, first and foremost, you guys did not understand it totally. Once you pay this road tax annually, you are free to drive your vehicle any part of the country. And what I'm trying to say is very simple, because there's a tax committee or commission that Tinubu asked them to look at the tax form, and they are trying to harmonize the tax system. Here, nobody needs a sticker. The police car just drive past through you with technology. They capture your registered plate number. Immediately in their system, they will know whether you are owing the money. And if you are owing that money, they will stop you and impound your vehicle immediately. And also,
the question, we are not asking you how they work it there. Tell us how it can work in Nigeria.
So you to calm down, because when I was talking the last time, you also interject me a lot.
And tell us how it can work in Nigeria.
What I'm trying to say is that this kind of system will make it easier for the government to harmonize the tax system. And if you, like you have 4 vehicles, 3 vehicles registered in Lagos State, then Lagos State will get more money from you than people that register in Oyo. If a lot of people register their vehicle in Lagos, then more money for Lagos. And they must also make sure that Lagos does not impart any vehicle that have another state registration number, because everybody must come together and agree. I
Remy,
think it's a very good way. So
I have vehicle registered in Lagos, but it uses the road in Kwara.
Yes, it's okay. You can use so far. You pay this national road tax yearly, and it's okay. You can use it anywhere in Nigeria. That the brain.
Who get the money? Who get that money? That's the question we're asking you.
Federal government of Nigeria. It's a tax imposed on any person that have a vehicle in that country. According to your vehicle type, the engine and everything, you pay that road tax yearly.
So what becomes of the state and the local government?
But
Simba, let me answer your question.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Remy.
Can we go back to Ajaliko? This trajectory Ajaliko even lost. Yeah. Let's go back to Ajaliko. So some other people can talk. Ajaliko.
Yeah. What Remy is suggesting cannot work in Nigeria. You see, there's a simple thing that they can do. Very, very simple. That everybody will pay for that road tax. The simple thing is just to put it on, just a form of tax on when people are buying petrol. Everybody will pay it.
They're already shouting. You want to add more to that?
Hold on now. Hold on. It's not going to be it's a little amount. Maybe like 100 naira or depending on how many liters. It's going to be a little taxation that is not going to be too heavy or something that they want to tell. And that will turn to trillion. Because
so
all year long,
money?
Eh?
How will the state get their money from this kind of tax? Because most of these petrol stations also belong to independent marketers. They are not working at private companies.
They will get it now. I mean, when they deliver petrol to gas station, gas station will sell off that gas. And when they are making, how do you do it? When they are paying their taxes, they will take it out from. There's a way
they know the volume delivered to each state, volume of
the volume
that each state consumes.
Yes, it's easy. It's not something difficult. That is what my own state did, and we don't have here. And we don't have.
If filling station can collect, if filling station can collect GST on behalf of government and they are remitting it to the government,
they are not the one collecting it. You know, they will not be the one to collect it. They will have will have included as the price of what they are buying.
Simba,
at the price when they are buying it, you will pay.
Simba, what I'm even saying is, if if filling station here can collect GST on behalf of government and they will remit it to the government, so even it's very easy because you collect GST.
You know our country, you can't give them that mandate. They will not remit anything. What I tell you is say, by the time they are sending to them.
Thomas, guys, can you guys just give me some? Let me just highlight something for yours.
Go on.
Please, I just want everybody to hear me out, please. You see, when we say Nigeria is not a real place, not because we hate the place, but we want it to work. You see, some of us, we live in countries where we live in. In this country, you cannot get a driver's license if you don't have a residential address. And let me give you an example of me. I moved from one state to another state to come and live. The very first day I landed that state, I packed everything with my family. We came down. You know what they said to me? I just parked into the place I was moving in that very day, at that time. The next day, I wake up like this. I saw something in front of my hood of my vehicle. I saw this. So they just left. The police, they left something for me. Tell me that you need to change your license plate. And I never even spent like a day in that state. It's actually changed it.
But rational mind, that is ridiculous. Hold on, please.
Ridiculous now. Why?
Rational mind, please hold on. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Why do I say that? You can be a passerby, you can come from holiday, so that is ridiculous.
No. This is the thing. They know I moved. No, it's not ridiculous. They know I moved in there. I'm a new resident of that state.
But rational mind, let me say this. What happened in Australia If you move from one state to another, and you have like I'm in Victoria now. If you come from Perth or from Sydney, if you move to Victoria, your vehicle they will still allow you to use. If you just register, you will finish that 1 year from the state you are coming from.
Okay.
Then now, if you change your residence to Victoria, now you will change to Victoria. Like you start paying for your registration in Victoria. They will still allow you to use your you understand what I mean, where you're coming from.
I get you.
Still
Some
use your
states
plate
here,
number.
this is how it works here in America. Some states they will allow you to, like what you just described. They will allow you to do that. But as soon as it ends, if you want to renew it, you have to renew in that state.
You have to change it to the state where you are living now.
So the point is this. Let me say this. The reason why I'm saying this is that they do all of these things for tax purposes.
Yes, of course.
Because everything
you can't have registration of California, then you are driving your car in New York.
No, you can
how
drive,
would they collect tax?
But you cannot live there. Hold on, you can drive.
You can't live there. That's what I mean. Yeah, you can't live there.
Yeah, you can't. So if you have to live in New York, at least I don't know how their law over there is, but the thing is, you have to change at some point. You have to change your license plate because if you have to live in that state.
I think rational man. Let me ask you a question. Here is very simple. When you change your residency, do you report to the local community or the local government that you change your residency? Let's assume that you are living in Ogbomoso and then you move to Oyo or you move to Shaki. Do you go to the local community in America the local government office and say, okay, I've changed my residence, or immediately it's the true technology already? Once you register with the your authority and everything, immediately change by itself. How does it work in your own?
Okay. Now, you see, the thing is this: the way they structure your system here is that if you work here, you see, that's the thing. As you are working, you are filling employment paper form.
They will require you to present the state ID,
state ID and all those kind of things. And so
if you are presenting driver license of another state from another state, they will say, they will require you go and take your driver license before we can give you a job. You must be a resident.
So the way they structure the system here, you'll be forced.
It's more easier. It's more simple. Once you move from one city to another city, you go to the nearest post office. They give you a form, and you fill the form, and immediately
you can do that here too if you want.
Because you already have your social security number, so everything.
Guys,
good morning.
This is what we're saying. We don't have leaders who are thinkers.
Please don't let us be going by leaders.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Don't give me that. Don't give me that thing. Don't give me that crap. Don't.
Good morning.
Hold on, my friend.
I can do.
Let's rational mind land. Yeah,
I beg no vex can do. I might be no joy. I can land points. So I know you have something to say too. I can do. You live here. So my point is, you see, you cannot run a system where everybody just live anyhow. Look at our friend here, Simba. Simba live in Kwara State. That is why you maintain residency. He has his business.
No plate number, Neko.
No plate number. You see, that's what I'm saying. This is what we're saying.
Nítorí kò fẹ́ kó máa harass òun.
State is very rich. Why will Lagos State not rich?
Ó fẹ́ máa ṣe bí gómìnà Èkó tó bá ń drive káàkiri.
How did he even renew?
Ó fẹ́ máa oppress káàkiri. A máa sọ pé òun state governor òun ti jẹ́ ní governor's office.
National mind. You know the funny thing. National mind. Let me go tell you this.
Governor of Lagos State.
National mind. Let me go tell you this. If I want to renew it now, do you believe that I can renew it in Kwara State without going to Lagos? That's the funny thing.
But the point is that
I can do that.
You should not even have it in the first place. In a Senate country.
You know what I'm saying? I got your point. What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense because if I got the plate number in Lagos, everything is written in Lagos. But if I want to renew that license, they can renew it for me in Kwara State.
And you carry Lagos State still?
No, it doesn't really. It's the place number that is only Lagos. You understand?
Who owns the money? Is it Kwara State or Lagos State?
When I will pay to Kwara State, if I'm renewing, it's Kwara State that will now hold the money.
No, it's federal government that the license. No,
the only money that gets to the federal government is the money for the plate number.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? That plate number cannot be changed. But if I want to renew driver license,
ìyẹn gan fraud náà nìyẹn kí ló kan federal government pẹ̀lú plate number.
No, I think they have, because it's federal road. I think they have certain percentage that is safety.
It's a federal road. And so what?
I'm not saying I said federal road safety. The federal road safety, lower in charge of. They are the one in charge of the plate number.
Licensing, and licensing.
State's supposed to be in charge of everything.
Sorry, on your driver's license, it says Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's Federal Republic of Nigeria driver's license. That's why I said driver's license and license plates. It's issued by the federal government of Nigeria.
And it's
if I'm governor of Lagos State today,
it's supposed to be state.
It's supposed to be state. Yes.
Yeah.
If I'm governor of Lagos State, say I'm governor of Lagos State today, I will issue out. We will pass law that every resident of Lagos must carry Lagos State driver.
That is how they make money.
The federal is secondary in Lagos State. Lagos State driver license is number one.
Good morning.
Baba Jalekoko, we have to differentiate between
let's hear for Kandu. Good morning. I haven't said anything since. Yeah, let's hear for Kandu. Good morning. What the Ajaki session?
Bàbá àjà ẹ káàárọ̀.
Mo mọ̀ pé nǹkan tí Timba tó gbé wá yẹn mo mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣá nǹkan lè máa gbé.
Bàbá àjà ẹ káàárọ̀.
Good morning, Kandu. Ẹ káàárọ̀.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, all my elders in the house. Good morning.
Àbí Kandu tún ti wà ní Nàìjíríà ni wo ni àárọ̀ l'Amẹ́ríkà.
No, àárọ̀ kùtùkùtù la wà bí. I've been listening for quite a while. And now we Lagosians, we know those that are impersonating us all over the place that we need to go after their cars with their license plates that are not true Lagosians. We know the people we should be going after. Everyone has spoken well, I mean, for the last couple of hours regarding all of the different issues. But in terms of registration, the way I know it in America, in California, if you have a good driving record, they will actually issue you license for 10 years. You don't even have to go to DMV. If your record is very good, they just send you a renewal by mail. You pay the renewal fee, and they send you your new driver's license that it lasts for 10 years. So the last time my renewal was done, I don't remember what year, but in the third year, I moved from California to North Carolina. And because I don't actually drive, I don't drive at all. So I didn't need to go and renew my driver's license, but I was able to utilize that ID to open a bank account. I still bank with my bank in California, and so I can do everything that I need to do. I'm even trying to remember, because I bought some properties after I moved from California in Alabama, but I was still able to use my California driver's license as my primary source of identification. So for 7 years, all I used was my California driver's license. If I needed to register to renew, when my driver's license finally expired, then I went to my local DMV in North Carolina, and then applied for North Carolina ID since I didn't need a driver's license. So I guess I'm saying that to say, like what Rational Mind was talking about, technology has advanced to the point that the police they don't even have to get out of the car. They can drive through a parking lot, a mall, and they have all the systems on their cars that will be pinning license plates, reading license plates. Who has expired? Who owes money? They can come into your car while you're at the mall if you owe so much money. So all of these issues, regardless of how they implement this tax in order to be able to get funds for roads, the technology is so advanced that whether they do it at the pump, whether they do it in whichever way they do it, whether you are in Lagos but you actually live in an Akure, the system will sort all that out in 1 millionth of a second. Who gets what? So even if let's say they make it a national thing and it's paid to the federal government, it should be able based on your what do they call I something number I am number. It should be able to discern. Okay, Mr. Chikude is a Lagosian. Mr. Remy, he lives in Kano, and distribute those funds to the different places in 1/1000 of a second. This is not even, you don't even need a biro and a calculator to do this. So there are ways. Yes, sir.
Can do. Sorry
Yes,
for
sir.
interjecting you. Because maybe I don't know, maybe you people are not really conversant with what is going on in Nigeria. If I register, I'm a native of Osun State. I live in Kwara State.
Yes, sir.
My place of registration is not Osun, it's Kwara, but my state of origin is Osun. So now I can relocate from Kwara, I can go to Lagos, and I'll still be using the same NIN. How would they locate me? Which is it my place of registration that I'm going to use, or my place of origin, or my place of residence?
I think it's. I think it will. I think it will have to be where you are a resident. It's just like a business. You can have a business. I mean, there are
So,
several.
but it's not my place of residence. It will not be actually. It's not on the NIN. Because they can't use NIN to locate my place of residence.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that it should be solely based on NIN.
I think what we
What
should
I'm
be
saying,
discussing, I'm very sorry to say, is let
yeah.
us, if we can talk about, don't let us talk about the model in America or in Finland or whatever. We should be discussing about what can work in our country, looking at our circumstances. Let me tell you one thing that maybe another mistake that we're making. Excuse me, sorry. There is a difference in Nigeria. Just get this right. Driver license is exclusively federal. Vehicle license, that is what BS states. You understand? There's a difference between driver license and vehicle license.
Okay. Yeah, but I think what I'm saying is even with those differences that you
vehicle
do have.
registration.
Yeah,
Is it
even
vehicle
with
registration that is vehicle license?
Because license, yes, vehicle registration is called
okay, but
vehicle license.
in either sense, be it, I mean, systems. I mean, we're not talking about your phone can do this. You don't need, you don't need AWS to do this. The system can discern. Okay, this one is for federal. This one is for state. This one is for local. Without you having to go to 3 different places, everything goes into one part. But wherever, just like you have businesses that are based in Lagos, but they have different subsidiaries in Kaduna, in Abakaliki. So where is the company domicile? Where the company is domicile is the base. So that's where they pay the majority of the taxes. But the subsets in all those other places, they have to pay locally to those places where they are operating as well. So it's not double taxation, it's just operational operational taxes. Wherever you operate, you have to pay taxes. There are a lot of companies that operate online in America, for example, and in some states, even though you're operating online, the system is able to see that, okay, Mr. Lagbaja is operating um, from New York, and if you're operating from New York, you pay taxes based on where you're operating from. So I think I mean, like I said, I've heard a whole lot. A whole lot of people have said, I think, some very brilliant things, but we have to utilize system to make these things easier for everybody, for the federal, for the state, and even the local should be able to get part of this part of this money to be able to do some of the things that a lot of people were talking about yesterday. How local government used to have all these different operations before, but everything cannot be free. It takes money to run system. So people should not be taxed to death, but the government, the way government makes money primarily is from taxation.
Yeah, but the structure too. I mean, things have to be structured well so that taxation can be effectively, distributed or effectively collected. So
Absolutely, we agree. I don't think there's anyone that's in disagreement with that.
I think you see the issuance of the driver license by the federal government. I think that is just how do I describe it? I think it's just it doesn't make sense to me because that government doesn't know anybody living in the state. You don't know it. It should be the responsibility of the state to issue driver license to people that reside in their state. And then
it's actually a good thing for the state to be able to generate revenue.
And then the local government can do the vehicle registration or the vehicle license, as they call it, for local government to generate, because whoever that reside in the local government, yes, they can go and do the registration every year, and the driver license will be issued.
Babaja. Àwọn ayé ti gbé Babaja lọ.
I think he got dropped.
Simba.
Yes.
Simba. Yeah, I was saying something the other time, though everybody seemed not to get me, right? Yes, everybody has vehicle license and all these roadworthiness that you renew on a yearly basis. So what I'm saying is, though the problem with this style is just that it might not, and it boils down to enforcement, how it will capture all these transporters and road, all these NURTW guys and all those things, because even in Nigeria, those guys don't have vehicle license, they don't have anything, and they use the road.
They are the one that use the road most now.
Yes, but I feel that there is a way. But I feel that there is a way they can also be captured. That's why I was saying that if when your license expires for the year and you are going to renew, and there is like maybe a 2,000 naira extra that you are paying to it, and 1,000 goes to the federal government and 1,000 go to the state where you did it. Okay, now it means that you have paid for the whole year, 1,000 naira for both. You have paid for the whole year. You can drive on any road, and it will just be like a part of your license, and it will be part of those documents that VIOs and road safeties will check.
I think that would be the fastest way. Do you need to pay extra? Because the whole essence of renewal is not as if your license expire, it doesn't mean that you don't know how to drive again. But the whole essence of renewal is to generate money in the first place. So I don't think that.
No, I understand. What we are saying is this. For instance, if you tow, for instance, I will go to Lekki now. If you tow Third Mainland Bridge, that means when I'm going to Third Mainland Bridge, I will pay a toll fee. When I'm coming back, I pay a toll fee. If I have to go tomorrow, I pay a toll fee. If the toll fee per day or per trip is 500 naira, we have toll gates that take up to like 500 naira. Okay, if the toll fee is 500 naira, by the time you are going in, you pay 500. If you are coming back, you pay 500. If you come tomorrow, you pay 500. So it becomes, for me, I think it becomes like burdensome on the general populace. But if we can just make it
No,
a
not on general
one-off
populace, so
payment
on
for the whole year.
specific, Remy, on specific people. Because by the time you ask everybody to be paying, some people don't even know Lagos, and then they will be paying for you.
I understand, but for those
So
people that
that one will
don't
be
know
a body on general.
Lagos,
The one you are saying, the one that you are paying specifically is for you, because you are the one planning that road. You do business on that road. Somebody in Maiduguri who has never been to Lagos, you said should be charged for the same. No, I don't think that one will
Yeah,
work.
what I'm
but
saying to you is that, but that
let's look
person
at
in
it.
Maiduguri,
Somebody from
but that person in
Maduguri
Maiduguri,
is not going to go through that road 30 days in a row. If you're coming from Maduguri to Lagos and you have to pass that toll, maybe you do it a few days while you are in Lagos. But at the end of the day, I think this needs to be a little bit more comprehensive. And what I mean by that is this: just getting a driver's license. Okay, what about someone like me that doesn't drive? I don't have a driver's license. I have a state ID that identifies me. But because I don't actually drive, they're not generating any income from me. But I do go to other places either through Uber or through, whatever other means of transportation. So I'm still utilizing the road, even though I don't drive and I don't have a driver's license and I don't pay from that standpoint. And in New York, for example, you have untold millions of people that don't drive. They use the metro as their primary means of transportation because of the traffic. It's not because they cannot afford a car, but it just doesn't make sense to be in traffic. So there are millions of people in a place like New York, for example, and other places. I think someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Babaja or someone, that one of the ways they can make this equitable is to implement it into the subcharge at the gas station. It's not going to be a whole lot of money like he said. It's going to be, it could be 50 naira. But 50 naira here, 50 naira there, everyday people are, per
Even one
liter,
naira, even one naira,
yeah,
even one naira.
whatever that amount is. Because then it becomes equitable because those who don't even have a vehicle, but that do travel in a bus, on whatever other means of transportation, they are paying, whatever, quote unquote, their fair share. And those commercial buses and Uber drivers and all those other people, they need to be made to pay more. But because they utilize the road more than the average person and they're generating income from that. So I think we need to look at it from, 30,000 square feet, 30,000 feet above, and see how do we get that space to be able to make as many people as possible pay, whether they actually own a car or they're just utilizing the transit system in one form or another.
Yeah, you are correct, Kandu. That approach is good. Well, Simba, what I was saying the other time, even if the person doesn't use the Tom Milan Beach, the person has federal roads on his own end too that he's using. So even if he's in Kutu NG. So for me, I just feel like they should just look for a way to infuse it in such a way that almost everybody shares. And if everybody shares it, then the value will come down. Something as low as 15 naira, something as low as 20 naira, it's okay.
Jide, I agree with you, but my problem is the sharing formula. You understand? Everything is not about the federal government. You understand? Okay, if the federal government are collecting that, how would the state collect their own? How would the local government collect their own? Because at least the local government also construct road, state also construct road.
That's why I said the other time that any state where you are registering your vehicle or you are renewing if your vehicle is from Kwara State, if you are paying for the tax for the federal government, you're also paying for the state, and the state and the local government are going to share it between themselves. I think that is a more feasible way to
equitable
go
way.
about it.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's a more feasible way to go about it.
I think I agree with that. Even those who are trying to cheat, and register their cars in Lagos. Even those
You're
ones
not
are
serious,
cheap.
can do.
The average person, no. I know it's not a cheating thing. It's just really what makes sense. What you said, who wants to be getting harassed just because you drive your car to Borno State and it says Akure or wherever? But I think averagely the system will work itself out because it's not everyone who is going to have. It's not everyone that has multiple cars in the first place. That they will go and register, in a different state. So ordinarily, I think the system will, the system will work itself out. So whether they want to base it on registration or your state of residence, because I think the taxes your state tax that you pay is based on your place of residence. If you say I reside in Lagos, are you actually reside in Kaduna? Well, I guess Kaduna is just going to be getting short change
Can do,
because
can
what
do,
you said is Lagos.
can do, can do. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir.
Which was the reason why I wanted to ask you when you were saying that you use your 10 years
Driver's
California
license.
driver's
Yes.
license. So I don't want to put you on the spot, and if I'm
Sure.
putting you on the spot, just let me know. I won't have to ask you
Sure.
much question because
Sure.
the question will be if North Carolina, I think they should have some kind of income tax. Don't they have income tax?
Yes, they do.
Because like California has both. They have both income tax and what's
Yes.
it called? Sales tax.
State.
So if and one of the reasons why you have to register your license plate and have your driver's license at a state where you're domiciled is because
Mm-hmm.
for tax purposes and for some other
Purposes.
reasons.
Yes.
Yeah. Because as soon as you enter that state and you want to work, like Angelico was trying to tell you say the other time,
Yes.
if you're looking for a job locally in that state, for
Mm-hmm.
tax, so that they able to your tax forms, like every time you want to send your what's it called, your tax refund to you.
Right.
Now my question is this: how did you navigate all those things? You stayed there. I'm sure you should be able to vote. If you have to vote, you have to send your what's it called? They have to send your ballot papers to your residence and your banks and everything, and your correspondence from people. How do you get those letters if you still maintain your California license? How did you do all of that? How did you navigate all those things that ordinarily would just make you, at some point, you just have to go and get a North Carolina driver's license so you can have an address? Because you cannot get the driver's license if you are not domiciled in that state. You cannot prove a residency in that state. They won't give you driver's license, and they won't give you license plates. So how were you able to navigate all of this?
Okay, Bella Bini. First of all, I don't have a job. I haven't had one in 11 years. Everything that I have is ran through an LLC, so I don't have an income. So the LLC collects all this income and they are reinvested year after year. So you can call me a mini Trump. The LLC does not pay taxes as long as you reinvest that income. So it just gets reinvested. If the LLC is ever dissolved, hopefully I won't be around by then because the taxes that will be due will be insane. But as long as the LLC continues to reinvest and reinvent itself, the revenues, you just find another property or find some sort of a business to put it into. So how do I get an income? The LLC pays me. So this is just part of the tax system. And like I said before, I don't drive. I have a bad eye problem, so I can't get a driver's license. That's the reason. I can't read, you go to the DMV, you have to read those small letters. I can't read them. So I'm trying to see which was the other question. Income.
No,
I mean, I don't.
It's okay. I get it now. I understand why you were
Yeah.
able to navigate those things. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Ratnaman, I have a question for you. Okay, if you relocate from one state to the other, do you need to change your your plate number?
Yeah. So how it works is that your life. You see, the thing about the system here is that everything is synchronized. Like for example, now if you're driving on the road and your license plate is expired, when they come to you and they will tell you
Does
that your license
license plate
hold on.
expired?
Yeah, license plate
Yes,
expires. Yeah,
yes, they do every year.
it expires.
You
Yeah.
change. You say they will change to another one, or you just
No, no, no. You just
renew
No,
get
on
it.
it's the
paper.
same
No,
number.
you just
Then
get a
okay, the
sticker.
tag.
You get a
And okay,
sticker.
that's what I want to understand.
Call it
So
tag.
the
Yeah,
same number. Okay.
No,
yeah,
when I say expire, I mean the tag. They will give you a
yeah.
tag.
The
You put that
tag.
tag on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So license tag that expire. So my point is this: is that if you go to DMV, if you give them a license plate number, if you give them your because even sometimes if you want to renew your what's it called your license plate, they will ask you for your driver's license. So everything is synchronized, so they can pull you up. Like for example,
You don't understand my question. Let's say you are living in California, as Kandu said. Then maybe you now move from to North Carolina. You are now resident in North Carolina. You are working in North Carolina. Do you need to change the plate number
Yeah, you have to change it.
to the one
Well, there's a
from
little bit
North Carolina?
there's a little bit of caveat to that, and what the caveat is this: your license plate expires every year. So let's say if I was driving, even though because of good driver's record, I don't have to renew my driver's license, but every 10 years. And as long as if you started out with a good driving record and you continue to have a good driving record, you don't ever have to go to DMV. They just send you to renewal automatically by mail. But your car, let's say the last time you renewed your car registration was in January, and for whatever reason you had to move to New York in April. So your car is still good because your registration is for 1 year. But if you continue to stay in New York, you cannot now call California and say renew my license plate. No, you have to go wherever you're now at to get your plate renewed, or now to be for them to be able to ascertain that you're now a
So they can
resident.
renew. Can they renew North Carolina plate number in another state?
Nope.
No, you cannot.
No, sir. You cannot.
No, what I'm saying, let's say, as you listen to my example. I'm using your example now. You are in California before, now in North Carolina. You have a
Yes, sir.
plate number of California. Now,
Mm-hmm.
maybe you want to now. Do you need to change that plate number to that of North Carolina? That's my question. It's not about renewal or renewal. You need to change, since you are now resident in North Carolina. Is it allowed
Yes.
for you to continue using the plate number
No.
or
No.
of
If you're
California?
not living in California, you have to surrender your California and now register for North Carolinas.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I come in here, please? So
It depends
that
on the
means
states. Yeah, it
that
depends on the
means in
state.
the United States.
You can side alone. No, it depends on the state. Sometimes some state like state of Oregon. Some people move from California to Oregon, and they allow them to use their what's it called, their license plates and their driver's license for some time. So, but sometime when you expires, you have to switch to Oregon. You
Yes.
don't switch to
Yes.
Oregon, then you have a problem.
Yeah, but
So
it
some it
doesn't have
depends,
to
but
be
like some other
immediate.
states like Washington State, my goodness, within 10 days you have to do it. Within 10 days when you
Yeah,
don't have
that's
that.
true. Some states are
So
very, very
so
strict
it
on
all
it, and
depends.
others are
It all
very lax.
depends. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it all depends. But the thing is that the system will force you at some point, because when you go look for a job or you want to get
Yeah.
voting, you want to vote, or something will just force you. They will ask you to switch.
Oh, and real quickly, rational mind. You see, I'm such a Nigerian that I've had the opportunity. I mean, I've been in this country for 35 or 36 years now, and I've always believed in Nigeria. There was even a time that my entire design and plan was to take whatever money I had and move to Nigeria and do fish farming. This I'm talking decades ago. So I've had the opportunity to become an American citizen, and I refused it. Even I had girlfriends; they were like, let's just get married. You can become a citizen. No, I'm a Nigerian. So I literally just become I just became an American citizen 2 years ago.
Okay,
I didn't
I
want to
want
become an
That's a
American.
long journey for
So
you.
I
What's
was
going on? What happened?
I'm just trying to answer Rachinama's previous question. So I wasn't voting. I wasn't
so
I couldn't vote.
for clarity. I think the American
Yeah.
system is a little. I want for clarity. So what you guys are telling me now is that if you move from California to another place, maybe New York or wherever, and
Hmm.
probably you drive there, then you need to change your license plate number.
Yeah, yeah. At some point, you have to
So
do that. The
okay,
system will
Yes,
force
yes.
you.
so if I move from New York after 3 months or 4 months, I'm tired of New York and I move to which state is very close to New York? I don't know. Give me a city or state. I move to another state, maybe New Jersey.
Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
New
Oh,
Jersey.
okay.
So that means I have to change the plate number again, right?
We'll just collect your money again, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my God! This system is capitalist to the core. My God.
No, this is they
But
call it maximum. We call it
Is it
maximum.
possible?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to be living in one state and be working in another state?
Yes.
It's
Then you have
possible.
to take a train.
But
You cannot be
yes,
driving that every
but
time.
that is not going to last forever because every state wants that revenue. So you can do it for, at least as far as I know, you can do it for a
So
limited time, but eventually the
can you
system is going to catch up with you. Yes, sir.
and rational mind. My question to you: let's say you're a businessman and you are traversing between New Jersey and New York, and you often go there, maybe monthly or whatever. You can stay in New York for 2 months or 3 months and then go back to your New Jersey. Another. Are you? Can you have two different license plate number? So when you are in New York, you put New York number, and when you go back to New Jersey number. I want to
Okay,
be
you see,
clear.
Let me wait and hear rational mind first.
Okay, go on. Go on.
How is that going to work?
Oh, okay. You want me to talk? You want me to say something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to hear you first.
You see, the thing is this. Again, the system will force you at some point. It will, like, for example,
Rational mind. Hold on. Who asked that question, please?
It's Remy that asked the question.
It sounds like a very Nigerian question, a way to get around the system. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Yeah, you see, the thing is this: the system is, again, the system will force you. See, let me say something to you, because then, if you maintain because one thing about licenses is that you either of the license, either driver's license or car registration, you need to be domiciled in that state to have you need to have an address, at least an address. So now,
so can you have two addresses?
Well, it's possible.
Yes.
Some people do it.
Yes.
It's possible.
Because you have
It's
two
possible.
houses or two property in two different cities.
Yes. A lot of people. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry.
But you see, you're opening yourself to a lot of criminal suspicion if you're doing that.
Why?
Yeah,
so
it
are
is
you
because
trying
the
to
system.
say I cannot have
Hold on.
another
And
property?
the reason is this: for tax purposes. For tax purposes. That's why I said Nigeria is not a real place. Nigeria is not even a country in itself, because federal government should not be issuing license. And if federal government wants to
answer the question very well. You said your registration card must carry your current address all the time.
Hold on. You see, hold on. You see, people, I mean, again, we're going back to that NIN, because I heard Hensiba was bringing out that topic. You see,
yes,
NIN,
yes.
hold on. NIN is like our social security number here.
Yes.
Now, the thing is this: you need correspondence from either the IRS. The IRS is Internal Revenue Service here.
They call it TIN. You talk about tax identification number, right?
Well, tax that is if you're not.
Yeah,
if you're not,
they're coming up with it before the end of.
Oh yes, Remy, you always do this thing. Oh man, like my.
I like you to do it with you, especially you. Continue.
Hold on. I don't have the time for all of that. I don't have all the time for that. Let's not go into the minutiae of things. I mean, let's just focus on what we're talking about. Yes, TIN or is that ITIN, whatever they call it, the tax department. I mean, let's just leave that. So So our NIN is just like our social security, social security SSN here. So the point is this: is that when you go to Social Security Administration to go and obtain your, as if you're moving here for the first time, or they issue it for your, however you maybe you have a baby or whatever. And let me just do that. So when you have it, the point is this: is that you always have to get correspondence from any of the federal agencies. For example, the IRS. The IRS has to send you correspondence, like for example, you're owing tax, or if they want to send your refund to you, they need an address to send it to. So if you are maintaining, and mind you, many states that have their own income tax too, just as the federal government has their income tax, they work side by side with IRS. That is why if there's a discrepancies in your federal tax, maybe you file some you file federal tax and there's a discrepancies from you that you did something different on your state tax, they will reject it.
So from my own understanding, I think once you have your social security number, even if you have property all over United States of America,
you need to be pinned to one of them.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Everything will come out.
Let me give us all one that will, I guess, maybe a lot of people will be able to clearly understand. Like Donald Trump, for example, is a resident of Florida. He lives in New York. He's always lived in New York. But as a resident, is Florida. If he wants to vote, he has to go to Florida to vote. Biden is a resident of Vermont. He cannot vote in Washington, D.C.
No,
when
Trump,
it's time to
let
vote.
me not say I'm correcting you, but let me say something.
Yes.
Trump has changed his residency. He only just maintained his Trump towers, but his residency is in Florida.
No, I know, no. But what I'm saying, I'm just buttressing even your point, and I guess also answering the person that asked the question initially. Trump has properties all over the United States, but his resident, his place of residence, and that's one of the unique things about the United States as well. You don't pay state taxes in Florida. So it's advantageous for people to actually move there. That's why you have a lot of people that actually reside, they have their residency in Florida because there are no state taxes. But
they have sales tax, right? Sales tax.
Yeah. When you buy something in the store, But like Trump, for example, I'm using Trump as because that's somebody that most people knows. So it's Trump Towers, is whatever hotels, wherever those entities are, they pay taxes where they are. So Trump Towers pays taxes to the state of New York. Trump whatever pays taxes to wherever their domicile. So he himself, as the owner of the entity, pays very little taxes. Very, very little, which is one of the reasons why, 34, but that's a different story. So I'm just using that as, to give us a broader idea. The question, I guess your question was, if you're in New York, you're working in New York, you're staying in or working in New Jersey back and forth, you have to make a choice. You have to say, this is my residence in New Jersey. But my business, or I conduct most of my businesses across the street in New York. You'll be paying taxes over here, you'll be paying taxes over there. If it pays you to pay both, go on, song.
But can do the reason why I asked that question, like in Nigeria, okay, you are working, let's say you are working for Osun State government and you are residing in Kwara. The tax on your salary will be paid to Osun, but you are actually consuming utilities in Kwara. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, and you paid nothing to Kwara. That is it.
No, but
if you look at it now, some people are living in Ogun State. They are working in Lagos State. They pay tax to Lagos, but actually they live in Ogun State.
Yeah, but the thing is this: where they live, is the system?
Do you know why it's like that?
Go
Sorry, please. Go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
The reason why it's like that is because it is where you work, that is where you pay. tax. So let me give you an example.
Correct.
I live in a different state, and I travel, I commute during the week to a different place to go and work. So, but then I have to pay my tax in that state, even though I'm domiciled in that, because that's why if I'm resident in a state where they have income tax, and I work in a state where they don't have sales tax, so I don't have to pay tax. I don't have to pay tax because I'm paying tax, sales tax or whatever in that state.
Yeah, but you see, this is the thing. Again, we have to always remember we're talking about functioning system. You see, if you live in whatever state and you conduct your business and you go to this other state, each of those places, you're staying in a hotel, you're paying taxes. You're buying gas, you're paying taxes. You're buying food, you go to a restaurant. So you might think you're getting away with stuff, but you're paying as you go. Even this Osun State example, you live in Osun, you work in Lagos. Yes, where you work, you pay taxes. But when you come back to Osun, if the system works like it's supposed to, you're supposed to pay taxes on your house, or the person who is renting to you, that's collecting rent from you, should be paying taxes on that money that they collect. You eat when you're back in Osun. You buy gas, you go to the market and buy whatever. Those things, you're you're constantly paying without knowing it, or without being cognizant, I should say.
But like what rational mind is saying now, like okay, some states in United States they don't pay sales tax. You understand what I'm saying?
Some don't have income tax; they only have sales tax. Some
They
have
only have
both.
sales.
So if you are
shortly
between the two, you can actually be escaping some form of payment or the other.
Why do you want to escape? We don't like to escape. We like to pay taxes in America, even though I don't pay.
I beg you, leave that one can do. Leave that one can do.
But I do pay. I buy things all the time. I buy things. I buy things to repair properties. I pay taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see, our people are overtaxed. I don't know why. That's the problem. Because you're paying tax for almost everything. You are sending bank to bank transfer. You are paying tax. You are doing you're buying petrol or gas. Diesel. You're paying tax.
Rational mind. You see, the reason why it's so pronounced in Nigeria, it's not that we don't pay a lot of taxes here. If you look at your utility bills, look at your phone bill, you will not believe the number of taxes. They're not a lot. It's not a lot of money. It might be 17 cents. But when you calculate that 17 cents times multiple, even over 1 trillion, because you're paying it every month. If out of the 230 million people in America, if 200 million of them have a phone, and each month you're paying 17 cents of some ridiculous tax, very soon you're talking about a lot of money.
Exactly.
When it's done every month. So it's not that we don't pay taxes, and there are a lot of disgruntled people in America about taxes that don't think that they should be paying taxes. But the average person can see it. They know that if you get in an accident, ambulance will come, whether you are rich, you are poor. They know that, yeah, you have to pay for electricity and water, but it will turn on when it's supposed to. In my area, where there was a storm this last weekend, right away, the energy company sent text messages, boom, boom, boom. The thing will be back on in 7 minutes, and in less than 5, it was back on. So it's not the taxes. Yeah, exactly. It's that you can see it. But in Nigeria, where do you see it? If you call the police station, they'll tell you we don't have petrol.
Right? That's it now. So you see, Nigeria is not a real place. That's what we're saying. The police should not even be a federal thing. Federal can have their own police, either they call it SSS or whatever they call it. But the state should be able to, because it's all this money they make from vehicle licensing and income tax. That's where they get. That's where they get the money. Property tax. That's where they get the money to be able to pay all these law enforcement agencies like the police.
I heard you talk about it not too long ago.
Now, for this to really, sorry to watch it, for it to really work very well in Nigeria, there must be a gradual back to resource control and state police and the rest. It cannot be federal government. They will, because some of
Absolutely.
them depends on the federation account.
Remy, are you aware that the
Remy,
governors have taken federal government to court over this local government issue? Are you aware of that?
No, it's
the federal government that is taking them to court.
And I like what the Supreme Court. You know what the Supreme Court told them? Each state should file in their response individually.
Yeah, I think it's 7 days or something like that.
No, he gave them 5 days. He gave them 5 days. They are begging for 14 days.
Now let's see which state that they will know who is the thief in that country. Let's see the state government.
You see, Remy, you see, when we talk about this thing, yes, we can continue to say a lot of things, but you see, to some extent, yes, let's say that there is a lot of mismanagement in Nigeria. Yes. We can all attest to that. But if we look at what is being captured in Nigeria, people that are being captured under the tax regime, they are, I can say maybe less than 50% of the
it's
whole.
Not even up to that. My uncle
because
is a tax consultant in Nigeria for your state and Lagos, or your state and Ogun State. He told me that people always use fictitious address, and when they use real address, you will not meet the owner of the business. They will run away. Everybody, even the so-called rich people.
Remy, that is another case. That one is another case entirely. We are talking about people that even register and they are playing Anki Panki. There are a lot of Indian companies in Nigeria that they would you will not know the size of what they are doing from the outside. These guys will do their gate like it's just pan. They will just use pan and everything just to distract people as if they don't have anything. But when you go there, these people will not declare the normal things they should declare to the government. You know all those things. That one is aside. We are not even talking. Let's even talk about the vehicles.
Go on, please. Sorry. Go on.
Let's even talk about the vehicles on the road. For instance, we are talking about, I can say to you that 70% of the vehicles on the road don't have license.
You are right.
You understand? 70%. Because all those, see, from Paragon buses to Keke Napep to all these people don't use, they are not captured. They are not captured. They are not captured. On that, so we can see where the problem is. I was talking to.
Which fault is that? Whose fault is that?
It's the state now. It's the state supposed to collect
the fault is the law. Hold on.
Enforcement.
I'll tell you a story of myself. Many years ago, I had a vehicle. Many years ago. That was many years ago.
I'll do mélòó kan ní bàbá Rashid.
Would they emphasize the 1 million years ago?
He's talking as if it was during the era of Lord Lugard.
Many years ago, millions years ago.
Many years ago. I had a car.
Very funny.
I drove for over a year. I mean, the license really was expired. I mean, I was just driving like that. So whenever they stop me, a good journey. And when they ask me for a good job, I just give them. I drive it for 1 year like that. So the
but you know, rational mind. What I used to tell people about that, let me tell you. One, you usually you will not have peace of mind. Immediately you cite the law enforcement. 2, all those 10, 20 naira, 100 naira, 50 naira that you give them, by the time you sum it together, it will be better for you to have paid that money. You know, but most people don't realize that.
Let me tell you a short story that happened to me. I was driving to Lagos and I got to Songo Bridge, and this VIO guy just stopped me. Meanwhile, my vehicle papers had expired. I was talking to the agent that normally does it for me to do it. So when the guy stopped me, I said, I've sent all these things out to my agent. You understand? It just expired. So, and they are on it. The man said, no. Just
you have to leave something now.
He said he jumped into the vehicle and told me that I must pay 10,000 naira on the spot, or else if his oga takes me to the station.
Whose fault
And
is that?
sorry. He said if his oga takes me to the station, there will be problem. And I said, okay, no problem. I called the agent. The agent said every other thing is ready except the roadworthiness. And I said, no problem. Send me every other thing.
You are totally at fault, sir. You should not be in a vehicle that you don't have the particulars to.
Exactly.
No, the guy, you see, the problem is the person doing it. I agree. The
You
person doing it.
you see, it doesn't matter. If it's not been done and handed to you, you have no right to even be in that vehicle on the road.
I understand.
This is part of our Nigerian mentality. Yeah, it's done. But the person doing it,
all of us we are criminally minded. You understand? What I just said now. Nigerians will prefer to be paying bribe. That will be more than the exact number, the money that is supposed to pay to renew that license.
Simba, let me land now. So the two of them, they were now playing. I just want to see before we take you there. So when they saw that all other licenses were already done, in fact, the dating of the day it was done was even it was way before that day. So I now showed them. I said, he was waiting for everything to complete before he sent it down to me. They now said that one go that is not there is why they are going to hold me. Is that one is their own job? I said, okay, no problem. Enter into the vehicle. Let's go. Where is your station around here? And I drove him to the station. And the guy said I should hand him the key to my car. I said, not me. I'm not giving you. If I give you, then you are the owner of the car. I'm the owner of the car. Then when we entered into the office, I told their oga, this is the issue. I want to renew my roadworthiness. Do you know I paid 1,300 to renew the roadworthiness? And those guys were
good story. But this is what my father always tells me, especially when I'm in Nigeria. Do never put yourself in a situation where you have to be begging one oga.
Exactly.
Under any circumstance.
I don't like you use it to pay the money, renew your license so that you can have peace of mind.
Yeah. So when they stop you, they might even want to shakara you. They might say what did the boy say? Your tire is your tire is round. He said when Olokpa stopped him, he couldn't find any other thing to say. He said your tire is round.
Do you know one thing I don't like Nigeria about is that all those vehicle license documents, they are just too bulky. So many people. We live in the age of technology. What they do here is that once your vehicle is about to be the annual tax fee, you pay. The Trafficom that is responsible, like our VIO, they just put enter into one. They will send you an invoice. They will send an invoice like 2 weeks ahead of that time. They will send you an invoice of how much you are going to pay for the next coming year. And once you pay the money, you already see all the system. Nobody like in Nigeria. VIO, so many paper in your hand.
Remy,
yeah.
In front of, on my table here, I have one of my car. It's expiring. They always send me in the mail.
How many do you have? Rational mind.
Don't worry about how many he has. They're trying to calculate your pockets.
Rational mind.
Calculate pocket irrational mind. They don't tell them.
Then we give it to the homeless people in Nigeria. I think you would like more people.
On a serious note, though, this is a much broader issue to which I myself am very guilty.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Why are we renewing our license in Nigeria? We still need to go back and do capturing. Why do I say that? Here in Australia, when your license expired, you go to, we call it Vic Road. Yeah, you guys call it DMV in America. You go there, you pay for another one. Between 5 working days, they send another driver's license to you. You don't need to do any capturing. My age did not change.
In Australia, how many
Yeah,
years?
my fingers does not change.
From
So why are
home,
we
you can
doing
do it.
capturing?
From house, you can do it. How many years is the validity of a driver license in Australia? How many years?
3 years and 10 years.
Our own year is 10 years. Is it
Yeah,
10 or
you have
20?
3 years and 10
I have
years.
my own up to 2037. The one I have
In Nigeria, I think in Nigeria it's 5 years or so.
It's
Yeah,
4 or 5 years. Yeah.
it's 5 years. It's 5 years.
Yeah,
But then information, Thomas. In Nigeria now, if you want to renew your driver license, you don't need to capture again.
Exactly. The new interior minister has started changing this.
It has been there for more than I think my last license that I renewed 4 years ago, I didn't capture.
But like I was trying to say, you see, we have a broader problem. And I say that to say that this, like in America, for example, most people don't pay taxes. The taxes get taken from them. They take the money. You don't go and send them the money. Most people work, so before they actually get their check, the money is taken. So if I can almost guarantee you that even
You
here
guys
in
call it
America,
garnish. Garnish. They garnish your phone.
they by force in Ikwakwa. So if they did not do that, if it was voluntary, if they did made it like you come and send the money, trust me, most people will not do it. But at the end of the day, even those who refuse to do it or cannot do it, the government, and there's this comedian, Jimmy Fox, I think his name, if I remember his name correctly. This man, he was like in his 70s or close to 80. When he owed the IRS so much money, I'm sure I can even still find, this was many years ago, maybe more than 20 years ago. They went to his house and started removing things. IRS. They don't joke. They don't joke.
In Nigeria, also people that are working in formal sector, they remove their money before they get paid. But you know that they are just very small percentage because informal sector is the largest employer of labor in Nigeria.
Exactly. So I'm saying that
on your pay slip that so amount has been deducted.
Yeah. So and I guess that's part of our problem is that we don't have enough of that tax base where the money can be taken before it gets to people's hands. And the reality is, even I'm guilty of it.
Let me even tell you, can do.
Let me. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, Jide mentioned something like that. Even most employer of labor in Nigeria, especially private sector, all those people that have industry, what they used to do, because the only way you can know their revenue is what the money that gets to what they declare as their income in their corporate account. You understand? But you discover that if you are doing business with them, some of them will now give them their own personal account number. You understand? If let's say I buy something from them now, instead of me paying to their corporate account, they will say I should pay to their personal account. By that way, they are already evading tax. Exactly.
The only way, Simba, what you said now, what do you know what they do here? Because the government here, they have access to your income. They have access. You cannot dodge it from that angle. Because when you open your entrepreneur business here, you can also use your personal account to run it. But luckily for Nigeria, the tax committee are working on harmonizing the tax. They want to widen.
Let me say this in Yoruba. My business, tí màá ti fẹ́ kan sanwó fún mi, màá ní kọ́kọ́ gift.
Yes, I know.
ẹ tún mú wà yìí débẹ̀, ẹ tún mú wà yìí dọ̀hún.
My brother, they will finish you with tax.
You can see human being now. You know, let's say even where I am now, if you are opening an account, they will ask you for the purpose of that. What is the purpose of opening that account? You understand? So if you say it's for salary, and they now discover that other form of money is entering that account, they will close that account for you. They will close it.
So you can see what they do here. But
in Nigeria, you can even say the money is for salary, and you have already told them that your salary is 10,000. Even 50,000 is entering every month. They will still continue taking the money.
Coming up now. Something like that is coming up now.
It's coming up.
I think the government, yes, the government with this tax, whatever. The government is looking into accounts that
accountant lè fi ṣe president.
Account tó bá ti ń gba more than any account tó bá ti ń gba more than 2 million on a monthly basis buying, they are looking into it. They are looking into it as an income. So
wait. I don't think
why wouldn't an account that is receiving 2 million be deemed an income? That is an income.
That is what they are saying now. Yeah. Anything from 2 million and above now is deemed as income for anybody holding that account.
Even for those ones that have informal sector like Mr. Kenneth Alaba, they will also have a TIN.
Yeah.
So they will force them to go to the formal sector because Nigeria, about 55 or 60% of our people are entrepreneurs in the informal sector. So they will force them because it's easy now because they have BAVN number, they have N9 number. The next thing is to give them with their TIN number.
Mr. Kandu, sorry, I'm sometimes this is one of the reasons why. See, when somebody like a Kenneth comes and make noise, I look at him like, you are not even paying that much.
It's not contributing anything to that economy. It's not contributing anything.
If you know how much leaves my own account on a monthly basis once the payday lands like this, I see it just, and I'm like,
Let me tell you for free, Jide, as far back as 2012, 2013, 2014, the tax I pay has been more than 100,000 on my salary, more than 100K.
Yeah, that was what happened to me one day. That one road safety was stopping me there's no parking space. I parked somewhere, and it was like I told him my tax alone will pay more than your salary. So what is your headache? Why didn't you create a car park here?
No, Mr. GJ, you cannot do that.
They're also collecting good money at this safety.
But on a serious note, though, you see, the way
for instance, you visited a place. There is no physical parking space in that environment. For instance, there are so many vehicles just parking on the parking lane. Then you also park there. Then they come and they say, "Why are you parking?" And it's just like maybe
you cannot also park there.
But this is what we are saying. This is what I'm saying.
You are wrong. Don't defend.
Wait. No, you don't understand what I'm trying to say.
Doesn't make you okay.
This is what I'm trying to say. A three-lane road, okay? You know there is always this side whatever to it, where they will just put the gravel and all those things.
The shoulder of the road.
Very good. The shoulder. Now the shoulder, there is no parking space along that line at all. Everybody knows. But these people just Ibola have park, you see.
Hey, that's your own problem.
No.
That is your problem.
In what it means on
You cannot,
want people
if you do that in my area, when you go to whatever court, the judge will even add more money.
Which area is that?
In North Carolina. You cannot say
North Carolina, you see.
I know.
Carolina, Ni park now.
No, there are
when we go to Lagos.
There are places to the man, but I'm not trying to compare America to North Carolina.
Can do. When you go to places in Lagos where there is no parking space, you find a way to park, find somewhere to park your car, and you pay them there, because there are private people that have spaces that they will say
pay
park.
Who? You
pay the boys.
No, our boys here, those people, they're not an entity. You're just putting money in people's pocket for no reason.
That's what I'm saying, because there is no public parking space created by the government.
I know. I'm not saying. And we're all doing it wrong. We're all, including myself. Like I said, I'm guilty of this. Okay, like us, for example, we have some properties. We have some rental properties in Lagos. We have property managers, and I know that the taxes that we pay on those properties is pittance to what we should be paying. It really is. So that's why I said I'm the first no Ramisoke. Because if we're paying,
that you are not paying enough. You are not paying enough.
We're not. No, we're paying, but I know it pay. It's not me that goes and pays it. It's the property manager people. They say, worry, But even my own conscience tells me this is not right. Do I now go to Alausa and take the money there myself?
Kando, I want to ask you a question. Because if they come out with this harmonized tax system, where people can now pay the right taxes, don't you think Nigerians will shout?
Yeah, they should shout. People shout here in America every day about taxes. Shout. And again, part of the problem is
they should not pay any money. That everything should be free. Everything.
Me, I'm going to defend Bavaja is not going to say everything should be free. I'm going to defend him. I don't think so. But you see, this is our problem. Do they steal money in America? No, but wait. Do they steal money? Do they steal money in America? Yes. Do they utilize all of the tax money that is collected in the right way? No. What I'm trying to bring out, Nickbay, you see, it will be easy. People are going to shout more because on Moikbe, a portion of that money that is being collected is going to be wasted, stolen, whatever.
Now, even the state are like trying to consult the one that federal government set up, that they should have them also harmonize their tax system in their state. There's a lot of work. You cannot believe that this committee or they even brought in a lot of people from accounting, from UI, from IFE. No, not from UI. From other top, like Lagos State University.
From Unilag, yes. They brought people from Unilag.
So this is very good, because my uncle told me all of these things, that they are coming up, very difficult for you to escape. They are trying to widen it so that everybody will contribute. And look at Abuja, look at Lagos State. In fact, you know, when I say Abuja nowadays, I'm just extremely happy. I mean, things are this little.
Even can do. Even here that we say, okay, the religion is against tax, and if you see the way they take, if you evade tax, and what they collect here is actually VAT, and VAT here is 15%. If you don't remit the VAT that you collect, you are going to jail. No, nothing. They will jail you.
15% in Saudi is about 24.5% here.
Wow.
VAT, 24.5%.
I think the average. I think in America the average income is probably considered about 40,000 a year now. So a 40,000 a year earner.
What is the VAT in Nigeria? Is it 5% or 10%? In
I don't
Nigeria,
know.
I think it's around 5% or so.
It's low now.
Yeah, so I think the average earner in terms of income tax that they pay obviously it depends on so many factors. Do you have a house? How many children do you have? Because you get child income tax credit if you have more money. I mean, if you have more, if you have children. So, but averagely, somebody that earns 40,000 a year just on income tax, with all of the deductions and what have you, probably ends up paying about 21% in taxes.
I've
Yes, sir.
seen a lot of parents on YouTube that they have like
But
10
why? Sorry, Kandu. Why do people
Yes, sir.
talk about gross pay in America?
That is
And
paid before tax.
yeah, before all deduction, not just taxes. How much money you contribute to your retirement account, how much of your how much of, I mean, depending on where you work,
All
what
the
what
deduction.
percentage of that gross goes into paying for your health care. So and then obviously in America, if you have a good
Because
tax lawyer,
because if you talk about 6 digit and okay, if let's say somebody is earning 100,000,
yes, sir.
at the end of the day, what is going to be left for that person after
No,
all
that
the deduction?
there are so many different factors. The person earning 100,000 that has three children, compared to the person that's making 100,000 that has no children, at the end of the day, their numbers are going to be drastically different. Because even though they give you
On
this
average,
tax credit,
on average.
on average, I think it should be
Let's say the
you'll be
person
left.
that does not even have a child.
Yeah, on average, you end up with about 67,000.
Àbí Silva fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ sí Amẹ́ríkà ni torí oyún
No,
ìbéèrè sí.
Los America at this my age. No.
I think they will end up with about 67,000 on 100,000. But even with that, even that person, at the end of the year, they should be able to get some money back. Maybe they will get about $5,000 back from the IRS. So if you balance that out, that would mean their net will be about 72,000 at the end of the day.
So invariably, that person is collecting between roughly 7 to 10,000 monthly. If you calculate
No, it's not to that.
Yeah.
It's not to that.
Yeah.
Maybe 6,000.
Maybe
Well, that's
5,000.
after. Yeah, that's after because that's at the end of the year.
Because 5,000 is
No, it should
60,000
be
that's
it should be
60,000
about
in a
it should
year.
be it should be about 8,000 a month. But
Yeah,
then you
right.
have to factor in how much are they paying in taxes, and what they pay in taxes it will be depending on if you have a home, you can have deductions at the end of the year. If you have children, there are deductions for those. And they're not doing you a favor because they know that those children are going to be taxpayers in another 20 years.
So if you are getting 6 figures or 4
Yes,
figures,
sir.
and then you own an apartment in America, it's different from whether you own a property like a house. Because here,
Oh yeah,
if you have a house, then you have opportunity to claim a return at the end of the year. It will be part of.
absolutely. Not
But
not only the return.
listen, if you have an apartment which you also pay mortgage on it, can you also have a claim at the end of the year?
Yes, you can. Aside from the claim, the way the tax rules are written, let's say you want to change your stove. There's a portion of that can be actually claimed back on your taxes. You have to spread it out. It might be
What about
5 years.
if you rent the apartment? Although you are receiving 4 figure, but you rent an apartment, would that be a part of your expense at the end of
No,
the year?
that you're a tenant.
Yes.
Oh no, you get nothing. Absolutely
Right.
nothing.
So it's probably the same thing with here also. It's the same
Yeah,
system. Yeah.
yeah. It's part of the incentive to get people to own.
To buy
Because
property.
in America, only the reality is only about 32% of people actually own.
Yeah.
Why?
Only about
Why?
32%.
Why is it not encouraged?
No, it's part. No, it's part of the reason they encourage people to own.
No,
They
what I'm saying,
encourage.
why did they need to encourage people? I thought it's supposed to be something that people supposed to be doing willingly.
You see, unfortunately, most Americans they're about what happens today. Most of them don't really think too much about the future.
I think
It's
they
about
like to
today.
move around also. What do you think? Move
But
around.
even if you move around, you can have a property. Let's say you live in California and you have a property, and you decide to move to wherever. Your property can still be rented while you move to other places, and it continues to grow in value over time. So you let the tenant pay your
But
mortgage.
What is the
if that
percentage? What is the average percentage of growth in a year in terms of property in America?
It's about 3%.
Someone here is about 1 to 2%. It's even
Yeah,
3.
it's about 3%. I mean,
what do you
obviously,
mean
it
by
varies.
growth? I want to understand. What do you mean by growth? What do you mean by growth?
The increase in the value of the property.
Property per year. So Nigeria is super good.
Okay, so if you say excuse me, if you say the growth is, let's say, what percentage did you call it now? Can do
About 3%. Obviously, it depends
so
on where you are.
what is the inflation rate in America?
It has averaged about 3% for the last 7-9 years.
So
Are you sure?
if you say the growth is 3% on property and inflation is there any growth in the real sense of it?
No,
No.
well, that's
Because
part
we
of the
missed it.
problem that we've been having is we've not really been growing that much. And if you look at our
Because
import,
most of the things that people tag as growth is actually inflation.
yes, and the inflation is actually that's why a lot of jobs, depending on where you work. I mean, I'm talking about average job. A lot of them will give you they will match your salary by 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 the rate of inflation. A lot of them, not everybody, but a good percentage of them. So you get a
So
salary increase, but you're not actually getting any increase. You're just matching inflation.
So for the last
Exactly.
5 or 7 years in America, it's have been relatively stable. No visible growth like that.
Yes, that's
What
true.
we are
Yeah,
seeing here. Oh
yeah,
wow.
absolutely.
Kanju, that is the
Yes,
mistake
sir.
that most people are making in Nigeria.
Yes.
Let's say somebody buy a land, let's say June last year for
Mm-hmm.
2 million naira.
Yeah.
Now today, maybe he want to sell the land today and is getting it for 5 million naira. He will be so happy that the thing has appreciated. In the real
No,
sense of it, is that any appreciation?
he has actually lost
They are
money.
already lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because because of the inflation.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, he has actually lost money. I mean, like
Even in Nigeria, is multidimensional. It's not
But,
only inflation, devaluation also.
but Simba, when you look at it at the end of the day, because even if you are in America, there's so many taxes and whatever you pay, like city. Even if you travel to like other European country here, they also, if you stay in a hotel, they also collect city tax. Apart from the 6 stars of VAT or you already
yeah,
pay.
absolutely.
They
You do
also
that in
collect city
America.
tax again.
Oh
City
yeah,
tax.
you pay state, you pay city.
So when you look at all these things and you want to invest and you have some couple of dollar to invest, sometimes you should also look at landed property in Nigeria. No matter what happens, I think it's not bad.
Again, just like somebody just rightly said, okay, I mean, I know people who bought land for whatever million 5 years ago. But again, if you look at the real value of your money, obviously Nigeria is this what has happened in Nigeria in the last in the last 7 years is an anomaly
Yeah.
compared to most places in the world.
Yeah.
But okay, like let me give you an example. There's a property that we had in Nigeria that I was like, okay, 7 years ago, and people, let's sell this thing. Somebody was offering us 100 million back then, 7 years ago, 8 years ago for it. If I had received my 100 million at that time, that would have been $500,000. If somebody offers me 200 million naira today for the same property, that 200 million is only what? No, that would have been 50. What am I saying? That would have been 50,000 back then. If somebody offers me 2 million today, that 2 million is only what? 2 million? Something like that? Is my numbers right? Somewhere around there, yeah. So the value of my asset has depreciated so much over that 7-year period. So the question, whether you are buying a property or you're going to go and invest in a business anywhere, part of your projection has to be, okay, this place that I'm going to, what are the numbers telling me things will be 5 years from now, 10 years from now? So those have at least in my head, those has to be part of the calculation. If I'm going to go and invest in Kenya right now, and if $1 to the Kenya shillings or whatever their money is 10 to 1 today, and the economic projection is telling that it's going to be 30 to 1 in 10 years or 5 years, I would really have to sit down with an accountant and try and figure out how we're going to make those numbers work.
Can do. It's even
Yes,
the
sir.
problem is, doing business, you need to have brain, and you have to do a lot of
Okay.
calculations. Let me give you
Absolutely.
an example. I was listening to one sport analyst. He said when Alan Shearer was bought in 1995 by Newcastle from Blackburn, that he is worth that time. I think they bought him for 16 million pounds.
Okay.
That 16 million pounds today.
Yeah.
Then is more than 200 million pounds today.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Real value. Yeah.
Real value. So you look at it, because I remember those days when we used to buy TM shirts. We used to buy 4 for 100 pounds. How much is it today?
Yeah. Yeah. This is one thing I've always believed, and I've always tried to teach my children, even though I had to go through a lot of fights with their mother. Back in the days, 20 years ago, it's like for every time we buy them a Nike shoe, we have to buy a stock of Nike. For every time we buy,
at least to reap from your investment also.
There is for them, it's not for me. But you keep on buying all these people and you're making other people rich. How are you investing in your own self? And that's the shift that I think a lot of people should have. Like my son, I've told him the next time I see him, man, nolatoni. Because
In Nigeria now, to me, no, investing in property is not actually profitable.
you're gonna lose
Unless
money.
the only way you can do it, maybe you buy and sell immediately. But if you want to do it a long time, I say maybe for rent or whatever, it's just a waste of money.
You're not gonna. Yeah, as far as maybe if you buy in some Matama or whatever, all those places in Abuja, even with that, I don't know how you're gonna make it make sense. I don't know how you're gonna make it.
Because even averagely, let's say even averagely, a bungalow is about 2 million, 2.5 million in Abuja in choice areas. You understand?
Wait. Do you mean to rent it?
To rent it, yes. Per annum.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say let me pack my bag.
Oh, you mean to buy? I'm talking about rent. You understand? So, and in that area, you can imagine buying land, even a plot of land in that area will cost you hundreds of millions.
You see?
Now, before you now say you cannot make it in your lifetime.
You can't make any money. You can't. It's not possible. You'll be losing money. Yeah, you'll be losing money. So I don't know how or when that paradigm shift is going to happen. But even in Lagos, I was talking to somebody about 10 days ago. They're like, "Oh, I want to move to somewhere." I said, "Look, if you can figure out a way," because somebody told me of someone that was selling selling, like, I guess the upper part of an apartment building. A story, one upstairs, one downstairs. So they're selling the upstairs for like 35 million somewhere. I said, look, go and find the money and buy. If you can figure it out, because your rent is going to keep going up. And since you decided you were going to stay in Lagos, I said, if I were you, I would go to my village somewhere and go and find a plot of land and build a bungalow, 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom,
Do you
and
know
call
that,
it a day.
there is a big estate in Abuja now? It's now a ghost town.
No, that is
Really?
empty.
Yes.
No, it's not the one. No, there are many. No, so many empty
Nobody is
houses.
buying.
But
And they are not
what's the reason for that?
It's
Does
because
anybody know?
it costs. It costs.
It's too high and nobody is buying. And those people now.
Remy, when you are talking of Abuja, what about Lekki, Lagos? There are a lot of estates there that are empty.
I think they are
Empty.
overpriced. And then you ask yourself, let me ask you a question. Sometimes you say this property developer in Lagos State or area, they will tell you to come and cover 16 million under 24 months. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, she been some.
They will say you spread. When you now hear the spread, they will say maybe maximum maybe 18 months. I say, is that a spread? You are not talking about 5 years. You are not talking about 10 years.
ẹ̀yin regular citizen kan ló ń sọ àwọn tó ń sọ 42 million láti rán ọmọ lọ sí school èyí àlọ́ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yin kọ́. That's the question. How many are they?
How many are
And
there?
people will tell you, yeah, people have money. People have money in Nigeria. Some people will come and tell you.
Yes.
You know, Remy, you know, there is something that they are doing in Abuja now. They call it Centenary City. So the guy was not saying that, okay, they have some houses that they are selling there, and then the minimum price is 110 million. So the journalist was not asking me, okay, do you allow people to pay installment? I say yes. He said over how long? Say 18 months. So you expect me to cover 110 million within 18 months?
You know, the madness the madness is that some people will come and tell you, it's because you are not rich.
Simba, you are a doctor now. You are earning very well now.
They'll come and tell you, wait, they'll come and tell you, $50,000 as if that's something that everybody does.
Can do. I think there is a lot of waste in our system because of the fact that the person selling, most times when they value these properties, I just look at it, are they valuing it based on emotion? It's like when you just build something that you feel, this thing is beautiful, then you just say, the way it is looking, it should go for like 200 million. And the people buying too, I look at them and they are buying out of, I just want to be a monk. I want to be. Some of them don't even have these things. Some of them don't have, and that's why you will see some of them still being caught in the web of scam and things like that.
My brother,
we are not
much,
generally.
Do you know how much the TikToker? Do you know how much they are spending on cars in Nigeria now? TikTok influencer, 200 million cars.
It is only to save. It is to save face.
How many of them? How many?
General, did you not hear of Portable that bought a car and was jumping fence when police came? These people are just doing it to save face. All these TikTokers, social influencers are going to buy vehicles that are beyond their distance. Is that how TikTok pays? Is that how YouTube pays? Fake life. Even people that are on IG, like the likes of Funke Akindele, they have more followers than all these new TikTokers. They are not using the kind of cars that those ones will go and point and say they are buying. It's just some of them have done unspeakable things.
Do you imagine they are dying in their numbers now? Immediately they got the car, they will just wreck it. At least I saw 4 in 1 month now. I saw 4 or 3 TikTokers that bought the new car, Benz, and they die the next week.
because they start driving recklessly, they drink, they smoke, they do drugs, and
what is
they finally
annoying
find
is
themselves in the grave.
what is annoying is when people try to take these few people and try to insult everybody else. Like, it's just because your own life is not wonderful. You don't judge a society by the few. That's not how you judge a society, not by the few that can afford to buy a 200 million naira car. How many people, working people, hardworking people, I'm not talking about people that are just lazying around. Hardworking people can afford to do that. That's how you determine the value of a society.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
You know, how many, let me tell you, the salary of Nigerian president in a month, legal salary, is not up to 2 million naira. Go and check.
Of course, you are right.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then you want to
So
use that,
so if you have a country where an average earner does not earn more than 100K, and you are selling houses of 110 million, 150 million, that person, okay, if you earn 100,000 naira per month for 100 years,
Simba, in Abeokuta,
you will not balance.
my Pandu, in
Yes, sir.
Abeokuta, my sister gave me a quotation of house, finished house in Ibara Estate. Ask me how much? 175 million naira.
Jesus.
175 million naira.
those are the things that
Is
encourage
it
corruption,
bungalow
that
abi?
encourage.
Ṣé bungalow ni abi duplex?
Duplex.
175 million.
In Abeokuta, Ibara Estate. I just shook my head like this. I said, I've already got property here. It's not by force I have property in Nigeria.
No.
I have lands, but I'm
General
thinking of
Thomas,
developing it.
General, let me make you laugh. By virtue of where I work, that I work in a cement plant. When I was building my house, I now called an engineer to come and cost it. Okay, like what will it cost? He gave me the cost. So he told me the number of cement bags we were going to use. I now called somebody else, another engineer. That one knows me, right? That okay, this is where this man works. And he looked at my house and he said, ilé yìí tí mo ṣe ń wò yìí. I wanted to
I'm already laughing, and I haven't even know the
you can imagine that somebody will tell me that tóun ṣe ń wọlé mi yìí a máa rà tó 160 bags láti fi ṣe dé ibi. Mo ní tá bá fẹ́ plaster nǹkan ó ní bí 500 bags. Mo wò pé àwọn people yẹn ò fẹ́ gbọ́ pé bóyá abroad ló wà àbí ó ṣiṣẹ́ bí company kan. Believe burúkú náà.
Una go kill me this morning. Ilé ibi ṣe wò yìí. Ìyẹn gan wápà, ìyẹn gan ti sọ
mo wá ń sọ pé
Ilé
ṣé
wò
eléyìí rò pé wọ́n ń gbé cement fún 1 meter ti ṣe. Bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ kó cement yẹn lẹ̀ fún ẹ̀ ní mọ́ site wọ́n máa jí kò ní.
Of the house in Nigeria.
If you live in Nigeria, you have to be very smart. I remember when I was building my own house, when I wanted to do the tiling. So I have to get quotation from about 5 to 6 people. And the 6, all of them gave me different quotation. I'm talking about not the amount of money that they're going to collect to. Okay, you have to buy this in surface area, this amount of tiles, that is what you will need. I gave it to the list, and then I supervised it. And if you see the amount of tiles that remain at the end of the day, So that means if it's not properly supervised and you give it to the highest person, it's going to steal. Exactly.
Oh yeah. You see, there's something. I hate to say it.
Mine is different. I ship all the ties from China because I got it at a very cheaper price, even laminated floor. So my wife supervised it. So Jide, I want to ask you a question. Are you still with Portland Elephant?
Yes,
it's not Lafarge, no? It's not Lafarge.
Yes, it's Lafarge. I am.
Please, do they still have a small dealership, or is it the big dealership they still have?
It's still the big dealership stuff.
I didn't go sorry to one of big dealership company any owó tó láyé yìí. Oh, tell us more about what go rara at all.
You know the way they do it. The whole of Lagos, Ogun State, and all others, they will just give it to one dealer. That's the way they do it.
Yeah.
So it's the one that
why don't you want some dealership? Why don't you want some dealership, Remy? Because you want to be getting all the rebates,
I went to Rico because I have a truck that time. I went to Rico and talked to them, and they now introduced me a dealer in Ibadan. So it's like we are worshiping that dealer. He's the one in control of Ibadan. They are like one or two. So
absolutely.
So we used to collect cement from him, but I don't have the power anymore because cement.
Yeah.
Is shaking or long bango.
Yeah.
But is it true that Tinubu have like more than 40 trucks there?
More than what?
40 trucks.
40 trucks. Wow. 40 trucks. Wow. You are talking.
40
you are talking Tinubu.
Trucks.
Tinubu has TSL. TSL works with us. And that I have counted, when they come in, they write number on it. Motiri number 700 and something. TSL. He owns it now. He owns TSL. Just like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala owns GPC. Gbogbo wọn ni o. Ètò ń ṣe bí ó ní òní GPC. Ngozi òun ló ní o.
I went to Obasanjo farm because I also want to do poultry business that time. The answer they gave me, in fact, I turned back. They said, "No, we are sorry. We are not dealing with Nigeria. All their stuff is being exported to Denmark and Sweden and the rest. All their stuff. They are not even selling Nigeria. And this same man will be coming, shouting, writing letter to Nigeria, blah, 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 like this."
Obasanjo doesn't sell to Nigeria. He doesn't sell to Nigeria.
By Forex.
You know that when I was in China, there are 20 agricultural professors, and they were being about to be sent to Nigeria. So I met there like 3 or 4 of them. So they were asking about Nigeria. Would they kill them? We are killing Shisha.
Problem
Yeah, have you.
So they were asking me a lot of questions. Saying Nigeria is safe, but at the end of the day, most of these guys are supposed to work with like the research institute like CRIM, IRT in Nigeria, and those research institutes all over Nigeria. But by the time they get to Nigeria, do you know who they work for? They are working for Obasanjo Farm, Danjuma Farm, and the rest. So sometimes I just wonder. Sometimes it's not. I don't know how to pinpoint. So I don't have respect for some of these guys. They don't normally walk the talk. It's another policy, and that policy will favor them first before they even think about ordinary human being.
It's almost like getting free. It's almost like getting free labor, free consultant.
Remy.
Yeah.
Remy, sorry. I the former house I lived before I moved into my own house, I was living with the PA to Baba Obasanjo on farms.
Congratulations, Mr. Jide. That's a big achievement for anybody. Congratulations.
I wanted to say something.
I know.
Congratulations for having somebody influential.
He has his own house. Yani Yamuda. I know people that have been working, making millions on your rent. So
exactly.
Can do yellow
I
man
show I
Wa gbọ́ pọ́n láwọn lọ rent lé ní Lekki 30 million 20 million. Máa ń ṣọ́ṣẹ́ pé fún bàbá
yeah.
wọn.
Yeah.
Guys, it depends though. Don't blame somebody though. If I'm a businessman, I might not see house as maybe a priority. Having a house. Well, let me tell you, what do you gain by having a house of your own?
It depends. It depends on it depends on where you are at.
Let me tell you, if some people where you live is about business. People will ask you if you want to do business with them, where do you stay? If the guy cannot afford Lekki to build a house in Lekki, to have a house, but he can afford the rent in Lekki, and it's helping him in his business because he uses it as like a status quo. In Nigeria, if you want to do business, people will look at the kind of car you use, the kind of clothes you wear, where you live. You understand? So I cannot blame.
No, one has to look
having
at the
a house. Let me tell you, having a house it doesn't make, as far as I'm concerned, it just gives you that sense of ownership. I have my own house. I'm living in my own house.
No. You see, the type
let
of
me
people
give you for example. Let me give you for example. I have a friend who works in Lut. You understand? If you want to rent a house very close to Lut, you'll be paying like let's say 600,000 per annum to get a 3-bedroom flat to stay. But okay, I want to own my own house. Is not living in Ikorodu. You understand? He has to be commuting between Ikorodu and Lut. Does that make sense?
It all depends. You see, the type of people I'm talking.
It depends on your situation. So to me, you cannot be congratulating somebody, say because you have your own house. It depends.
No, Emagbo to me. Sherry, the type of people I'm talking about. There's a guy, there's a person that I'm talking to in Lagos that is trying to japa. And part of his story that he was telling me, he used to do printing contract business with this state. He used to do printing contract with that state. There was a time he ship all of his cars from America. Now, he's so stuck, doesn't own a property. One of the things I advise Nipe, please, where is Ogun State or your state or whatever? Number one, you're already 68 years old. If you jackpot now, yes. If you jackpot now, where are you going to jackpot to? What type of a job are you going to get? The retirement age in America is 65. He's thinking about Canada. Money, look, I'm not. You know your situation better than myself. Unfortunately, this is where we're at. Okay, this is where we're at. But if find a piece of land, find a way. He says he still makes some money doing this and that and the other. Build a 2-bedroom bungalow. That's Liberty Bo. Think about it, roof over your head. Etoku, you manage. But the more you continue to rent and rent, he's been renting for over 30 something years in Lagos. Those are the type of people I'm talking about. Obviously, in their situation, like you said about this Lekki to Ikorodu situation, one has to consider all of that. One of my dad's properties, when that property was built in 1983, I think, his first tenant was one of his high school friend, doctor. That man rented that house for 40 years. Bako. Actually, he rented two apartments, one to live in, one for his practice.
40
so I'm not
years.
saying yes, Bako.
40 years.
What they told me, this is somebody I know very well. I know this man very well, Dada. So property is not the end of the world. There are people that will.
Go to the landlord.
Èmi kọ́ mo nílé, bàbá mi ló nílé, àárín àwọn náà jọ ṣọ̀rẹ́, àwọn. So, kọ́lọ́ ẹ má di senior tenant.
I think what what I can say about that, you can have it maybe for retirement purpose, but when you are still active working and you cannot afford to get something close to where you are working, that you will still be spending more than your rent to commute yourself from your own
You
house,
cannot,
the
yeah,
inconvenience and all those things.
yeah, we agree to an extent, but you see, my own belief is this, especially when I talk to younger people in their mid 20s to 30 years old. You have to chew gum and walk at the same time. You have to plan for the future now. You cannot say, okay, like this person, if you see this boy he was telling me this story, tó wá pé òun ti mọ̀ ni, gbogbo ìgbà yẹn tóun máa ṣí mọ́tò òun wá láti Amẹ́ríkà ni òun tiẹ̀ níra Nàìjíríà. You know, you never know what tomorrow will bring. You might be doing very well today. There is no guarantee in life. One of my very good friends just told me on Monday that he just went for a checkup. He's a registered nurse, senior registered nurse, making over 140,000 a year. They just told him he has cancer. So there are no guarantees. Nobody's going to guarantee you anything in life. But as you're doing well, your life is going very well, there's nobody that says that that's how it's going to be tomorrow. Like my dad used to tell me when I was young, hope for the best, but always prepare for the worst. And that's how I live my life. If I have 10 naira, I'm going to minimum save 5. Minimum, because I can't guarantee what tomorrow look at. Like me, for example, I have bad eyes. I have not been able to work in 11 years. Tí ó bá jẹ́ ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ Ọlọ́run àtìlẹ́yìn ànábì tó yẹ kólúwẹ̀ ti ṣe certain things. Báwo lèèyàn ṣe máa pòun gbé l'Amẹ́ríkà òun ò ṣiṣẹ́ fún 11 years? So I'm not saying I'm smart. I'm thankful. Bọ́lọ́run direct mi láti ṣe àwọn nǹkan tí mo ṣe. Ó dẹ̀ ń gbàkóso.
Can do. It's not
Yes, sir.
something that I can share, Abi.
It's not what?
Something that you can share, or you can share. You can talk about it privately.
Oh no, I can. No, my life is an open book. There's nothing. There's no secret anywhere.
Okay, no, I'm talking about what you are talking about. Your high problem. That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, it's diabetes related. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't catch it in good time. So I'm actually totally blind in my right
and most
eye.
of those things are not reversible.
No, they're not. I'm totally blind in my right eye. My left one is very blurry. So I'm taking everything. But hey, I thank God. Who says heaven? Yes, sir.
Kandu, sorry, is that not retinopathy?
Diabetic retinopathy.
Yes.
Yeah, because why I'm saying that is because my dad too had the same thing. Both eyes went, and we had to go replace. We did. I took him for surgery here in Nigeria. They replaced one of the lens in his eyes, so he was using that one. It was when I was now saying I would replace the other one that the thing now led to stroke. You understand, for him. So since then we've not been able to do the other one, but he's still using that one eye, and he has been managing with that one.
No. Gide, when you talk about you replace the retinopathy is not a lens problem. So
No,
if the lens, that is glaucoma, and that is what do you call it, cataract.
Yeah,
no.
cataract.
He was diagnosed of retinopathy. In
You
fact,
can't replace retina cannot be
I
replaced. Retina cannot be replaced.
I think it's just the formative stage. You understand? So it started from the
Whether
lens.
formative, just get it. Maybe you don't have a full grab of what actually, or maybe you have a multiple problem. Retinopathy,
that took him.
it has to do with the brain.
You're talking to someone who works in that space.
You want to tell me that
I understand.
somebody like can do? Let me tell you, if that procedure is available, he will have done it. He lives in US. You understand? once you talk about diabetic
It's
retinopathy,
been offered to me several Ikpapa. I mean, the way they even do it right now, the procedure is so simple, it's
you
ridiculous.
use laser.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I wake up every day. I thank God. Wherever you are, thank God for your own situation.
But Satu, why can't you try one? Because usually if you want to do a procedure on the eye, you don't do the two at a time because it can get wrong.
Correct.
So what people used to do is that you try one, if it work out, then you do the second one. Because let me tell you, one of the things I fear in my life is to go blind.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's any life again when you cannot see.
Well, you see, unfortunately for myself, at my own house, I have prepared myself that God forbid if that's where we get to. There are people that in this country that don't have any eye. They work every day. They do all kind of stuff. Obviously, nobody's hoping for that, but I'm prepared. I'm prepared. So God forbid that's where we. I'm doing so much. I have all kind of doctors. Those are the only places I actually go is doctor visit. I don't go anywhere else. But I can still do everything that I need to do. I'm on the computer every day, looking at charts, formatting charts, and all that stuff. So, yeah, I thank God for my own.
Simba.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I don't mean to argue with you, right? But
Okay.
when that thing happened, it was a general issue that I had to carry him to several places, Lutz, UCH, my foundation, and things like that. And they say it was the same thing they diagnosed. He said he's suffering from retinopathy and that he has to go through some procedures and things like that. But what we noticed was that the there's a tiny lens, in between the black one, that very tiny one. You understand? That one was becoming somewhat it was
White.
changing.
So
Yes, it
white.
was changed, not really white, it was changing color. So when
Mm.
they now texted, they said that is still the formative stage, that after the process they will still have to replace the lens. So that was what we did, and we did just one eye. And after we finished it, he was told not to shave his hair for 6 months. He was to sleep, is it on the left side or on the right side, for 6 months, and the eye was shut totally for that 6 months. So it was gradually, when we go to the clinic, when he was to open the eye, take him to the clinic, they will give him a darker lens. Again, the next one, one that is not as dark as the former one. I spent a lot of money on that process. So that was why I said retinopathy, because that was what all of them diagnosed. Okay, I now don't know, I didn't follow them into the place. I didn't know if they use laser technology or anything to
No,
They should have
issue
told you
when
what
you
they were
mention
using.
lens, that's what I'm saying. That the problem of lens is different from problem of retina.
Exactly. Exactly.
So when you
Totally,
mentioned that
totally two
lens was
different
replaced,
things.
that was why I said no, it can't be retina. That's why I
Right.
said, because if you remove the
Yeah.
lens is different from retina. That's why I said maybe he has a multiple problem. That's
In
why
fact,
maybe
that
they
thing,
just
that thing was serious. So his
Yeah.
blood
And
sugar
and
was
and
around 456 blood sugar.
yeah. And
It
the
was
thing.
terrible.
This is the other thing too. The experience is different. I went to the Biden Institute in California, where they have the best eye doctors all over the world come there. That's where they're located in close to Stanfordshire. And but experience levels with all these things differ. I'm not saying that you don't have, I mean, that they don't have pretty good eye doctors in Nigeria. I'm not saying that, but experience levels and tools as well can differ from place to place. Like my mom had this horrible cough. I mean, she went to every quote unquote high class hospital in Nigeria. They were diagnosing it to be this, diagnosing it to be that, diagnosing it to be the other. Finally, we decided to move her to Canada. One of my sisters was living in Canada back then, and even even our people, this, that, and the other. Only to find out when she got to Canada, it was cancer, lung cancer. Somebody that's never smoked. I mean, I can't even tell you the type of money that was being spent in Nigeria for her to go here, go there, go there. All of that to just get to cancer. I mean, to just get to Canada, and they started, doing all their procedures and tests and all whatnot. It's lung cancer. So experience level and the tools that people have to
It's
make the
actually, it's
determination.
not even that, it's not about experience. You understand? It's about the tools. You understand?
Yes,
The
yes.
issue here is this. By the time you see, then another thing is that some of our practitioners back home, they are very lazy in thinking. They just want to, maybe because of the number of patients, they just want to get rid of you quickly so that they will attend to another person. You understand? Because if you see a patient coming repeatedly, complaining of the same thing, then you can't be thinking of the common things.
Absolutely.
You
Here,
understand? Then
here,
let me tell
when
you,
you,
ordinary CT
yeah,
of the
CT
chest will
scan,
make that
yeah,
diagnosis.
yeah, yeah.
But because in Nigeria, that as simple as CT is not readily available in every
No, it's not.
hospital,
It's
and because
not.
of the
It's not.
cost, another thing that used to affect us is that we tend to even reason for the patient because we all of us who have this poverty mentality that, okay, if I ask this patient to go and do this CT that will cost maybe 80,000 or 100,000 or 120,000.
Show my somewhere.
Somewhere. So
Exactly.
even most people will not even give you that option because they are already thinking for you that you might not be able to afford it.
Yeah,
So they just be giving you
that thing
simple
happened to
medication,
me.
hoping that the thing will resolve.
yeah.
You know that thing happened to me on this my dad's case when they were before I finally left Ogun State to quickly go and attend to him. When they were still taking him around, those people were just like pushing them from one place to the until I now came around and they are now like, okay, this is his son. He's here to stand now. And when they now saw the son, they now say, I see that it is their mentality, like they've been drilling them as if they want lè so but they in fact, Simba is absolutely right. That's the way they
The
reason.
good thing is, there's good things. I just saw something, I think a couple of weeks ago. There are these two guys in Germany. They've just developed a CT scanner, that does this system that does CT scan and what's the other one? That is going to be 1/8 the cost of the average CT scanner.
Okay, is
So,
it MRI?
yeah, MRI. Yeah, these two German guys. But it's not just them. It was a collaboration of a whole gang of people. But it was on this DW German channel thing that I saw it on. So that's going to help to reduce, make the availability of those systems all around the world a lot cheaper to attain. Because the
But
reality,
Kandu, are you aware of this thing also developed in Israel that this guy was promoting some times ago? Messi.
the player Messi.
Yes.
Oh no, I don't know.
So
No,
this
what is?
thing is just like a goggle. You understand what I'm saying? That you
Mm,
put. So the thing will be, it will receive the signal like the eye, and
okay,
then transmit it to the brain, so that
okay,
that thing will. So it will be like a replacement for the whole eye. The
Oh
function
wow.
of the eye will perform the function of the eye. It will transmit it to the brain, and you will be able to say, okay, you'll be able to identify objects.
Yeah, there in Conville, these people are gone. Honestly, these people they are gone. I mean, the technology, some of the things that are being put out there right now. I mean, thank God for Igbo people, oh, honestly. Thank God for them.
The one
Yeah.
that is making us to still be in this world, if not because of the technology, do you think with this population we'll be able to survive this limited planet?
Even
This
food,
this planet
even
is
food,
limited already.
even food. I mean, you know how much
You
they've
know,
been
that's
able
what
to
I'm saying.
increase.
Yes, you are
Yeah,
getting me
even
now.
food,
Even food.
the production
Yes.
of food per acre of land. You know how much is increased over the last 50 years. Without that, there'll be food riot. Oh, yeah.
But
So
if we look at it, as it has its pros, it also has its cons too. Because most of these genetically modified food are also some of the
we're not talking about GM, is it GMOs or GMA or whatever
no,
they are. We're not talking about. We're just talking about yield per acre. We're
no,
just
what
talking
I'm
about
even
yield
trying
per
to say,
acre.
it is the same thing. Because
No, it's not.
let me cite an example now. For instance, okay, everybody eats broilers. You understand? But broiler was actually a product of selective breeding and some science laboratory tweaking of the chicken's DNA. They have done another one again that will not even have feather. They are not GMOs, but you go and tweak the DNA of something so that it gives you a particular result. These
Remy,
are
I mean, I
some
tell
of the
them,
things.
Jide,
Yes,
let me tell you
yes.
what is happening. It's not as if that they are not changing DNA. Nobody is changing any DNA. What they are doing is this. All this brawler that you see is just a like a cross matching of they will, if they discover
Absolutely,
certain species of maybe
absolutely.
chicken somewhere that is big. You understand? Is they are just looking around the world and see the best species that is can be suitable. Do you understand? That's what you remember that there's another one even developed in Nigeria. We call it Noila. This Noila, they cross is what would they use broiler, the so-called
See,
broiler that we are using.
I watched a no, Simba.
Hello,
Sorry, I
can you
watched
guys
a
hear me?
documentary of
Yes, we can
this
hear
thing
you.
that I'm telling you. That they show that the process of how they went to the lab and did they call it selective whatever that they wanted to produce
Is what is in
broilers
existence.
with no feather.
They are not manufacturing. Let me tell you, Jide, they are not manufacturing
Okay.
anything different. It's what is just what is in existence that they are just taking. They will take certain
Exactly,
traits in one that is they wanted.
exactly.
They will put it in another one.
A
It's not,
very good
nobody can
example. A
manufacture
very good
DNA. Nobody can
no.
manufacture
Listen,
DNA.
Mr.
No,
Jide,
I'm
a
not
very
saying they
good
are
example. A
manufacturing
very
DNA. I'm saying they are
listen.
tweaking
Yeah,
it.
it's
That's what
good
I'm
to
saying.
tweak. There's nothing wrong in tweaking. Even it's like human beings now. A lot of places now in America, they will advise you if you're going to get married, before you get married to somebody, go and do a blood test so that we can know what type of traits that person has and you have, so that maybe you guys should not be having children. Because
Let
there's going
me
to be certain
if
traits that you have that this
can do.
person has, that when you combine them, it's going to
It's
bring
going to
a
be
quadruple
disastrous.
child. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, let me tell you.
But sincerely,
Yeah, you know,
Simba,
okay, you want to say
like okay,
something?
what I was trying to say is this: if you go to most of this food that we eat, for instance, let's say apple, go to the original apple, the way it looks, the size, and go to the apple we are eating today, and the fact that apple cannot be planted and if you say you are planting the seed of an apple, you cannot get directly the same thing as the last one. You need to do some sort of grafting from one plant to another and all those things. So that what I'm trying to say is this: naturally, yes, we are trying to overcome some challenges that that is facing us, or we are trying to improve yield. By so doing, we might directly and indirectly be inducing some things too that are foreign. That's what I'm trying to say. Because when you take two plants that are dissimilar and you are merging them together because you want to get something, you don't know what the combination is going to come out to become. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that the purpose for doing it is outrightly bad. I'm just trying to say that if it was conventional the way we used to do it, like corn, the day I was looking at the history of corn, I realized that corn too has gone through that process. The original corn does not even look anything like the present corn we are eating.
And that's
So
what that's
I
what
don't think there's anything that used to be like before. Even yam, even
exactly
cassava.
exactly. If you see what they look like originally, it's totally different.
Jide, let me tell you, I could remember even in the late 70s, early 80s, the kind of cassava that we used to, what used to be the yield. I could remember that was the time my father traveled and he came back with the stem of this cassava. In fact, in our area, we call it okoyao then. My father just planted, because he has a limited stem that he came with, he just planted around our small farm that time. And if you see the leaf and the yield, in fact, all the farmers started stealing the stem. You understand? You go back to when you get to the farm, you see that if he has like 3 stems, they will have cut one, because they know that this thing is high. Because if you don't do all those things, with the rate at which our population is growing, we will have starved to death.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I
Simba,
understand what Mr. Gide is
I
trying
have
to
a
say. You
question
see,
on
they
cancer
get.
for you.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Simba, can you hear me?
I can hear
Yes,
you.
we
I
can.
do.
Yes, we can.
Okay. There's this treatment for cancer, keto diet they use in treating cancer. I'm someone that don't like deviating from main science or treatment, but of recent, uh, the principle of the keto diet is that they said cancer can only use glucose and glutamate as source of energy,
As
while
also
our body use
even not only energy, they also use for growth. Hello, Abdul.
yeah. While yeah, sorry, you were breaking. I didn't hear you.
I said not only for energy, also use for growth. Okay. You can't hear me?
Yes. While our other body cells, the healthy, I can hear you now. Yeah, yeah. I said
Okay.
while the healthy cells can use other source of energy like fats and protein. So the idea is that
They
you
want to starve.
stay
They
off.
want to starve.
Uh,
They want
yeah,
to starve
you starve this.
the cancer cells to
Right.
death.
Right.
Yes. So
Mhm.
you only feed on fat source of food that are only rich in fat. So the question is, and okay, the point is, I have a cousin that she had breast cancer that has metastasized, and I think she's at stage 4. And the moment she started this keto diet, you need to, I can even send you her chart. You need to see how her cancer markers started dropping
Interesting.
within 2 months of her doing that.
Okay.
The cancer markers started dropping. So my question to you is, why is that? Why is it that not among the treatment protocol? Why are they not adopting it if it works? And if you go on YouTube, you see a lot of testimony. Then if you check this Dr. Thomas, I've forgotten his full name. He talks a lot about it. As a matter of fact, he's one of the leading scientists pushing for it. So, but I don't see it being used. It's not even it. As a matter of fact, my cousin was doing it without the knowledge of our doctors, because if they know, they would refuse her treatment.
Okay, keto diet actually, even when they started using keto diet in medicine, it was not actually for cancer. They use it for people that have seizure disorders. I mean, epilepsy. You understand? There's some type of epilepsy, but even if you look at cancer generally, there are specific treatment for specific type of cancer. There is no general treatment.
Simba, have you guys detected what's the cause of cancer? Because I don't think
Yes,
they have
it
detected that.
depends on the type. There are so many type of cancer with different type of causes.
Causes.
Okay, if you talk about cervical cancer, a virus has been implicated, which is human papilloma virus, and there is a vaccine now that they are giving to preteens. I mean, I'm talking about between the age of 9 to 15 years girls that have not been exposed to sex. If they take it, it can protect them against cervical cancer, vaginal cancer, or cancer in that area of the sexual area. You understand? So, and if you
They
talk
even
about,
have the one for up to age 45.
what do you say?
They have the vaccine for up to the age of 45.
For cervical cancer, no, the issue is that
HPV.
once you start having sex, you have already been exposed. So, is effectiveness cannot be guaranteed at that. So,
Okay.
so it's rather be given before the exposure. So, if you have
Okay.
teenagers, if you have girls, it's better to allow them to have it before they are exposed to sexual activities. So the keto diet that you're talking about, I hope, have you ever interacted with your sister? That thing is not palatable at all.
Oh yeah.
You understand?
Yes. You have to be really strong-hearted.
It's not palatable. It's not palatable. And then how can you live a life basically on that? It's terrible. Believe me, if you have tasted, if your sister is living close by to you, just ask, I have a taste. You will be wondering that your sister is suffering. You
Yeah,
understand? So
and the other
the issue is
and the
this:
other
what we do in medicine is that, because if you are talking about stage 4, it's already the terminal stage. You don't want the person to suffer anymore. Whatever the tumor marker that is going down or not is not going to lead to a cure. So what we do in medicine is that we do what we call palliative. You let that person live as comfortable as possible for the remaining.
Morphine.
So if he or she is having pains, you relieve the pain. It's just like symptomatic management of the person. Do you understand what I'm saying? So because for breast cancer, there is no cure unless maybe it is detected early before the thing is spread. This one that you're talking about is already spread. Even there's no amount of keto diet that she will take that will actually solve the problem.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and you tend to see things like this online and people talk about, oh, it's people in medicine that don't want people to survive because they will lose money and all of that. I would want to believe that if this type of a thing,
One of them is Prince Daddy.
yeah, I'm
One of
sure if
them is
they,
Prince Daddy.
a lot of these things before they can actually be put out, you have to have peer review upon peer review, blind test that will be done in different
Exactly.
countries all over the
You are
world.
getting it can do.
Yeah,
Medicine is not, we are not resistant to changes. In fact, one of the
yeah,
areas where people changes a lot is medicine. We want to improve. So if we know that something can work, nobody will not say no, don't let us use it. No.
yeah. I don't reside in all that. All the
Can do. Um, the truth is, clinical trial has not been conducted on this treatment. And when they asked the professor that, okay, why is it that nobody is willing to conduct a clinical trial on this protocol. He said that because there's no money in it for them, because it's just dieting, so they have no money to
But
make.
that you see, I don't operate in conspiracy spaces. One of my sisters, she does clinical. Well, she manages people that do clinical trials for Amgen all over the world. There is money. It takes a lot of money to conduct this test. These are not things that are done overnight. This is not a 3-year thing. They set up facilities all around the world. They do all the different blind tests that they do and what have you. So I am of the belief that if this is a viable option, there are people, institutions out there that are conducting trials. There is no boju boju anywhere that's trying to stop people from using something. I mean, that's just not the way my world works.
The manufacturer of that keto diet can also sponsor clinical trial. They can sponsor the study if they wish, because they're already using it in some other disease condition. So if they wanted people to try it, they can sponsor it. So it's not the way you are saying it as if that they have to give them money like bribe before they will do it. No, it's money to conduct the study that maybe the professor is talking about.
And if they do, and if it becomes viable, they will be the beneficiaries of it.
Yes, now they'll give them patent for you can give them for 10 years, 15 years,
Yeah,
20 years for them to make
absolutely.
their
They will,
money,
they
to
will,
recoup
they
their
will make
money.
hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yes.
How can you pretend keto diet?
No, not crypto diet. The tests that they do, nobody will be able to utilize those same procedure for that duration of time, whatever that pattern time is.
That's the problem. There's no test, nothing. It's just the dieting alone. That's it. You just avoid glucose and eat fat-rich food. That's all.
Hey, but it's not as simple as that to Abdul. Because which fast food, rich food are you talking about? If it's not an ordinary fatty food though. It's specially prepared though.
Oh,
So you just think that maybe you just go and be taking maybe what's it called now? Maybe granite, and you think it's fatty food, and you say you are taking keto diet. Because let me tell you, there's no food that is basic that contains just a specific food nutrient. Like I say, okay, this one is only fat, this one is only protein, this one is only glucose. No. If you take beans, which we consider as protein, it has like almost 40% carbohydrate in it.
true.
You understand? So if you are deceiving yourself, you say, okay, you are taking beans, you are not taking glucose. It's not true. So if you are that glucose, that cancer cell will still get it. So keto diet is specially prepared. It's not like say, okay, I just want to be taking ordinary fat and oil or whatever. And
Yeah,
that's
but
why I said,
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that there's no money in it.
well, if it's actually working, if you want, it's a business. If you want to
What do
make
you
money from it, then you
what do
sponsor
you
it.
mean? What do you mean there is no money in it? There are
Ah,
billions, hundreds of billions in it. There are. I mean, look, we have
No,
gotten to
I
a
mean
stage where
the
we
pharmaceutical
have
companies
we have
cannot
gotten to we
benefit
have
from
got
that.
we have gotten to a stage where America cannot say they're the owner of this or the owner of that. Somebody in Japan or China can go and do the research. It's not like it's only got to be done in Europe or it's only got to be done in America. Technology has has leveled the playing field for the most part. So, I mean, for those, if you think you have something, and also, me, I'm not of the belief that somebody's going to stop you. If you want to do something and you have the resilience and the willingness to go after it, yeah, there will be challenges. So what? Life is about problems and solutions. You know, if you want
Well,
to be,
even the field of medicine has really advanced, and is
yeah,
nobody can even claim an absolute right on anything now.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not like, oh, America is stopping somebody, or no, things. The genie is way, way out of the bottle. You can't keep anybody down anywhere in the world anymore. So, but a lot of people like to sit around and say, "Is these people that don't want this?" What do you mean?
Can do it. When I was growing up, we used to have this one woman in my village. Every
Hmm.
time this woman has a baby, before the age of maybe sometime maybe immediately after birth, the child will die. Some few weeks after, some month after, and
Hmm.
I can count like five that I
Hmm.
witnessed that this woman had. You
Hmm.
understand? And they will say, okay, it's Abiku, is
Abiku,
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 and
yeah.
and then at a time they will say, okay, when the baby died, they will put some mark on the baby. Maybe they will cut the
Mhm.
leg, they will put, they
Yeah,
will cut it so that it will not, the baby will not cover. But
yeah.
to me, it's because sometimes some women they are very short. By the time they have prolonged labor, they deliver the baby dead instead of subjecting them
Hmm.
to cesarean section. Some have sickle
Hmm.
cell disease that they will not know, and the child would. There are so many diseases that runs in some family.
Oh yeah,
You understand?
absolutely.
But with the technology, with the advance in medicine these days, how many people do you now? Do you hear about Abiku any longer?
Yeah, it's lack of knowledge. I mean, can you imagine? These are some of the things I sometimes think about. Can you imagine how many women have been run out of a good home because they'll say she couldn't give her husband a child without even knowing that it's the husband that cannot even produce what is necessary for her to get
And you know that
pregnant.
our tradition always blame women for that, for infertility.
Yeah,
They don't believe that
yeah,
the infertility can be caused by a man.
exactly. Yeah, so many. I mean, so many. I mean, just because Baba one day can get yeah, Bose pregnant doesn't mean she can also get Tinuke pregnant.
It's not even
So
true. All those ones that we say they now went outside, maybe he's even by this DNA of the thing I can be revealing. So some of them,
yes,
they are not
so
even the father of the baby that they are claiming.
yeah, we will say call Lomo. Yeah, yeah, we will call Lomo to report the other woman.
Exactly.
Yeah, so people don't suffer. People don't suffer
Ah,
for this world.
it's
Yeah,
knowledge is key in anything. Believe me,
yes,
knowledge is
sir.
very key in
Yes, it
anything.
is.
If you lack knowledge, you are doomed. You are
Yeah,
doomed. You are
yeah,
doomed.
yeah,
And then
yeah,
even the best way to learn is to travel wild. If you travel wild, your eyes will open more than if you just saw somebody that just stays in a place and you think you are the king of your place. When you
yeah.
travel, that's when your eyes will open and say, okay, look at what is happening everywhere in the world.
Yeah, I forgot the name. I think it's called Khan Academy. Khan. I think so. This guy that started this academy that teaches people online just about anything you want to know about.
Hmm.
It's available to everybody all over the world. I'll try and Google it. Khan Academy. So you don't really even have to go to other places. They have all kind of
Yes, the
educational.
advent of internet has actually made it easy for
Yeah,
people to have access to.
yeah, yeah. I think it's called Khan Academy. Let me see if I can even Google it. So people can learn from wherever they are. Obviously, hands-on can be a lot better. Imagine people going to school to go and be an engineer that you'd never, a structural engineer that's never seen a bridge. You know,
Hmm.
or a mechanical engineer that's never seen an engine of a motor. You know, so obviously Yeah, it's called Khan Academy. I'm so grateful for this guy that put this thing together, and it's free. So I mean, children, especially youths, children, but they have all sorts of stuff available. Yeah, I think this thing was started maybe about 20 years ago or something like that. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The
So
issue is that even how many people are aware of this kind of opportunity? That's
yeah,
another
I mean,
question.
you can learn just. I mean, the resources that are is sponsored by a lot of rich people all over the world. But I mean, from so if you know people in Nigeria or wherever that don't have access to, and if they have access to internet, please tell them about it. All. It's a very good space to learn. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Khan
Okay.
Academy.
I think it's nice talking with you this morning.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. I think I'm gonna be doing a session with one man. I don't know, maybe tomorrow or something. About the some of the new stock splits. So I think I'm gonna do a session with him. Then maybe one day during the week we'll actually have a live session. Um, for people to, people that if people have questions about some of this stuff. I've been sending out all of my research information about them. The particular one that we're working on right now is NVIDIA. Um, then there's Chipotle Mexican Grill. There are three other companies that are going to be splitting their stock this month, June. So this is a very good opportunity for people who have time to invest whatever number of shares that they can invest. That could potentially turn into millions of dollars in the next, who knows, 20 years or whatever. So we'll be putting that out this week. Oh well, I don't know when one man is gonna do the live session, but I think we're gonna do the session. I'm gonna do the session with him probably today. I think. Yeah. So nice talking to you all. Nice listening. I was listening for quite a
Okay.
while. Like, yeah.
Okay. Bye
Yeah.
bye.
All right. Bye bye to everyone. General, good night, though. I don't know if you're still there.